Well, good morning, everybody. As director of the Museum Fünf Kontinente, I'm very happy to welcome you to the museum and, of course, to the beautiful city of Munich. Well, I just want to give you a few words of greeting, and after me we will have greetings from Mr. Patzinger from Berlin, and then afterwards Christine Howald will introduce the project and the conference program. So from my side, I would like to start with a short history of the Museum Fünf Kontinente, because I think most of you are here at the museum for the first time. Like many other museums in Munich, the Museum Fünf Kontinente owes important parts of its collection to the Bavarian kings. These included the teaching and research collection of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences, with the Brazil collection compiled between 1817 and 1820 by the two naturalists Johann Baptist von Spix and Karl Friedrich Philipp von Martius, as well as collections from China and India, which were part of the art collections of Ludwig I. The latter had already been presented to the public in 1844, together with antiquities from Greece, Rome, and Egypt, European arts and crafts, and a collection of weapons in the old gallery building on the northern Hofgarten. With the dissolution of these united collections in 1867, the non-European artifacts remained in the gallery building at the Hofgarten and were brought together with the collection of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences. Here, the Königlich Ethnographische Sammlung at the gallery building, today's Museum Fünf Kontinente, opened its doors in 1868 under the directorship of the naturalist and travel writer Moritz Wagner. 6 years earlier, in 1862, Wagner had already been appointed curator of the ethnographic collection administered by the Academy of Sciences and had been commissioned by the king to plan the new museum. During his term of office in 1864, Germany became a colonial power in Africa and shortly afterwards in Oceania. In 1887, the museum became a new director, Max Buchner, who had himself been involved in colonial conquests in Africa. The ethnographic collection was to remain in the Hofgarten Gallery for almost 6 decades. During these years, the premises of the Hofgarten Gallery were repeatedly described as completely inadequate and cramped. Nevertheless, the collections grew continuously, particularly under the directorship of Lucien Schermann, who had been in charge of the museum since 1907. It was also Schermann who had a decisive influence on the direction of the museum by focusing more on art and decorative arts in the exhibitions and collections, as well as bringing about the relocation of the museum to its current place on Maximilianstraße. The museum was reopened here in 1925 in a building that had been constructed in 1858 for the old Bavarian National Museum. While Schermann was recognized by his contemporaries for the expansion of the Munich collections, today we see it as our duty to critically question the history due to the close connection between the collections and German colonial expansion. And now we are here to discuss part of these collections, the collections that come from China. And I'm happy that so many of you are here and share the same interest. How to deal with Boxerloot seems to be a topic that is of global interest and that many museums and researchers are interested in. At the Museum Fünf Kontinente, we are in the lucky situation to have a provenance researcher since last year, and we would also like to give you an insight into our work with regard to provenance research within a guided tour that we will offer to you on Friday. On Friday, during lunch break, we also offer a second guided tour. We would like to invite you to the residency and take a closer look at the Chinese export salon that is exhibited there. So if you're interested in one or the other tour, please talk to my colleagues at the registration. We have a list because we can also only include up to 25 people for each tour. This evening, we also would like to invite you to a short get-together after the conference to give you enough time to talk about today's presentations and, just to stay together, have a glass of beer, of wine, the beer we might get on Friday. So, if there's anything you would like to know about the museum, the collections, or if you would like to see certain objects, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will be present here at the conference most of the time. Please also feel free to move around the museum to look at our exhibitions. On the ground floor, we have a special exhibition that focuses on women in Ghana that have been accused of being witches, and you just wear your badge visible, so then our exhibition guards know you belong to the conference, and then you can just freely move around. Well, I think so much from my side. If there are any more open questions, I can answer them after Christina has made an introduction, or we just whatever you would like to know. And I'm really, really happy you are here, and I'm looking forward to your talks and the inspiring conversation that we're probably going to have. Thank you so much for coming to Munich.
Dear Uta Berlich, dear Yuan Hung, dear audience at the Museum Fünf Kontinente in Munich. I'm very honored to welcome you to this important first international conference on Boxerloot in the name of the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation, Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz, or shortly SPK. SPK includes the Central Archive, our Center for Postcolonial Provenance Research. It includes also the Museum of Asian Art and the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. All three of them are the conveners of this conference. The SPK is proud to be the initiator and administrative leader of the project Traces of Boxer War in German museum collections, shortly the Boxer Project. It involves 7 German museums, from Hamburg in the north to the Museum Fünf Kontinente in the south, and in Munich, where we will spend the next 2 days. As Germany's largest association of museums and cultural institutions, the SPK is fortunate to have a large and diverse team of provenance researchers, perhaps one of the largest teams in the world. Together with our partners, we succeeded in raising funds for the project in 2020 at the German Lost Art Foundation, an institution that fosters and supports provenance research in Germany. We are very proud that we formed the first German joint project of its size and on this topic, and that we were able to win the Palace Museum in Beijing as partners, which is very important for us. After the research initiatives in the field of post-colonial provenance research mainly focused on African colonial collection in its early years, it was very important to also focus the attention to colonial injustice in Asia. Even if China never was fully colonized, foreign powers forced the country to open up to foreign trade and access in the middle of the 19th century. Certain parts of the country were under foreign jurisdiction, and foreign economic and government representatives gained increasing power throughout China. This didn't happen without armed and violent conflicts, which included the looting of imperial, ritual, and private sites. We still don't know how many of the objects looted during these conflicts entered our museum collections. It is our task as museums and research institutions to trace these holdings, to research their provenance, and to talk about the future of these objects. For us, and I think I can speak for all the partners of the projects, provenance research is a central part of today's museum practice and essentially for creating the future of our museums. And it also contributes to the formation of a new mutual global understanding. And joint research and networking are essential parts of this kind of provenance research. We are convinced that provenance research is nothing one can do alone. You need a network, and you need not only a thorough understanding of the objects you are investigating, but also about the way the different research systems work, how archives on different countries, for example, function, which means a wider view and exchange with other experts in the field. It is crucial that we globally connect each other in order to understand the mechanisms of the looting and the networks and the interrelations of the genesis of our collections. That's one of the goals of this conference. I'm sure that the next 2 days will bring you many opportunities to extend our knowledge on the looting mechanisms in Beijing and northern China around 1900, and to get to know colleagues with a wide range of expertise. My deepest gratitude again to Uta Wehrlich and the Museum Fünf Kontinente for hosting the second conference of the Boxer project. And special thanks to our Chinese project partner from the Palace Museum in Beijing for making the long journey to Germany and for making the time to visit our collections. It's extremely important that we do this kind of research together with you. And I do not want to forget to thank to Christine Hobald, leader of our team for postcolonial provenance research at SPK, and with a special expertise on provenance research in the field of East Asian art. Unfortunately, my schedule does not allow me to be with you. I would have liked to do so, be with you in Munich today and tomorrow. However, I wish you many new insights and exciting discussions. I'm sure you will have them, as well as many new contacts which will advance the future research on Boxerloot in museum collections. Thank you very much for your attention.
And I now welcome Yunhong from the Palace Museum to the floor for her opening remarks. Thanks, Yunhong.
Dear colleagues, friends, and guests, it is my great honor and pleasure to be here in Munich today and participate in this conference on behalf of the Palace Museum. First of all, let me say a few words about the Palace Museum. It was established on the basis of the Forbidden City, which was built in the 1940, constructed in 1420 during the Ming Dynasty. And in the year 1925, the Palace Museum as a museum was established on the basis of the Forbidden City, which inherited not only the large architectural complex of the Forbidden City, but also the huge collection, imperial collection, housed in the Forbidden City. So in the year 2025, we are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the Palace Museum. The collection of the Palace Museum, on the basis of the imperial collection, further grew after the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1942, all the way to about 1.8 million objects today. So the Palace Museum became a partner of this project in October 2022. But long before that, even before that, other Chinese institutions had already been engaged and supported this project, including the China National Cultural Heritage Administration, the Shanghai University, and the Chinese Embassy in Germany. And our work in this project has also been warmly encouraged and supported by the National Cultural Heritage Administration and the Chinese Embassy. So after becoming a partner, the Palace Museum organized experts and scholars from both within the museum and other institutions in China to join our team. These experts and scholars, they work in various areas of research, such as painting, sculpture, religious art, musical instruments, architecture, history, books and engravings, ceramics, decorative art, as well as history of art market. During the past over a year, the team has been working very closely with colleagues from the German team on the initial list of 70 objects selected by the 7 German museums, as well as some other objects added later. In this conference, you will be able to hear from some of our team members to talk about the work that they have been doing and some results of their research. So here, on behalf of the Palace Museum and our team, I would like to extend our warmest thanks for the cooperation and hard work of institutions and colleagues from the German side. First of all, we would like to thank the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation for its support for the project on the German side. And also, first of all, Miss Christine Howard, who was my very first contact in this project and whose enthusiasm in the project has brought us all the way to this conference and will later to the conclusion of the project in June this year. And Ms. Kirsten Panhost, who has been working very hard on organizing and facilitating the collaborative work between the two teams. And Ms. Ute Wolich, director of the Museum Fünf Kontinente, who not only worked on the project herself and worked very closely with my colleagues, but also organized this conference as our host and brought us all here. Our thanks also go to colleagues from the 7 German museums for providing so much information on their collection and working with our researchers to bring about so much new knowledge. I would also like to thank and welcome new friends that we are going to meet and listen to in this 2-day conference for bringing your knowledge, expertise, and insights on the subject, which I believe will broaden our view and improve our understanding of not only the Boxerloot itself and its history, but also views on them held by colleagues in the academic world in various countries. I wish the conference a great success and a great opportunity to deepen international collaboration on the subject. Thank you.
Thanks, Yun-Hong. I quickly have to switch the presentation. Great. So, finally, good morning and a warm welcome from me as head of the project Traces of Boxer War in German Museum Collections. My name is Christine Howald and I welcome you in the name of the whole project team from all 7 German museums and together with the project coordinator Kerstin Panhost, who will talk with me but is still sitting here in the first row. We welcome everyone that came, and some of you came a long way to Munich today to discuss, meet and learn here on place. But we also especially welcome our virtual participants from all over the world and from all different kind of time zones. Thanks for joining us today and tomorrow. It's a pity that we cannot see you, but we hope that we will have the opportunity soon. As you already have heard, this is a conference of the joint project Traces of the Boxer War in German Museum Collections, a joint approach, which is being organized by 7 German museums in cooperation with the Beijing Palace Museum under the direction of the Central Archive of the National Museums in Berlin that belong to the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation, a very complicated and big institution. It is funded by the German Lost Art Foundation for a duration of 2.5 years. The aim of our project is to identify potential looted property in the collections of the partner museums in the network, to conduct case studies on selected objects and their translocation history, to research parallels and differences, central actors, places and mechanisms of looting, and to develop a methodological catalogue of criteria in order to facilitate our research. As one main public outcome of the project, we will publish a guideline in 3 languages, in Chinese, English, and German, that will serve as a methodological aid for other collections that have suspected looted property from the Boxer War in their collections. Why is it so important to address this issue? The suppression of the anti-imperialist movement Yihetuan Yundong in 1900, referred to in Western literature as the Boxer Rebellion or Boxer War, was a brutal colonial war campaign. 8 nations were involved, including 20,000 German soldiers, and the 8 nations include the German Empire, France, Great Britain, Italy, Japan, Austria-Hungary, Russia, and the USA. In the month that followed the suppression of the Boxer Rebellion, an extensive and rampant looting took place. The Prussian captain Leo von Troschke, based in Tianjin in autumn 1900, expressed in very short but clear words in a letter to his family, "By the way, there is looting everywhere and an extraordinary amount of it." We will hear a lot more about this topic from Thoralf Klein in the keynote speech in just a couple of minutes. But for me, it's now important to say that this was a plundering context of great dimensions in many respects. The looting went on in Beijing and through northern China for over a year. The looting took place everywhere, in imperial palaces, in temples, in shops, in administrative institutions, and in private households. Accordingly, all kinds of things were looted: paintings, porcelain, lacquer art, temple figurines, clothing, musical instruments, books, etc. Not only members of the Allied troops were involved, but also Western diplomats, traders, missionaries, as well as Chinese actors. In Beijing, a vivid trade in looted goods developed. Amongst others, the British, as usual, established their auction system, and you can see an image of one of these very regular auctions served as visual for our program. Thousands of artifacts from this looting context ended up in public and private collections around the world in the years that followed. The objects often circulated on the art market or in private collections for a long time before they ended up in museums, and we must assume that plunder from the Boxer War is still circulating on the art market today, and of course still is in private households. It is not clear how much plunder from the Boxer War is in museum collections worldwide today. Of course, especially journalists always would like to know how many pieces do you have in your collections, but so far we can't answer that question. But we can assume that it counts thousands of objects in total. A comprehensive and systematic investigation is only at its beginning, and we hope that we are contributing an important cornerstone to this urgent research topic with our project in general and this conference in specific. This is the first conference on this important topic. Now, I will leave you this quotation. This is the first international conference on this important topic. It is the first time to bring international colleagues from museums, universities, and other fields together. And also the first time we have the opportunity to see our Chinese partners in the project in person. Our aim is to open an international dialogue on the Boxerloot in museum collections with a focus on historical looting and trading practices. We are looking forward to discussing methods, results, and challenges of provenance research on objects suspected to have been looted in China in the context of the Boxer War, and to think about the future outline of research in this area. We are aware of the fact that the joint research on the topic is at its beginning and that important discussions on, for example, terminology still have to be done. We therefore put the Western used term Boxer War in commas and hope to launch a conversation on it the next 2 days. How and in which way, Kerstin Panhoff will explain in a couple of minutes. It is important for us to note that discussions on legal questions, especially the one on restitution, will have to be excluded from this conference, as we are not the decision makers, we are the researchers, and this would be another conference, and we hope that it can take place soon, but we are just not the people to discuss this very important issue. I now give the word to Kerstin for some practical information.
So, another hello and welcome from my side. My name is Kerstin Panhoff, and I'm the coordinator of the research project that you just heard a lot about. And I'm mainly going to give you some housekeeping rules and also just some very short information on what you can expect the next 2 days. And I'm looking into the audience and very glad to see so many both familiar and new faces here, and look forward to discussing with all of you the next 2 days. You've all gotten the program already in the papers that you got downstairs at the registration, so I'm just going to skip over some of the important parts. You can see the individual talks in here. After I start, there will be the introductory keynote by Thoralf Klein, which will also be the introduction into this topic for those of you who are maybe not as familiar with the context of the Boxer War yet. As you see, there's a lunch break in the program. So there's no lunch here in the museum, but there are many cafes in the vicinity. You can ask our colleagues down in the registration area or other colleagues from Munich. But they suggested 3 cafes for me that I'm just going to name for you as an example. So there's a Café Petit Habibi, there's a Café Höflinger, and a Café Duchatz, which are really in the very close vicinity of the museum and offer some light food for lunch. But you're welcome to explore. There's quite a lot in the vicinity because we're very in a central location, so I'm sure that you can find some delicious food. So as you see, there's 2 different types of panels. There's the panel 1, 2, 3, and then there's the research practice panels. So the research practice panels are really coming from the center of our project. So they're focusing more on specific case studies on either single objects or a very small group of objects. And they're all held in tandem with one colleague from the Palace Museum in Beijing and one colleague from one of the 7 museums involved in the project. And the other panels are focusing more on broader and like more general topics. This evening, as Uta Werlich already said, everyone is invited downstairs to the lobby at 6:30 for a get-together. On Friday, just to make sure everyone understood this, as Uta Werlich already mentioned, there's the 2, actually we have 3 options for the space where it says museum visit. Because the third option, of course, you can always, if you feel you've heard enough talks and maybe you need some quiet time, you're very welcome to visit the exhibitions downstairs on your own, and maybe it's also very worthwhile to look at those. And the other 2 guided tours, there's lists downstairs, and starting from the coffee break at 11 today, you can put your name on one of the lists. They're going to be at the same time, so don't put your name on both lists. You have to choose one, unfortunately. So one being the Residence Museum, which is mainly a Chinese porcelain collection, mainly from the turn of the 18th century, so it's a quite early collection. I mean, came here around that time. They were produced earlier. And the second one is also highly recommended, a tour on provenance research here at the museum by Richard Hölzel, the provenance researcher here. Oops. There are 3 talks that will be held in Chinese that will have a consecutive translation. In case you hear someone talking in the back during the talks, that's the That's the translation for our colleagues who are not as familiar with English. So they have headphones on, just so you don't wonder why there's someone in the back talking in case you hear them. We have to be very strict with timekeeping because, as you see, we have quite a full program. We have a lot that we want to cover in these days. So we have learned from previous conferences that we're going to have to be strict. And all the speakers know how much time they have. And once they only have 3 minutes left, we're going to be holding up these wonderful yellow cards. Oh, I'm sorry. Waving them up so the speakers know you have 3 minutes left. And once your time is almost up and you have 1 minute left, I'm going to start, or one of us in the front row is going to start waving this little red card. I'm sorry, but I think that's a good way to keep you on track. Because otherwise I think we're going to run into trouble with the program. Across from the back entrance, there's also, I don't know, some of you may have already seen it, we have a very small exhibition that goes with this conference. It's contemporary art that's inspired by this project. The artist Claire Burnett, who is in the audience. She's sitting back there waving. You can see her. She's turned, which I think is really wonderful, modern mass-produced Chinese objects into unique objects, involving a process with about 40 coats of a traditional form of European lacquer, which was a form that was conceived in the 17th century in trying to copy Chinese lacquer. If you want to know more about this, there's a QR code that you can scan, but the best thing, of course, is just go and talk to her, I think, and get the information from her directly. I want to draw your attention to the fact, you've probably already seen this, we are filming in the back, and we are doing a live stream on YouTube, and we will also be taking photos in between, just for your information. So, yeah. So we will have also, so hello to everyone who's watching us in the digital space, just everyone, so that you're aware. The second thing that you may have noticed on your way in here, there's 3 very large red boards standing outside the door. And please pay attention to these because we've decided we want this to be a really interactive conference. And as you see, we're all sitting in this kind of auditorium style. So we decided to add a second level of discussion. We will have a Q&A at the end of every talk, of course. But we've also decided to add a written form of discussion. So we've added 5 impulse questions, and there's some cards lying around and pens and tape. So during the whole conference, during the whole 2 days, please feel free both to answer these questions, but also to add new questions of your own for your colleagues to answer. And at the closing, at the end of the conference, we will use all of these written discussions as well to draw a final conclusion for the conference. There's a fixed side to the board which says round table on it, because at the end of the conference there will be a round table discussion. And if you think of any questions that you'd like us to ask the panelists, you're very welcome to add your questions there as well. We'll do our best to include as many of the questions as possible. Let me see if I've forgotten anything. Yeah, I think we just encourage you all to start talking to each other, discuss in written form, but also just face-to-face. Use the coffee breaks, use the lunch breaks, use the get-together in the evening to talk to each other. And remember that we're an international research community here today, that we are all bringing along a different kind of expertise, different opinions and insights. And in discussions with each other, I'm sure we're going to discover lots of different viewpoints, maybe on some both contemporary and historical topics. So we would just encourage everyone to try and talk to as many different people as possible and meet everyone with respect and try to learn something new today. And that's all from my side, and I'm going to pass back to Christine Howald.
Talking about timekeeping, we are bad in time already. But there is one last or 2 last things to do. One is I totally forgot. I wanted our project partners to stand up, please, that you can see who are the 7, or we are not 7 due to illness, unfortunately, but partners from the German side first, and then also the ones from the Chinese side that are here, that you have the faces. Okay, they are all sitting in the first row, but may our German partners please stand up and just greet the audience. It's 7 German museums, and we have Wiebke Schrape from the Museum für Kunst und Gewerbe in Hamburg, and Silvia Gaetti, Museum für angewandte Kunst in Leipzig, Katharina Weiler, Museum Angewandte Kunst in Frankfurt am Main, and that's it. Sorry. Oh, Emma. I'm so sorry. The face changed. Emma Lin from the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. And of course, Uta Wehrlich here from the Museum Fünf Kontinente that you already know. And now I would like to ask our Chinese colleagues just to shortly stand up from the Palace Museum so that you have the face. In this case, you will have the chance to meet everyone because most of them are talking. I will not present them one by one. But finally, before our keynote starts, as you can imagine, there are many people involved in organizing such a conference, and it's first time to thank them. We thank every colleague in Munich, Beijing, Berlin, Hamburg, Leipzig, Frankfurt for their support. But our greatest gratitude goes to the Museum Fünf Kontinente for hosting this event and for making sure that we have enough drink and food for the next days. Thanks a lot, Uta, and all colleagues from the museum here. And of course, the German Lost Art Foundation for financially supporting this conference and the whole project. Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, none of the colleagues from the German Lost Art Foundation can be here today, but maybe they are watching. Thanks a lot. We are excited to see where the next 2 days are taking us. Please be active, use the boards, and follow what Kerstin already said. Talk to each other and take advantage of the fact that we are all here. And before starting with specific insights into the processes of looting, the acquisition of loot and its handling, we want to give you a general overview into the practices and discourses of plunder around 1900. And I'm just struggling with also making sure that we have the PowerPoint. No, what does it say? So I first do this and then the next. We are very delighted to have one of the most established experts as keynote speaker for this first international conference on Boxerloot. It's Thoralf Klein. He is a reader in Chinese and global history at Loughborough University in the United Kingdom. His research focuses on the relationship between China and the wider world in the last 200 years. One of his interests lay in the history of imperialism and colonialism, especially the connection with military violence. Since more than 20 years, Thoralf Klein is researching the Boxer War and is one of the specialists in this field. His latest edited volume on the topic, The Boxer War, Media and Memory, and I will open because I brought you. Oh no, it's not there anymore. Sorry. I wanted to show you the cover of the book, but we missed it. It's somewhere else. His latest edited volume on the topic, The Boxer War, Media and Memory of an Imperialist Intervention, was published in 2020, and a Chinese translation will be published this year. Thoralf Klein will talk about, is looting civilized, plundering during the Boxer War, practices and discourses. The floor is yours, Thoralf Klein.
Nee, das ist nicht meins. Kann ich irgendwo mal Manuskript? Okay, thank you. Thank you in particular to the organizers for inviting me, for having me here. Thank you for getting in touch when you did. I think it was really the right time. And also for giving me the opportunity to share a few ideas with you. I'm very honored to give this talk, and it partly leads me into new territory in the sense that I have, as Christine Howald has just said, mostly worked on issues of military violence and on media, and not so much on looting. So this really was interesting to reread some of the sources that I engaged with previously, and look at them really in terms of looting. I'm hoping that the PowerPoint is relatively in order. There should be something, there's I think something missing, but it doesn't really matter. So, to begin with, I wanted to share with you the episode that has probably brought me as close to objects looted during the Boxer War as I'll probably ever get. And this happened in Cologne about 20 years ago when I was still teaching in Germany, and I had agreed to give a talk to a private group of China enthusiasts hosted by the in-laws of one of my oldest university friends. And either before or after the talk, I was shown various Chinese objects that this family had acquired, among them 2 teacups that the grandfather, or maybe great-great-grandfather of my hosts, had brought home after participating in the Boxer War. Now, memory is a volatile thing, but I'm quite sure I picked them up and actually touched them, so I probably never get that close again. And I also recall a certain sense of embarrassment that I felt. I had already published my first book chapter on the Boxer War, so I knew about the background and I knew about the problematic context in which the objects so proudly presented actually had come to be where they were. So I didn't quite know what to say to my kind and well-meaning hosts, and I probably avoided stepping on their toes. But if I reflect on this episode now, 20 years after it happened, I think it was the historical context that made me feel uncomfortable, and not so much the object as such and the way it was likely to have found its way to Germany. Some significant research on looting during the Boxer War, and more generally as part of the Imperialist Project, was already out there. I named James Heavier as probably the greatest living authority on the issue. But a public discussion of the topic was not yet on the horizon, even 20 years ago, I think. Now, in the intervening 2 decades, the picture has changed dramatically, certainly as far as public institutions are concerned at both the national and international levels. Museums in particular have begun to problematize those parts of their holdings that were acquired in colonial or more broadly imperialistic contexts, and they have begun to develop new forms of exhibiting them. There are some authors who even question the very role of the museums as institutions that emerged historically in close connection with Western imperialism and colonialism, and accordingly they have called for a decolonization of the museum as such. Now, underpinning the critique of problematic, or to use Kurt Eberspecher's very apt term, toxic objects, are moral assumptions about what kind of country we want to be in a globalized and multicultural context, and about what the current relationship between the Euro-American hemisphere and other parts of the world should look like. How this relationship has played out in the past must be part of the attempt at fostering new conversations around these assumptions, of which this conference is a very valuable part. Now, as I see it, the role of my talk within the context of this conference is a straightforward one. It is to provide a broad conceptual framework within which to situate the more specialist research, from which I actually hope to learn a lot. I will engage with my task by recapitulating 3 points, or maybe one's recapitulating and hopefully the other 2 will add a little bit of insights. So firstly, I will provide an overview of the origins, developments, and outcomes of the Boxer War. Next, I will address the practices of looting in Beijing and other parts of North China, combining a systematic evaluation of influencing factors with an analysis of situational contexts and interactions. And then finally, I will look at strategies of legitimizing as well as criticizing the plundering of Beijing and North China. For the second and third parts, I will use mostly published sources. I will stay very close to them, and I will show you quite a few quotations, and you will get to know some of the actors and commentators hopefully quite well during my talk. The discussion of how looted objects ended up in Western museums is outside of my remit. I will leave that to the many more competent experts in this room. And in my conclusion, I will try to address each of my key points in the context of the moral imperatives of today. So let's then come to the first section, the Boxer War origins, developments, and outcomes. And as Christina Howald has already said, the Boxer War is best described as a multinational, imperialistic military intervention. Its aim was not to conquer new territories or develop new forms of domination, but to uphold the imperialistic status quo in China, or more precisely, the Qing Empire, and I will use these terms interchangeably, in response to an international crisis caused by the emergence of the Boxer movement. 8 states, Christina Howald has already mentioned them, but I recapitulate them. So Austria-Hungary, France, Germany, Great Britain, Italy, Japan, Russia, and the United States were militarily engaged in this intervention, and representatives of another 3 governments, namely Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain, participated in the subsequent peace negotiations. In one particular phase, from late June to early September 1900, the war is best characterized as an interstate war, while in its later stages, it came much closer to the punitive, so-called punitive expeditions that were a typical feature of 19th and 20th century colonial wars. Now, the war was not planned by either side, but it resulted from the mismanagement of the Boxer crisis, the Yihetuan crisis, by both the Chinese government and the Allied powers. However, there were 4 structural factors that underlay its outbreak. The first was the Western informal empire in China, by which I mean, it's not a very good term actually, informal empire, but I mean by it the forcible integration of China into the imperialist world order. We've heard this already several times this morning. China was never formally colonized, but the Western powers, including the United States and Japan, had wrested a number of legal and economic privileges from the Qing dynasty. Most notable, extraterritoriality, low import tariffs that allowed Westerners to compete favorably on the Chinese market. And then, beginning in the late 1890s, beginning actually with this event, the German occupation of Jiaozhou Bay in November 1897, a number of foreign powers each seized at least one bridgehead along the Chinese coast to facilitate the economic penetration of China. I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of a funny pop-up window here. Let me see if I can get rid of it. Yeah, so this is a very crude, but I think very graphic idea of the spheres of influence that were being carved out in the late 1890s. There was a second factor. This was the internal court politics. In 1898, the young emperor launched a reform project, the so-called 100 Days Reform, and he was basically put under house arrest by his aunt, the Empress Dowager Cixi, who you see here. And the problem was that the Western powers objected to what had happened and demanded the reinstating of the emperor to his rightful place. At least this was how it appeared from Cixi's perspective, and this caused friction between the European diplomats and the Qing court. A third factor was the presence of missionaries who intervened into the social fabric of North China. this was not necessarily a peaceful society. This was already a society marked by a high degree of collective violence, and the missionaries in a way step in and add a new dimension and also intensify these conflicts. And then the third underlying factor was a series of natural disasters, floods in 1898 and a drought in 1900 that created a major both ecological and economic crisis. And it is in this context that the Boxer movement emerges. It emerges first in the province of Shandong, and I don't know if I can actually use the cursor. Can you see it? Can you see the cursor? Hopefully not. But this map gives you a bit of an idea of the extent of the Boxer movement. So it originates on the Shandong Peninsula, which is the area that you see protruding eastward into the sea. That's the Shandong Peninsula. That's where the movement originates. And as you can see, it spreads over much of northern China. Now, the Boxers, and I tended to call them Boxers, but their self-designation initially was Ihre, so the Boxers, as it's translated in English actually, united in righteousness, and at a later stage when they acquire the official status of militia, they are then renamed into Ihre, so the militia united in righteousness. The Boxers were a popular religious cultural movement rooted very much in rural popular culture, and they were a religious movement in the sense that they were diagnosing the causes of the existing ecological, economic crises, and they were identifying the foreigners, and then in a secondary line, the Chinese Christians as the cause. And so this cause had to be basically eliminated for the previous stability to return. Boxers engaged in invulnerability rituals that were said to make them basically invulnerable to Western weapons, especially Western guns. So the Boxers form around 1898 and throughout 1899 attack primarily Chinese Christians, not foreigners. And that changes at the end of 1899, possibly. There's a bit of discussion around that, when a British missionary is killed, and the Western media pick this up and basically, for the first time, take notice of the Boxer movement. Whether it was actually Boxers that killed him is not entirely clear. But then in the spring of 1900, more foreigners get killed. And this basically leads to a situation that increasingly spirals out of control. So the Western diplomatic representatives are demanding of the Qing court to do something and suppress the Ihre, the Boxers. And the court fails at that, and as a result, the Western powers take steps to basically deal with the situation themselves. They concentrate warships off Dagu, where you see right bottom corner. You see, the warships there, and they dispatch military units to defend the legations quarter in Beijing, which you see there at the distance, and on the 10th of June 1900, they dispatch about 2,000 strong expedition composed of Marines under the command of a British admiral to relieve the legations in Beijing. And this is basically the de facto start of the war on the 10th of June 1900. A week later, after having issued an ultimatum, the Western Navy seizes the Dagu force, which you also see towards the bottom of the image. And when the Qing court learns of this, it reacts with its own ultimatum, basically telling the foreign legations, you've got to leave Beijing within 48 hours. And initially, the ministers, as they're called, the foreign ministers, are intending to comply with this, but then something happens, namely the German minister is killed, Clemens von Ketteler, on the 20th of June 1900, and he's killed by a Chinese soldier, not by a Boxer. And as a result of that, the Westerners decide to stay and fight it out. And a day later, after the Qing court has learned of the capture of the Dagu force, the Qing court issues not a declaration, not a formal declaration of war to the Western powers, but an edict to its own population, it basically where it says hostilities have commenced and we're now at war with the foreigners. So begins the Boxer War basically with two sieges. If we go back to this image here, the siege of Tianjin, where the foreigners are holed up in the Western concessions, the areas that they occupy within the city, and then in two sites in Beijing, namely the legations quarter just south of the imperial city and the Beitang or Northern Cathedral. The first expedition basically gets about halfway to Beijing, then has to return. The Allies then put together 10 times as strong, so 20,000 strong expedition, a relief expedition that by the 14th of July 1900 relieves the Westerners in Beijing and on the 14th of August. And the dates become a bit more relevant when we talk about looting. They basically relieve the legations quarter on the 14th of August, and a day later they relieve the Northern Cathedral as well. There were around 1,000 foreigners in Beijing, but there also were, and this is often forgotten, there were about 3,000 to 4,000 Chinese Christians as well, and they were also under siege very much from both the Boxers and the regular Qing army. And this is the important point, of course, should mention that as well. When the Qing court issues this edict, of course, it becomes a regular war because now the Qing army, which is a modern army, is committed to the fight as well. But in the end, the Allies are victorious, and they, after the relief of Beijing, they occupy the city. They divide it up in a number of sectors. Each of the participating armies gets one sector to occupy, and then basically what they do is they scour the countryside for boxers. Yeah, they're for so-called boxer lairs, and they're basically occupying, conquering, storming places like, for example, this one here, Liangxiang, where you have British colonial troops fighting alongside German soldiers and occupying Liangxiang. You can see the thrust of the major punitive expeditions on this map. Especially important is the one to Baodingfu in October and November 1900, which is also often seen as a turning point because whereas up to that point, violence is absolutely rampant, during and after the expedition, the Allies take more steps to rein in the soldiers, to rein in wanton killings and wanton plunder. However, while a lot of the officers actually kind of adhere to this new policy, they turn a blind eye to when their subordinates, the common soldiers, kill and loot. So this policy is there, but it's not entirely enforced. I can't really talk about a lot of the atrocities. So there are mass killings during the storming of villages. There are executions. There is violence against objects as well. You can see the exam halls are being destroyed. And this is already part of another dimension of the warfare, which is the symbolic warfare that is being carried out against institutions of the Qing state, such as the examination system. In the end, or I should probably say, while these so-called punitive expeditions are underway, the Qing court is already negotiating with 11 countries, and in the end, they negotiate a document called the Boxer Protocol, which is signed on the 7th of September 1901, and which formally concludes the war. And it inflicts on China a number of partly material and partly symbolic punishments. The execution of officials who supported the Boxers, examinations are forbidden for a couple of years in places where foreigners were killed. And And then China has to pay a huge indemnity, about 67.5 million pounds sterling, to be paid until 1940, mind you, 1940. And so these are, and then a number of measures are taken to basically prevent or to strengthen the security of foreigners in China. And it's important, and I want to flag this here already, that the justification for the intervention is actually an act of what James Heavey has called the imperialist pedagogy. So it's about teaching China a lesson, basically punishing China for what it has done, namely to turn its back on international law, to attack foreign diplomats, and so China has got to be punished for what it has done, and it has to give guarantees that such an act will not happen again in the future. And I think the last point that I should clarify, and of course there's a lot of criticism of that as well, especially on the political left in a number of European countries, the Anti-Imperialist League in the United States, and so on. So I think that the final point I want to talk about briefly is the legal situation, because this is sometimes brought up by the critics of the intervention. And this is that, of course, in the year before the Boxer War, the Hague Convention respecting the laws of customs and of war on land was signed, and China was actually represented at the conference. And it signed a number of the declarations, it signed the final act and a number of the conventions, but this convention, this specific one, it did not sign until 1904. So there was, in the sense of international law, a gray area or a legal vacuum that made it easier for the Western powers to justify their conduct in China. Okay, so I want to talk now about practices of looting, and I'm already, I think, well underway, so I need to be a bit shorter. So what I want to do is I want to distinguish two practices of looting, two types of looting. The one, maybe first I start with a definition of what I understand by looting. For the purposes of this talk, I define looting as the taking of items irrelevant to subsistence, so I'm distinguishing between requisitioning and looting. Taking of items irrelevant to subsistence for political reasons, for private gain, or as a memento or present, generally, though not always, without the consent of the rightful legal owners. And I regard each act of loot both as a singular event and as part of a larger pattern influenced by a combination of factors. One is the category of looters. So I distinguish basically three groups for convenience sake: soldiers, missionaries, because missionaries were singled out in a number of ways, and civilians. And these three groups acted either in really large groups, in smaller bands, or individually. And there were a number of acts of looting that really needed some sort of political backing or political decision by the Army High Command. And probably the most obvious of them is the dismantling of the astronomical observatory in Beijing by the Germans and the French. And you can see this is really a big undertaking because you need the scaffolding in order actually to take the instruments away. There are other acts. For example, the Japanese emptying of the Qing treasury, or the Russian looting of the Summer Palace that come up in a similar way, that needed really kind of authorization from the High Command and also a huge logistical effort. There are other objects, stone slabs or bells, that also need collective action on a somewhat smaller and more localized scale. But there was also a lot of individual looting, and one of the I think I need to come back to my basic distinction now. So we've looked at the coordination. Timing played a certain role. because the high noon of looting, you might say, is really in the days after the relief of the legation, so after the 14th, 15th of August, and then things quieten down a bit. Looting doesn't really completely stop, never completely stops, but it becomes probably less. But there were other acts such as the opening of the Forbidden City on the 28th of August that actually create new opportunities for looting. This actually is a later occasion, but the military parade on the 28th looks pretty similar to this one here. And then finally, a last factor were the objects themselves. And we have already had a bit of a list from Christine Howald, but let me just give my own, and this again, not comprehensive, so we've got porcelain, silks, furs, paintings, lacquerware, religious objects of various shapes and sizes, from large bells to a small kind of so-called wooden fish, a muyu, which is a Buddhist percussion instrument. There are weapons, there are books, all of that is taken. As important as the size of an object was an understanding of what was actually valuable. There were reports that common soldiers had a preference for bullion, for gold or silver. Indian colonial troops acquired a reputation for going after precious and semi-precious stones as well as pearls. And Friedrich Wilhelm Karl Müller, an expert in Chinese art dispatched by the Berlin Ethnological Museum with the support of the Foreign Office in Berlin to acquire Chinese artifacts, he found that soldiers had cut open wooden statues of deities to look for more valuable things inside. We know of other cases where soldiers destroyed valuable objects by using them for practical purposes, not least as fuel. They basically burned them in order to keep warm in the Chinese autumn and winter. So this brings me back to these two forms of looting. So primary or direct looting, I've called the one, which is basically where the pillager had to take the objects from a Chinese owner, regardless of whether that owner was present or not. And the second one that I refer to as secondary or indirect looting includes those cases where looted objects were acquired through the mediation of other Westerners or even Chinese. And I should add, I think this also was mentioned in passing earlier, that of course, yes, there was also Chinese who looted. It was not just the Westerners, it was also Chinese. And the Boxers had looted before the Western troops actually even reached Beijing. Right, so the most widespread method of direct looting was what we would probably call downright theft. So the plunderers capitalized on the absence of Chinese owners, relinquishing de facto control over their property. And this, of course, benefited from the insecurity that immediately followed the Allied occupation of Beijing, where then a lot of people fled from aristocrats to shop owners and left their properties vacant, and the foreigners move in and take things out. The Forbidden City is a really interesting case, which is opened on the 28th of August, and palaces were generally apparently sealed, but the seals were broken whenever there were visitors, and there were a lot of visitors to those palaces. And there is a description where a British officer describes how the visitors stuff things into their pockets, and he notes one in particular who makes away with a sackload. He brought a bag and bags things in and then kind of makes his way out of the Forbidden City. Another case is that of this man here, missionary William Scott Amand, who basically seizes two temples from two palaces of aristocrats, and basically houses Chinese Christians in there, who, of course, are destitute at this point in time, and then begins to sell off the contents of these palaces in order to provide food for the Christians. A third case I want to quote from the diary of a German soldier, ends up as a non-commissioned officer, Heinrich Haslinde, which is interesting because it in a way bridges the transition to the second type of looting. So he says, we only emptied a few pawn shops in which the Chinese deposit those things they don't need immediately and get them out each time they need them. Of course, I made sure I got my share. That's important. Of course, I made sure I got my share. I took for myself 3 wholly new and good furs, and moreover a large batch of silk. I will now send you the things, but urgently ask you to keep them well in Olmstede, that's his hometown in North Germany, and don't give anything away. Upon my arrival in Olmstede, I will give the things away and distribute them. Yeah, so he's basically bestowing presents for his family and friends. And we don't know, but I know from other sources that those pawn shops were generally well kept and well locked. So either there were people there, or maybe there were not people there, but then the pawn shop was broken into, literally, by these German soldiers. And this brings me to the second part where there are people present, and this is really almost, really like robbery. And I give you a very graphic example from the diary of Hua Xuelan, a scholar official in Beijing at the time, who was faced with these plunderers. So on the morning of the 24th day, which is the 18th of August, there were 2 Westerners leading several Chinese Christians down our lane, pushing open doors and searching for silver and valuables to plunder. When they came to the house, one Westerner grabbed my clothing and wouldn't let go, ordering the others to search for things. One Westerner carried a Western rifle, the other a knife. Besides, they had 2 axes to smash doors and open chests and wardrobes. As they were about to go, they left a white banner that had Western characters written on it to hang above our doorway. They took, and now look what they took. They took silver and Western money, 1 sable gown, so fur, 1 female dress, 1 clock, 1 head ornament and 1 wooden chest, a mule, a water wheel, and a pear-shaped tea set. They were also searching for a thin-heeled pair of boots, but I answered them I had no such thing. And then, comes what the neighbor tells them, let's go down to the end. When they heard this, they prepared to leave. Luckily, I had changed my silver into several hundred or 1,000 strings of cash, so copper money, in other words, 2 days before. If I hadn't, it would all have been looted, and how would I then get by? So get an idea of the threat of violence that underpins the interaction, and also the potential impact on Hua Xuelan's livelihood. Yeah, so this is I think one of the most graphic descriptions that I have seen of how this type of looting actually worked. I've got another one which is a bit weird. It comes from a man called Jasper Whiting, was an American that was the war correspondent of the Westminster Gazette, and he basically accompanies the British troops to Baoding, and he gets stranded in a Chinese village and he panics. And in his panic, he draws his revolver and he commands the people, the villagers, to kneel down. And here's what happened next. Many people fell at once to their knees, but one man, with a savage look on his face, ran into a house in evident excitement. I jumped from my pony and, giving the reins to my mafu, so the groom, ran after the man and discovered him in an outhouse, searching for something under old straw. With a whip, I lashed him across the head and motioned him to bring forth the article. And to my surprise, he handed me not silver or jewels or treasure, but a muzzle-loaded gun ready for firing. I grabbed it, and at the same time, I think I grabbed the man by his pigtail and attempted to make my way out, but the people had crowded about, and it was almost impossible. Sticks and stones fell about my head like hail. I could not manage both the man and the gun, so I dropped the pigtail and ran outside. So what strikes me is Whiting is somebody who was actually quite critical of some of the looting. And we don't know whether his intention was to loot, but what struck me in this passage is that the first thing he expects the man to produce is actually lootable objects, rather than thinking, okay, I've just been aggressive, so this guy might actually try to defend himself, right? No, the first thing that comes to his mind is there are things to loot. And that struck me. Otherwise, his account is quite critical of looting. But I'll describe that later, with qualifications. Right. When we come to secondary forms of looting, the most evident one is the auction system. Sorry, I need to come back to this later. Let's go to the auction system, which has already been described, and it's well known in the literature. I'm not going into any details here. I'm just trying to give you a few impressions of how this worked. And here I have the diary of Hans Adalbert von Stockhausen. He was a German lieutenant. And he writes, these days I've been able, this is in January 1901, so looting is still going on. These days I have been able, through the mediation of an English officer, to acquire 5 rolls of silk for 15 Mexican dollars in a temple the British call Looting Hall. And that fascinated me, that the British call it Looting Hall, according to him. In this looting hall, all valuables allegedly looted by Indian troops during the first days after the capture of Peking had been gathered, in order to avoid giving the impression of plunder. So this is important. They tried to avoid giving the impression of plunder. These valuables were sold to bidders at fixed prices for the benefit of the Indian soldiers. And that's a pretty typical one for this auction system. And there are a lot of other sources. You know, where can you buy cheap? You can buy cheap from the British. But we also know that Indian soldiers sell goods on the side. And also American soldiers. They also, so when Jasper Whiting, who we just read the excerpt from, he inquires from an old resident of Beijing, an old Western resident, where can I buy cheap things? And he says, oh, go to the American soldiers, and he buys things pretty cheaply, and he describes how much he paid. So the last point then is, and this brings me back to the buying from Chinese. And I find this image really fascinating because what I think it suggests is that these purchases, yeah, they were in a sense legal, did not take place in a vacuum, but really show, this image I think very clearly shows the power differential, right? So we've got the soldier with, you know, his saber and his uniform, and then the Chinese vendor. However, there were quite different impressions from what actually transpired. Sir Norman Stewart, who was one of the British commanders, the British general, for example, says the Chinese vendors, they know that a lot of their goods are looted and these goods cost them nothing. And so they always smile, you know, when they have done business with us, because they know they have basically outwitted us in the purchase. Now, Hans Adalbert von Stockhausen had a much more positive impression from the purchases that he made. So let me read this. In the street markets and in the very respectable Chinese curio shops, it was possible to acquire very beautiful items. In the shops, one was served very obligingly and never without an invitation to tea, all after protracted haggling about the price. If one wanted to purchase something really good, one needed to have an irreproachable interpreter by one's side, someone who was able to correctly assess the mentality of a Chinese trader. Rarely did the purchase price amount to more than 1/5, if not 1/10 of the asking price. In addition to porcelain and bronzes, I could also purchase a piece of wonderfully embroidered brown silk for 60 Mexican dollars, which was reportedly intended for a Chinese imperial garment. Now, whether that was a trick by the Chinese seller, you know, to hook him on the object, we don't know. Might be, might not be. And another war correspondent, George Lynch, an Anglo-Irish man, had a specific trick that he recommended. When offered a china cup or saucer, the correct thing to do is look at the mark at the bottom, yeah, to see what reign period it was produced in, as if one understood what it meant, and shake the head. With a fur, you invariably blow upon it. I am sure I do not know why. Yeah, so he's kind of Lynch was one of the most vocal critics of the conduct of the foreign troops. Yeah, so he's trying to distance himself from that. And of course, what we don't know in this case is whether these objects were, in a way, looted or not. But we have, and a lot of, so Norman Stewart, for example, he assumed that a lot of these objects were, in fact, looted. So this is then a form of indirect or secondary looting. But I want to conclude with Müller's assessment. And Müller listed all the articles, and in many cases listed where he had got them from. And he had a number of things that he describes that he actually bought. Wooden Buddha figure with a silver-plated forehead spot. And I think the point is here, Big Bell Temple. So I've amended the big here. Everything else is Niklas Leverentz's translation. I hope we'll meet later on. The point was the end. So the first one, this wooden Buddha figure. The priest burned incense and threw himself down multiple times in front of the idol before he handed it over to me. It was obviously hard for him to part with it. Yeah, and this comes, I'm sorry. So we see how hard it was, and we really don't know by which means he was actually induced to really part with this object that he so valued and cherished. In crate 76, this, which was also a very nice piece, was sold to me for a ridiculously low price after my intervention relieved the temples from a band of robbers who came every night. Before, they did not want to sell this piece, neither to me nor to others. So here we are, of course, already in the spring of 1901, when apparently it is possible for Chinese owners to hold on to their possessions, right? So the owner was able to basically reject buying offers and then, according to Müller, sold it out of gratitude to him. And the last one, if the owners had not been so poor, it would not have been possible to buy such a large subagan. So here it's really, it's the poverty. And this brings us back to the photo initially, because in the second and third cases, Müller is clearly benefiting from his both political and military and economic capital. Right? So this is not necessarily a transaction between equals. We also have cases, by the way, where people who weren't able to loot themselves because they didn't have the time were actually provided by friends or fellow soldiers. Okay, this brings me to the discourses on looting, legitimization and critique. And I want to start with the legitimization and want to talk about various ways of justifying loot. And I want to start really with the mindset of some of the people who had gone through the siege in the legations quarter. And here's a very interesting one. And as you've already noted, I'm hopping quite randomly and wildly between different nationalities. This is a report by Paula von Rosthorn, the wife of the Austrian charge d'affaires. So one day, this is her husband, Arthur, called a Belgian volunteer, so a civilian who had fought during the siege, of our company at table, who every day brought home whole cartloads of curios, furs, and such like, saying, "Now, what have you looted again today?" The man became pale with anger, sprang to his feet, and said, "How can you claim I loot? The Chinese have taken all my property after all, have destroyed all I possessed. Isn't it fair if I take a few trinkets to keep them as mementos of this horrible time?" And this is an attitude that I've also found in other sources, this idea of, we want to have it out on the Chinese and we want to basically punish them or take our revenge for what they put us through. This is one way. Another way of justifying loot is claiming that these were objects of Western origin. For example, the dismantling of the observatory was originally a French idea because some of the objects had been donated by Louis XIV. And by the same token, the German High Command prevents objects that were donated by various Prussian kings from being transported away by the Russians. And these objects are returned to the German legation. So that also happened. And then yet another one is, just need to see, is the idea that not the object was important, but basically the action. So if you have purchased something, no matter its provenance, you didn't loot. So I am beginning to hate the sound of the word loot. If you do happen to pick up an article which seems good, and for which you have paid the price, you were at once asked, "Where did you loot that?" Remember Rosthorn. Even those who ought to know better seem to doubt your honesty. Life under such conditions is a bit degrading. Yeah, so this is the legal argument that if you bought an article in good faith, it wasn't looted. And the same people often, in the next paragraph, go on to then say looting was a disease. So they use medical language. Looting was a disease and therefore was basically, if you didn't take the object, someone else would. So basically, people were following the bad example of others. Another tactic was to single out others. So other people did the looting, but we didn't. So I have cases from a British source and Austro-Hungarian source where they say, we didn't touch anything, but the Russians and the Germans, they all touched things and took them away. Indian troops were particularly singled out in that context as well. And partly because, they were seen as culturally and religiously different. So you've got that as well. And then another group that is often singled out are the missionaries. And because I'm running out of time, and this has been already indicated to me, I just want to show you two things. A headline by the left-wing paper L'Aurore, in China, our bandit priests, or the bandit priests, and then down there, pious bandits. Yeah, so missionaries in France in particular drew a lot of criticism. And I'm jumping that, but I'm showing you the title page of La Vie Illustrée of 1st February 1901. And this was created by a very famous illustrator at the time, Jules Grandjouan, who placed the missionary in the center of the looting scene, right? And again highlights the collusion between the missionaries and the military, which also comes out in other French texts at the time. And then finally, this is Mark Twain, who sparks a debate with this missionary William Amand, which I only have begun to look into. It's huge because even tiny little local papers report on this controversy. That would be really worth an article, I think, in itself. But finally, because I have really not talked so much about the critics, let me just give you one, and I'll conclude with this one. And this is basically trying to not single out a specific group, but really to as did actually Mark Twain to a degree, cut at the core of the looting project. And this is a review of reviews, and they come back actually to the Hague Convention. The representatives of the great powers, which at The Hague solemnly forbade the seizure of private property, have looted the capital of China, a country with which they are not technically at war. We have flung away the garb of civilization and are acting like our piratical ancestors in the day of the Vikings. Civilization is but skin deep, and the restraint which conscience endeavors to place upon the human brood have snapped under the strain of events in China. So this is, in a way, the Boxer War is seen by its defenders as this war of civilization, Western civilization based on international law against a China that has relapsed into barbarism. But the critics often turn this discourse on its head by saying the real barbarians are the Westerners. And in a way, there's always a barbarian in the civilized person. And therefore, and this basically was what played out in China in 1900. I think I've outstayed my welcome here, and therefore I had a bit of a conclusion, but maybe these are ideas I can offer later in the discussions. So I'll leave it there, and I know you all will need a coffee break after this. So thank you very much for your patience and attention. Thanks.
Thanks, Toralf Klein, for this really brilliant insight into the mechanisms and happenings of 1900 in Beijing. I think he got us all in now really being able to start with the whole conference, because we are now all at the same level with the knowledge, knowing what really happened at that time in Beijing. We will have a coffee break now. Initially, we thought we will have a short Q&A, but I think it's much better to have it, and also for reasons of timekeeping, during the coffee break. It's downstairs, and we should all use this coffee break not only to refresh and re-energize, but also to grab Toralf Klein, to discuss, to ask, to dive deeper into what we just heard, and then we can start with the next and our first panel of the conference at 11:30. So enjoy the coffee break, and see you then and talk to you during the coffee break.
The aim of this panel, which is called Looting in Process, is to learn more about specific practices and places of looting during the Boxer War, and to understand the motivations and emotions behind the acts of plundering. The papers focus on specific actors and places of looting, the mechanisms of looting, collecting and distributing the objects on site, as well as differences and similarities between the motivations and practices of the nations involved. And we have 3 speakers in this first panel, and the first one is Niklas Leverins. Niklas Leverins is a lawyer by profession and an expert on objects of the Hall of Purple Splendor and Boxerloot more general. And he has published several articles on the subjects in the last years. And one of these was already cited in the keynotes that you've seen before, which was really nice, I think. And today his paper will shed light on specific actors and the specific place of looting, namely the Hall of Longevity at the Jinshan Park and its occupation at the headquarters of the French army. So there's actually 2 factors involved, one specific place and one specific actor. And I'm very happy to welcome here, please welcome Niklas Leverins.
I'm going to talk about a temple in Beijing, which the French have usually called the Temple des Enquêtres. This, of course, is not the real name of this temple. Most of you may know this temple by its Chinese name, Shouhuangdian, or its English name, Hall of Imperial Longevity. All these names refer to the same building. To catch your attention, here you see 2 staff members of the French General Frey sitting at their desks in the Temple of Imperial Longevity. How it could happen that 2 French soldiers are sitting at their desks in this temple, I will explain in the next 20 minutes. This is a map of Beijing in the year 1900, showing the main places of interest. You can see the Forbidden City in orange in the center of the city. To the southeast of the Forbidden City, you can see in red the legation quarter, where the foreigners in Beijing had been under siege for 55 days. On 14th of August 1900, troops from 5 foreign countries arrived and lifted the siege of the legation quarter. The first to arrive were the British troops at about 2:15 p.m., and the last that day to arrive were the French troops in the evening. Troops from 3 other countries, including the Germans, arrived a few days later. Still under siege then were the Christians in the Beitang Cathedral. There, the French bishop, Favier, was trapped with some 4,000 fellow believers in terrible conditions. It was not until 2 days later, on 16th of August, that French troops, together with others, set out to break the siege of the Beitang Cathedral. As you can see here on this map, the Beitang Cathedral is quite far away from the legation quarter. When the foreign troops arrived, they were involved in heavy fighting, which cost many lives on both sides. After the liberation of the Beitang Cathedral, the French troops immediately moved on to the Jinshan Park, just north of the Forbidden City, and took possession of the Hall of Imperial Longevity, the Shouhuangdian. Up here. Here you see the 2 French commanders during this period, General Frey and General Boiron. General Frey was in Beijing from the very first day on, that is 14th of August 1900. And he had the temporary command of the French troops in Beijing. It was during his time that most of the looting took place. General Frey left China in mid-September 1900. General Boiron then arrived in Beijing and took over the command. General Voiron, had strict orders from Beijing, from Paris, to put a stop to the looting. This was rather easy for General Voiron, as most of the French looting in Beijing seems to have stopped by September anyway. Most of the looting apparently took place in August 1900, when the chaotic situation in the city was at its peak. Here is a close-up of the northwestern part of Beijing. At noon, the French, British, Russian, and Japanese troops arrived at the Beitang Cathedral. And then some of these troops moved on to the Jinshan Park and the hall of imperial longevity, here called the Palais des Enquêtres. Here is a contemporary German map of the same area. As you can see, the Hall of Imperial Longevity Temple is a temple complex, in fact, of several buildings. Here is the main temple structure, and here are several side buildings which were dedicated to worship the deceased members of the imperial family. I will now zoom in on this temple complex. Here you see the main building. The resolution is getting worse, and with two buildings on either side. Okay, one more zoom. Not easy to see something, but in addition, I've put a floor map of the same area underneath. Here's the main building. Just so you know where we are when we see this floor map, this is the main temple. Here you see a raised square in front of the temple. Here are 8 columns from the outer wall, from the front side of the temple. And I will show you a photo soon taken from the outside from this location, so please keep this location in mind. Here I have added numbers 1 to 9. In the back of the temple were 9 locked cabinets containing portraits, seals, and other artifacts of past emperors. General Frey writes, when the French troops arrived in the afternoon of 16th of August, robbers were just in the Hall of Imperial Longevity and had broken open some of these locked cabinets. When the robbers saw the French soldiers, they quickly disappeared. Actually, this shows how fast looters were. They were even faster than the French army, who was quite quick there, but the robbers were even faster. On 23rd of October, the French soldier and writer Pierre Loti visited the Hall of Imperial Longevity, which he called the Palace of Ancestors. Actually, this building has many names. You have to sometimes have a little fantasy to know that this place is meant. Pierre Loti gives a fairly detailed account of this temple, and in particular, he describes how one of the sealed cabinets was opened for him. So if any one of you wants to know more about this temple or of what was in these cabinets, you should get a copy of Pierre Loti's book, which is also available online. Here is a photograph from the year 1900. I mentioned earlier, General Frey is sitting in front of the Hall of Imperial Longevity, surrounded by some of his staff. According to my understanding of the surroundings, here is the marble railing of the upper terrace. Here are 2 columns of the front of the temple. And here you see a little side door. let me quickly go back to the floor plan. Here is the marble railing, here are the two columns, and here is the side door, as far as I could make out it. Here you see the photo again, railing, two columns and side door. General Frey had ordered the French soldiers to bring all unguarded valuables from the French quarter of Beijing to the Hall of Imperial Longevity. Apparently, there were looters everywhere, and sooner or later, all unguarded valuables were stolen. They disappeared. But it was not only the French army, but also the Christians from the Beitang Cathedral who collected valuables. Here is a photo of one of 70 wagons full of loot brought from the Hall of Imperial Longevity to the Beitang Cathedral. To understand why the Christians from the Beitang Cathedral had so many valuables, we need to go back to the map of the French quarter in Beijing. Just as a short explanation, Beijing was split up in 8 districts by the 8 powers, and the French district was this area. But now I will focus on a different building, the Palace of Prince Li, which you see here marked in yellow with the red arrow on it. Some of you may have heard of the Palace of Prince Li. It seems that as soon as the siege was lifted, the French Bishop Februar himself, apparently, sent hundreds of Christian converts out to loot. They soon found large quantities of silver bars in Prince Li's palace, which the Boxers had used as one of their headquarters. You see it's close by. Here was the besieged Beitang Cathedral, and here was the headquarters of the Boxers in that district, organizing the siege of the Beitang Cathedral. The news of this found of silver ingots spread quickly, and soon also many French soldiers arrived. However, the silver bars were too heavy for them, so a representative of the Beitang Cathedral bought the silver bars for 1/4 of the market value and paid with checks, which were, of course, a lot easier for the French soldiers to take home. When General Frey heard of this, he was outraged by the behavior of the French soldiers and asked Bishop Februar for a list of soldiers who had received checks from him. Bishop Februar refused to give General Frey such a list. It is said that many French soldiers returned to France with very large checks in their pockets. Here you see the Beitang Cathedral's carpentry workshop at work, making transport crates for looted goods, in this case, silver ingots. One eyewitness reports that many foreigners came to the Beitang Cathedral to have their looted objects packed up, because apparently the carpentry workshop in the Beitang Cathedral was quite popular. And it was booked out. They had to go to other places. But the Chinese converts did not just take silver. Paula von Rosthorn, who was already mentioned earlier, the wife of the Austrian envoy in Beijing at that time, wrote in her book that several rooms in the Beitang Cathedral were full of precious artifacts looted either from the imperial palace or the palaces of the princes. At that time, it was generally accepted that the Christians in the Beitang Cathedral had suffered greatly during the siege. And it was also accepted that they had a legitimate right to compensation. This was probably the reason why General Frey sent 70 wagons full of looted objects to the Beitang Cathedral. So what was General Frey's plan for all the other artifacts coming to the Hall of Imperial Longevity from different places? General Frey divided the artifacts into 3 categories. He packed the highest category into 31 crates and sent them to France. There, they were to be distributed to various institutions, such as the Louvre in Paris. Here is General Frey's list for the Louvre, and the first item in this list, which is quite long, it goes on and on, are 2 large cloisonné candlesticks. The middle category of artifacts were given by General Frey as souvenirs to soldiers and visitors. General Frey wrote a very detailed inventory of the temple, and in this inventory, he wrote down some of the names of recipients of artifacts. Here, for example, you see that a beautiful white jade vase was given to the German officer, General von Höpfner. Here you can see Linjewitsch, the commander of the Russian troops, well, himself. He also gave some of the objects to himself, of course, Fukushima, and so on. But also ordinary visitors to Beijing, such as journalists, wrote that they received small gifts in this temple. All other artifacts were simply piled outside the Hall of Imperial Longevity so that everybody could take something. Here is a photo of such a pile of various objects. Round boxes, metal vessels, porcelain bowls, and textiles. Here is a big load of textiles. And here is a photo of the same place 24 hours later. Almost everything is gone. You see a lot of empty boxes. One thing is left, a ding, a ritual vessel here in the back. It appears to be the only thing that nobody wanted. So it was still there 24 hours later. When General Voiron took over the command of the French army in September 1900, he moved his headquarters further west to the site of the old Beitang Cathedral and took a nearby building as his home. You see here the old Beitang Cathedral and General Voiron's private home. From then on, the Hall of Imperial Longevity was used as a guarded warehouse for artifacts to be returned to the Chinese when the occupation of Beijing would be over. By the way, as I said, this was the French area. Just next door is the German area. It goes down here. And this building is the subject of the next presentation, so you are already a bit oriented. It is the Ziguangge, the Hall of Imperial Splendor. By December 1900, the artifacts from China had arrived in Marseille, and the 31 crates were held up at custom. The French government had decided not to accept the artifacts sent to France by General Frey. In February 1901, they were sent back to China, where they arrived around April 1901. I have been unable to find any confirmation that the artifacts actually arrived in Beijing in 1901. Here on the right is a photo of the interior of the Hall of Imperial Longevity taken around 1929. On the left is the photo from 1900. I showed you in the beginning of my presentation. I cannot really make out any similarities in the interior, and even the detailed inventory list of General Frey does not reveal anything specific. But maybe we have guests here from China, they know if anything has been documented on this building in mid-1900 when the temple was returned to the Chinese. I don't know. So now you can take a final look at this photo, which I believe is one of the most remarkable photos to exist from this period. The way these two French soldiers are sitting at their desk, concentrating on studying documents in this environment, which is totally alien to them, shows the absurdity of the whole situation. Artifacts from the Hall of Imperial Longevity have continued to appear on the art market. Here you see a Sotheby's auction from 8th October 2007. The first 5 lots have the provenance removed from the Shouhuangdian Hall of Imperial Longevity. Another auction from Sotheby's Hong Kong a year later, 8th of October 2008. All 8 seals sold in this auction, all of them have the provenance removed from the Shouhuangdian, Beijing 1900. A Bonham's auction, May 2012, the imperial portrait of the consort Chun Hui. Also, this lot is believed to have come from the Hall of Imperial Longevity. So we can conclude that when imperial seals or imperial portraits appear on the art market, there's a good chance that they have been looted from the Hall of Imperial Longevity. Thank you very much.
Sind alle in die Reihe, hätten wir gleich. Okay. Also können wir eigentlich wieder. Muss man, oder? Ja, man muss das dann wieder hier. Okay. Und.
Well, we will have a discussion of the complete panel after the third talk. And now our second speaker is actually one of our guests from Beijing, Tang De Yong. And he's a research fellow at the Department of Court History of the Palace Museum. And in 2005, he graduated from the History Department of Beijing Normal University. And in 2009, he obtained his PhD. And his research focuses on the history and culture of Qing Dynasty's imperial court, and he has curated several exhibitions on this subject, and he has published more than 70 articles, as well as a monograph on the emperor's coffer. And today, Mr. Tong De Yong speaks about the Hall of Purple Splendor that was already indicated, and and he will, which is actually one of the most prominent places of Boxerloot taking place. Please welcome Mr. Tang De Yong, and just for your information, the talk will be in Chinese, and it will be shorter, so we will have a consecutive translation of the talk. Thank you.
大家上午好我是来自北京故宫博物院的唐德勇很高兴跟大家分享我对那个义和团运动时期的一些关于三海文物的一个问题的一个探讨我的题目呢叫更新年间三海文物流失问题纠探我主要从4个方面来跟大家交流。第一个呢就是紫光阁的概况。 第2个是紫光阁收储文物情况，第3个是紫光阁文物的流失，第4个是紫光阁文物的现状与未来。
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tang De-yong from the Palace Museum. I'm really happy to be here to share with you some of the insights and facts of the loots happened in the 3 Cs in Beijing. And today my topic would be a comprehensive study on the loss of cultural relics from the 3 Cs in 1900 to 1901, an investigation centered around the Hall of Purple Splendor. Today my speech will be divided into 4 parts. The first part is about a general introduction of the Hall of Purple Splendor. The second part introduces its collection. And the third is about the loss and transfer of the collections here. And the final part introduces the current status and future of the research.
我们看第一个问题就是紫光阁概况。我们现在看到的这幅图呢，就是这个三海的这个图。这旁边呢是紫禁城，三海呢就在紫禁城的西面。我们在西方文献的记载中有时候把这个称为是东宫。这个紫光阁呢，它位于中海岸上西侧。它主要是始建于明朝，康熙年间进入进行扩建，乾隆时候进行了2次改建，形成了最终的规模，成为陈设战争物品张挂功臣画像的重要地方。
So here you can see a map of the region called Three Seas. It is actually an imperial garden to the west of the Forbidden City. It consists of 3 major lakes, hence the name Three Seas. And it was originally built in the Ming Dynasty, and then it was expanded and transformed for several times during the Qing Dynasty to come into the final form that we can see today. And it was used to house the war-related items and also the portraits of meritorious commanders. It also houses a large number of cultural artifacts.
下面我们看到2张图，左边的这个照片就是在义和团期间之后拍摄的，右边呢就是现在的这个紫光阁的一个照片。
Here we see 2 pictures. On the left is a photo taken right after the Boxer war loot, and on the right is a picture taken nowadays.
下面我们看一下紫光阁收储文物的一个情况。今天我们所看到的这些文物呢，都是在同治年间宫中陈设档所记载的紫光阁内保存的文物。第一个呢，我们是陈设用品，主要是皇帝驾临紫光阁时候的用品包括宝座、屏风、珐琅炭盆等，总共有75件。
Now we get an introduction of the items that are collected in the Hall of Purple Splendor. These list of items were according to the archives prepared during the Tongzhi era of the Qing dynasty. And in the first major category, there are the items used for interior decoration, including the imperial thrones, the screens, and the charcoal fire basins, as well as some other paintings.
第2类呢是战争相关的物品，这是这一区域所存储物品中的数量最大的，主要涉及到乾隆年间和道光年间的诸多战役，有旗帜、盔甲、马鞍、弓箭等，总共达到了865件。
The second category is the majority of the collection here. It is war-related items, and it is mainly concerns the wars happened during the Qianlong and Daoguang eras of the Qing dynasty, including the banners, armors, and the saddles, conches, arrows and bows, quivers. The total number is about 865.
第3类呢是各地进献的物品，主要有乾隆年间贵妇清王朝的少数民族首领进献的物品，还有一些周边国家，包括缅甸、安南、库尔喀等进献的物品，也收藏在这里。
The third category are tributes. For example, from the minority people who were affiliated with the Qing Empire during the Qianlong era, and also some smaller countries around the empire, like Myanmar, Annam, and Gorkha.
第4类呢，主要是工程像和战图。到同治元年呢，紫光阁楼上它收藏的这个工程像呢，共有246轴。还有平定西域半身的工程像199张，以及木架托表的半身工程像6件，还有图尔扈特半身像21张，都尔伯特半身像17张，以及越南使臣黎伯 离泊品像一轴。除工程像之外呢，还有工程像赞、战图战图呢主要是一个是铜雕版，另一个是的纸本图册，图册有20册，另有56张，还有御笔图序26张，铜版共有78块。
The fourth and final categories are the portraits of meritorious commanders and also war paintings. By the first year of the Tongzhi era, that was 1862, there were a total of 246 scrolls of portraits of meritorious commanders, and also 199 half-body portraits of meritorious commanders in the campaigns of conquering the unrests in the western region, and 6 half-body portraits that are wooden framed, 21 half-body portraits of the leaders of the Turhut tribes, 17 half-body portraits of the Durbet tribe leaders, a scroll of the Annam envoy Ali Bafan. Apart from these portraits, there are 4 scrolls of eulogy for these meritorious commanders. And then we have 2 parts for the war paintings. One part is the copper engraved paintings, and the other are paper-based albums. There are a total of 20 paper albums and another 56 paper painted leaves, as well as 26 leaves for the imperial prologues for these paintings, and a total of 78 copper plates.
此外呢，还有一些其他文物。道光时候啊，这个所绘的工程像并未见诸于那个记载。同治并未见到这个在同治初年这个账册里啊，并没见到。但是呢，它有关于张格尔其他物品则显示在这里。同治时期呢，还绘制了这个就是平定这个平捻军的一个战图。使之到了今天呢，这些战图中的部分还在加拿大、英国等一些个人的手中收藏。
And finally, we also have some other artifacts. For example, the meritorious commander portraits painted during the Daoguang era, that was 1820 to 1850, will not appear on the inventory list made during the early years of the Tongzhi era, that was in the early 1860s. However, the inventory list shows the other items concerning Zhangahir Koha. And there were yet another some war paintings painted during the Tongzhi and Guangxu era from the 1860s to the 1910s. By today, some of these war paintings were collected in the collection of some Canadian and UK collectors.
第3步呢是紫光阁文物的流失。紫光阁文物呢，除了部分被损毁以外，大部分在联军占领期间流散出去。我们认为呢，紫光阁文物主要是被掠夺出去。原因有3。第一个呢是清朝的守卫人员呐，他们不会也不能偷窃。这是因为啊，对于宫中的这些物品，宫中有严格的管理制度。在当联军入城之后啊，部分人员闻讯逃跑。在逃跑的时候呢，其实多数人只会偷窃一些比较贵重的物品，易于携带的物品。
In the next part, I will talk about the loss of the items housed in the Hall of Purple Splendor. Apart from some of the items that were damaged here, most were looted from the period when the Alliance troops occupied this region. And the reason for this is, I believe that there are some 3 reasons for this. The first is that the guards of the Qing court will not and cannot do the stealing, because there was a very strict management system of the imperial household department for the court objects. And after the Alliance troops entered the imperial city, some of those guards, they ran away, and on their way leaving the city, they will only take those items that are more expensive and more portable.
第二呢是匪徒啊与京中的居民，他们不会也不可能偷窃。与英法联军抢掠圆明园后进行撤离不同啊，这部分地区啊主要为各国那个占领。京城的居民呢非常害怕联军，不会主动进入这些区域。京中的匪徒在联军占领北京之后被严厉镇压，也不能进入到这一区域。
The second reason is that the bandits, the boxers, and the civilians of the Beijing city will not participate in the stealing. It's unlike the case in the old Summer Palace or Yuanmingyuan, when the English and French troops they conducted looting and then pulled their troops from the place. Here, the troops from the alliance troops, they continue to occupy this area, and the civilians, they are afraid of the troops. They won't actively enter this area, so that and also the boxers, they were quelled severely after the alliance troops entered Beijing, so they will not enter either.
第三呢是档案与文献记载啊，也显示这个联军劫夺了紫光阁文物。瓦德西呢，他自己就在他的日记中做有记述。另外呢，在当时的就是一个叫狄平子的中国人，从日本经朝鲜关东到了北京之后，他也进入在日本人的帮助下进入到这个三海之内，看到了紫光阁书籍狼藉遍地。
The third reason is that it is shown in some of the documents and literature. For example, the German Field Marshal Alfred von Watzin, he had some accounts related to the looting of the Hall of Purple Splendor in his personal profile. And also a Chinese named Di Pingzi, when he came back from Japan, Korea, and to Beijing, he also recorded that the Hall of Purple Splendor was looted.
第四个部分呢是紫光阁文物的现状与未来。长期以来呢，紫光阁的文物并不为人所知。自上个世纪80年代以来，随着紫光阁工程项发现以及研究的深入，这些文物逐步为学界所知，但也仅限于工程项与战图。其实，我们从刚才所讲的，大家可以知道，紫光阁的文物很多不局限于此。其中呢有相当部分，就是数量很多，类别很多，至今不为人知。这种现状呢，其实是多种原因作用的结果。
The fourth part, I will introduce the current status and the future of the research into the collections of the Hall of Purple Splendor. Actually, for a long time, the Hall of Purple Splendor was not familiar by the most. And since the 1980s, there had been deeper research into the meritorious commander portraits collected here. However, that was the focus of most of the research. And just as I mentioned, there were many other categories of collections here, and they are unknown to many people. And this is the result of many different factors.
第一呢是这些文物啊，很多收藏在个人收藏家手中。在相当长的时间内呢，这些文物只有少数人能接触到，外界无从得知。
The first is the privacy of those private collections, because many of these objects are collected by private collectors and can only be accessed by very few people.
第二呢是我们博物馆研究的滞后性，对于很多博物馆而言呢。紫光阁文物对很多研究者都有一定的距离，研究颇为不易。
The second is the latency in the research conducted by museums. For many of the Western museums, to do research on the collections of the Hall of Purple Splendor is somewhat faces some difficulties, and this causes the lagging behind of the research in this area.
第三呢是文物本身解读的艰难性。 我们知道死光格绘画呢，它上面有很多信息，大家可以从这些信息有助于了解这些文物。但是在玉器、兵器这些文物身上信息很少，研究比较艰难。
The third is the difficulty in interpreting the collections themselves. We know that for the paintings collected in the Hall of Purple Splendor, there is an abundance of written information for these paintings, so it will facilitate the research. But for the other items like jade objects or war-related items, there are not clear labels, and in the archives there is no clear description of the items. So this also presents difficulty.
第四呢是文物档案的不完整性。在个人和博物馆收藏这些文物时会对这些文物进行编档，但是呢内容详略不一，尤其这些文物几经周转，一些当事人的记载也不十分详细，并不能完全涉及这个全部的浏览过程。
The fourth is the incompleteness of the archives of these objects. When the private collectors and the museums received these objects, they will do the archiving for their transfer history. But some are detailed and some are scanty, and some of these objects had been transferred for several times, and the receiver might not be able to know the complete history. So that also presents a challenge.
总之呢，希望在未来的时间里我们对清代三海一区文物情况进行详细的统计，建立更为清晰的档案，为将来的研究提供依据。其次呢，我们也希望越来越多的研究人员，包括博物馆的和院校的，甚至社会人士参与进来，深化这些文物的研究。最后呢，期待越来越多的博物馆参与进来，更为详细的查阅馆藏档案，建立与三海文物相关的数据库，加强博物馆之间的交流。
So finally, I hope that in the future we can do more complete research into the objects from the 3Cs area. We can establish a clearer archive for these objects to provide the basis for future research and exchanges. And I also hope that more museums and cultural institutions and universities, or even those collectors from the wider sectors of the society can participate in this research. Finally, I hope that we can involve more museums to establish more detailed archives and database to step up the exchanges in this area and to gain a more deeper understanding of the objects from the 3Cs.
好，我的发言完毕，谢谢大家。
So this is my speech today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also for bringing up the fact that there are other objects other than officer portraits in the Hall of Purple Splendor, which is, I think, sometimes a bit lost to the German research on this topic. And in fact, we will hear tomorrow more about these objects because there will be a specific case studies on officer portraits presented tomorrow. Today? Today. Oh, today in the afternoon. Sorry. Sorry. So the last speaker of this panel brings us back to specific actors. Louis Ryder will focus his talk on British actors and their emotions related to looting during the Boxer War. And I'm very excited about this topic because we heard already about the ambiguity of emotions, about the problem, what is looted, what is actually plundering. And Dr. Louis Ryder is a lecturer in modern history at the University of Manchester. He completed his PhD on the Chinese art collector and trickster John Hidditch in 2020. And his new research looks at the emotional politics of loot in Britain. And I'm looking forward to learn more about this emotional side on the mechanisms of looting. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I have cheekily changed the title of the talk, just because I didn't want shame to suggest there was no shamelessness as well. And I included American emotions too, because I wanted to see if we can get some comparisons between the two. As I will say, I didn't fancy taking on languages that I can't speak, particularly when it comes to emotions. So, loot was and is emotional. Earlier today, Thorolf was talking about his encounter with Boxerloot, and he described two emotions, his embarrassment and the owner's proud display, which suggests kind of pride with it. And yet, we're not talking about these emotions. So I want to try and put emotions into this study of loot. Scholars are looking at emotions around restitution and repatriation, but what did it feel like to loot? And what did people feel like when they saw loot? They're the kind of two questions for this talk. I'm at the start of this project, so don't be expecting too much. I get that in nice and early. But it's coming along okay. Hopefully, basically it's going to be a load of examples, and I'll try and work through them with you. And yeah, I'm not an expert on the Boxer context either. The project will be looking at the changing emotions towards loot across the 19th century in Britain. But this is one of my case studies because it, as we will see, provokes so many emotions. So I'll do a little bit of kind of what have historians made of what drove loot and why was looting condemned or defended, which I thought I've kind of helpfully actually introduced. Then I'm going to say like what I think bringing emotions can bring to Boxerloot. And then I'll give you the case studies. So I'll try and pick examples from missionaries, soldiers, civilians. So why was so much outrage over the looting in the Boxer War? Well, it showed to a lot of commentators just how illiberal empire was. The British had described empire as a liberal civilizing mission. Looting conflicted with that. And this actually wasn't anything new. In the mid-19th century too, and even before that, you get people critiquing loot. It's just this intensified with this Boxer context. A lot of people, mainly in the military, condemn loot because it shows a breakdown in military discipline. So they allow loot, but through the auction, which I'll come into. So the auction is a way of making loot disciplined. That's more palatable, and we'll see that that impacts the emotions that people had towards loot as well. There was so much condemnation of this particular episode of looting because of the scale of it. It seemed to go on for months. It was in the press for all of that time. Civilians were targeted, also drawing different emotions. In the Second Opium War, for instance, it felt a lot more palatable knowing it was the emperor. And it is also in this case too, when people tried to justify their loot. It was also seen as so awful in that there were civilians looting. So it wasn't just the army who you could maybe get away with expecting to loot, but actually now we had civilians looting and missionaries. This kind of conflict is what's drawing out all these different emotions. And there seems to be a lot of also disgruntlement about women getting in on the act. Women also looting too. I know. Hevia says that looting, in his quote there, is looting appeared to have occurred without a sense of shame. And I guess that's what provoked me with this study is, did it occur without shame? And that's what, I guess, drew me into this. And I'm sort of muddling around with these different emotions. And I'm yet to kind of find anything that I'm happy with, but this is it. It's all in process. There was also higher media presence with this war, with war correspondents and with images. So the public back home knew more about it than previous episodes, also sparking higher emotional reactions back in Britain. Also, as we heard earlier, we had the Hague Convention where now looting had been made illegal, at least with those countries. There's a lot of ambiguities. Had the country you're against signed the convention? We heard about the loophole earlier through the keynote. So I think that the historians have looked at what drove loot and how loot was perceived, mainly James Hevia, but haven't really got anywhere with it. We kind of come across, okay, there was condemnation, and loot was driven by greed, by this want for imperial trophies, and also there's also been studies on how looters actually had some idea of what they were collecting too. So I'm going to insert the history of emotions into this topic to see if it can push us in different directions. And I'm also hoping that it might have some consequences for provenance research too. What do curators do when they excavate the feelings around their objects? Particularly from what I've been finding, one of my case studies is museums and their emotions. I find that museums try to strip the emotions out of objects. So should we be putting those emotions back in? I find the museum is sort of laundering the the negative emotions around loot and making them more palatable. So maybe there's something that curators can do too. That's outside of my skill set, but I'm asking questions. So my questions: how did it feel to loot? Did that impact the practice of looting? How did it feel to see or read about loot? And did that impact looting? We have to be aware that those that were looting, the case studies I'm going to talk about, mainly published their memoirs afterwards when there had been outrage. So they might have kind of changed how they perform their emotions. So there's an awkwardness of, is this their actual emotions? And I've got to hold my hand up here. I'm not a scholar of the history of emotions. I'm new to this. And there's loads of issues around, can we actually understand those emotions? Were they real emotions or are they performing emotions? And there's good work by Thomas Dixon showing that we can't just pretend that anger today is the same as anger in the 19th century, or even before. They all had different histories themselves, so we have to untangle these. We can't just draw a straight line and think that just because we're frustrated or shamed or angry at loot, that's with the same sense of shame, anger, and frustration as in the 19th century. And I guess my next kind of idea is that was there any emotional communities, and that's a term introduced by Barbara Wasensbein, and it's this idea like, is there any commonalities in the responses according to gender, class, race? So I'm going to be thinking more about trying to dig into, were these the emotions people felt? And then about the performativity of emotions, and I've got some good examples for that. I guess another issue for me is that after years of the British repressing emotions in men, I've got to now try and understand emotions. It's been a learning curve for me. I have Googled, is this an emotion, 1 million times for everything. I am extremely emotional. I cried at the Lion King very recently. You can trust me. I can be a trustworthy guide through these emotions. So let's kick off. So my first example, and some of these are going to overlap actually with the keynote, but my first example is a British missionary, Roland Allen, and he publishes his memoir in 1901, quite soon after. So the dates, again, important here. And if we look at this, I've kind of put some things in red, but he's describing the outbreak of what he saw as the beginning of the loot. And he talks about the lust for loot. Now, I'll come back for the lust for loot in a minute, because that's him trying to describe why looting happened. Let's look first at how he feels about seeing it. So it was disgusting to see the robbing. Now, I'll put the robbing in highlighted there, because it's, again, goes back to that secondary. It's about how the emotions are determined by how the looting was done. And there's all these different types of looting going on, the auction, etc. But he sees this robbing, and that was disgusting to him. Not only was it disgusting, it made an honest man feel cross. Now that sounds like a very English way of saying he's annoyed. An honest man feel cross. But then he said, made one's blood boil. So there we get, through this metaphor, blood boiling, his actual anger, his rage almost at seeing this robbery. So disgust and anger are combining in what he sees as robbery. And it's this performance of emotions, right? And he's telling us he's an honest man, and he feels disgusted and outraged. So he's making the reader believe that he's not complicit, and that he actually condemns it in very emotional ways. So let's go to lust for loot, because it's a term that is constantly used to describe what people saw when they witnessed the looting happen on a large scale. So what was lust in the 19th century? Now, it's often associated with like a sexual desire, but it can be used in this context too. So it was intense desire, usually for something sinful. So that's important too, the sinful side of it. And it also might have connotations of like losing one's mind, of slightly going into insanity, being gripped by such an intense emotion that they can't control themselves anymore. So this is one of the reasons why it was loot contrasted with these ideas of military discipline and British civilization. I'll come into that in a moment. So H.C. Thompson from the Manchester Guardian, who also condemns loot, talks about, this is another example basically, about the thirst for blood and a longing for plunder, and how this longing infected all the troops. So it's almost like these troops don't have any control of their emotions. They've just been gripped by something. And this is a really common way of trying to describe why people looted. So it lust conflicted with this idea of the stiff upper lip in Britain, which is very prominent. And as Thomas Dixon has shown, it becomes even more prominent after 1875, in tandem with the entering the new phase of imperialism. So young boys are taught to be stoic and control their emotions. And it's linked to imperialism and patriotism. We have Kipling's famous poem, if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs. And obviously, Reverend Allen kept his head, but the soldiers didn't. And then we have Darwin, who links how we can see how this, how seductive this kind of idea about controlling your emotions was, and it creates a racial hierarchy based on emotions. So for Darwin, savages would weep copiously from very slight causes, whereas Englishmen rarely cry, except under the pressure or of the acutest grief. Now, I can tell you Englishmen don't rarely cry, and they didn't in the 19th century either. They also could weep. But it's interesting this hierarchy is being constructed, and therefore when Luke conflicts with these values of restraint, emotional restraint, we get this sense of disgust and anger. Okay, but not everyone saw the lust for loot as disgusting. Lieutenant Dixon of the Royal Navy didn't see it as lust but love. So he talks about how loot was lightly engraved on the hearts. Again, it's this metaphor, he's not just going to tell us here that the soldiers loved loot, it's about it's engraved on the hearts, a bit like the blood boil metaphor too. So this is quite an interesting way for us to excavate these emotions, this is imagery. So he says loot was lightly engraved on their hearts, and then he goes on to say that for their looting was of the gentlemanly order and not accompanied by threats, outrage, or even murder, which is unfortunately the case with at least 2 of the other European contingents. So with the Brits, it's a love for loot, and it's a gentlemanly loot, but not with the others. They like lust, and that's sinful. So performing loot here to kind of absolve the British, and I apologise that I've not put the references for these quotes. I was in a bit of a rush, but all of them are PDFs. Just Google the name and you'll see their memoir or whatever, and you'll find it. Any issues, let me know. I've got the bibliography. So not just always lust, but love too. Let's go back to Allen. So foraging, he describes foraging parties, which foraging these days has these connotations of, growing your own mushrooms or going into the forest to live some sort of hippie lifestyle. And here it's about survival, right? Looting is allowed when it's foraging because it's about survival. So we take some emotions out of it. But it's weird what they're collecting in these foraging. Silks, furs, china, silver plate, and ornaments. You don't really need those for survival, although we like to eat off a silver plate. It's not kind of necessary. And then they're sold by the public auction. So we see the British auction in here too. And what's interesting is for Allen, we saw how outraged he was at the robbery. But with this example of, he just questions, is it unjustifiable? Is it worse to buy at an auction? It's worse to have the lust for loot, but if you buy at an auction, is it bad? I don't really know. So someone who was so extremely outraged here, actually second-hand loot, if we use Forrest's term, can be sort of, it's emotionless almost, what he's describing. He's at a quandary. He doesn't really know. Mary Hooker. So now let's move to an American example. Civilian, socialite, kind of gets trapped in this situation when she's visiting friends. So she describes an encounter with a Sikh soldier who offers her, he actually says, if you give me money, I'll give you nice things. She doesn't know what she's getting, so she's really excited by this. So we see how a different side of loot is this, the purchase. And an auction can be very exciting, but so can a purchase just kind of one-on-one with a soldier who's looted. She's curious, she's kind of excited about what she might get. What's also interesting is her description of the Sikh soldier, his perturbation and his anxiousness. Because he knows if he gets caught with this, it's going to go to auction, he might get punished, and he's going to lose it. So he's anxious to sell. So there's this anxiousness when looting of actually benefiting from it. What we can do with this knowledge that the soldiers felt anxious, I don't know yet, but I'm interested in excavating all these different feelings that loot could have. And then she describes that what actually she gets is a clock and 2 struggling hens, and I think the exclamation mark there is meant to show some sort of comedic relief of loot. I got some hens, how crazy was that? I was under his coat. So kind of jovial interpretation of loot. She's quite amused by it. And then the clock is a joy, so some pleasure from the object. And then the soup, obviously, she justifies through we need it to survive. So this is sort of all these very positive emotions surrounding loot for her. She also gets jealous with loot because she gets offered a coat, she declines it owing to the intrinsic value of the garment. So she doesn't decline it because it's loot, she declines it because she thinks it's too expensive and it might be improper to accept such an expensive gift. Someone else accepts it, which she really doesn't like. And she kind of has this little comment here about she was a bit unimpressed with how little thanks the person got from the woman who accepted it. So with this knowledge, the next time that she's offered something, she says, my soul was torn with conflicting emotions all day. This is having accepted the object. But if we look at the bottom bit in red, she talks about how the coat was taken. He had taken it from the arm of a Chinese officer whom he had killed. But she's surprised with myself for accepting it. My nerves could have not stood still. I took it rather than her reputation of the sequel that came before. She's not her emotions aren't conflicting because the soldier's been killed and that's how the object got there. It's because she doesn't want to miss out on it, but she feels bad for accepting another gift. She just slips in this comment about the Chinese officer, but that doesn't seem to have any impact on her emotions in this particular example. But even for Mary Hooker, loot could draw disgust and horror, but again, it's all about how it was done and who was doing it. So, yep, it's the Indian troops who get blamed with this. And there was something horrible when they get started. And this is just actually hearsay. She hasn't seen this, it's just what she hears. So these rumours going around, and it's impacting how she feels about loot. And it's about discipline. So the British have to put the Indian troops in order by disciplining them. Sometimes she's saying they have to shoot them. And then she links also the loot, which I think it's important to comment on here, is that it wasn't the only crimes that are going on here. Quite often, commentators talk about loot in the same breath as they talk about rape. So here she talks about a whole page of wicked, leering horrors. That is about loot, as well as the other rumours and sites of sexual violation. So loot could be disgusting too, but it's just who was doing it and how. Norman Stewart, British officer. Should have printed it off, really, but... also, I just had 2 more quotes on jealousy. Jasper Whiteling, a US correspondent, "If I don't take the best things, someone else will." Waldersee, "One of the most eager buyers was Lady Macdonald, who took it exceedingly ill if anybody ventured to outbid her." So even at auctions, you get very jealous if people are taking other stuff. They're not angry about loot, they're angry that someone else got a bargain they didn't. And this is another case with Norman Stewart. He says, "I hate the sound word loot." Why does he hate that? Because it associates him with a practice with ill discipline, which makes it degrading and shameful. And yet then he goes on to describe the auction and his frustration at the auction. So he's now complicit in secondary loot. What annoys him about that is there's people there that know more than him about the objects who are getting bargains when he can't. So his emotions and frustration, again, and his anger is not about loot and how it's tied up with violation and uncivilized nature at the auction. The auction's kind of absolved all those feelings out of it. The auction rips all these negative emotions out of it, recycles the objects, and now his feeling is about frustration and jealousy that he's not getting the objects that are best. Okay, Martin is an American missionary. Now we come on to another emotion here which is quite important, and it's often, loot is often seen alongside wrath as well. Wrath kind of fallen out of fashion now, and Tom Dixon, the historian I mentioned earlier, has some nice diagrams about how wrath is really important kind of in the medieval period and the early Victorian, but it drops off as like anger and hate replaces it. But it's quite distinct actually, wrath, and it's usually linked to vengeance. So Martin talks about people have left, which is important when we, as we heard in the keynote, like to kind of justify loot, that no one's there. And then he talks about the temptation to plunder. And if he mentions here like how the objects are kind of like waiting to be picked up, they're kind of strewn on the floor, like he's not taking it out of nowhere. I've been shown the yellow card. I'm a big football fan. I'm now terrified of the red. And then he goes on, he's tempted, right? He's really tempted. And then he says, "The punishment of the guilty city would not have been too severe had it been formally given up to be sacked by the soldiery." So he's actually saying that looting is justified here because of what's come before from the Boxers. So linked to his next comment about how the soldiers have a mingled wrath and cupidity, so that's wrath and kind of greed, we can see that he thinks looting is okay in a sort of vengeful side of it. Now, when we try to understand wrath, it's fueled by this hate and this want for revenge. Wrath also had connotations of being sinful, a bit like lust. So in the medieval period, according to Tom Dixon, you get this sinful wrath versus righteous wrath. Sometimes it's okay to want to get revenge, as long as it's controlled and it's for justice. And I think that's what we're getting here with Martin. So what I think is really interesting is how we can maybe even extrapolate out from this Boxer loot context even further, just to kind of how the British undertook colonialism, and other countries too, because Martin's American, how it legitimizes violence, how righteous wrath and this response, it kind of explains punitive missions, how this anger is allowed. In other contexts, it might be seen as problematic to have these really intense feelings of hate and want for revenge, but here it's okay. He's not the only one. Savage Landor wants to hit China in their pockets. And then you get Arthur Smith, who says it's a bitter humiliation. So he even takes revenge even further. He wants to provoke an emotion from the Chinese. It's not about the satisfaction of revenge, it's about humiliating. And I think this is another way that emotions are important to this story. This kind of symbolic violence. What do we want the Chinese to feel by looting their things? And it's bitter humiliation. And it says the court of pay King Richard deserves. So it's like, for the emperor. Not for ordinary people, but he should be humiliated. And that's a kind of emotional script that we get from the Second Opium War too, about humiliation. And then Lieutenant Dix, who we had earlier, he also talks about the importance of saving face in China, which makes it even sweeter, knowing how much they hate being humiliated. This will be even more impactful. So it suggests, I think, when there's this desire for revenge and to humiliate, getting to do it might even be pleasurable for these people. There's a certain satisfaction they're getting from looting. RAF could be seen the other way. So H.C. Thompson from Manchester Guardian, who I mentioned earlier, who goes on to criticise looting, he talks about the Hague Convention. He talks about if the minds of those in authority had been less set upon vengeance and more upon the ultimate welfare of China. So he thinks that this is the bad version of RAF. Emotions ran away with these people. They went too far, and they ended up going too far in kind of humiliating China, and then now this relationship is severed. We can't fix it. My last one is just here to say, blush to say, because it was nice that you mentioned the embarrassment thereof, because here Martin talks about, he blushed to say there's been looting going on that violates sacredness. Even though we heard earlier that it could be justified, RAF is sometimes justified, the same person here is saying that he blushes when it's the sacredness of the poor homes. So just another example of where it's taken and who's doing it can invoke different emotions, even among the same people. And by blush here, I think he's doing it, like it's a very common narrative device in British literature to like kind of show someone's innocence or shame. Okay, let me go to the conclusion because they're all just the same examples of the old ones. So what we're going to make of all this? I guess I want to say that looters were driven and experienced a range of anxiety, those that did it second-hand or first-hand. Anxiety, sometimes that's about losing money, sometimes about getting caught. There's also joy, there's apathy, sometimes you don't feel anything. Sometimes there's shame, sometimes there's shamelessness, and there's jealousy, and there's even amusement. But it seems to me that on the whole, buying loot second-hand at auctions provokes less emotion, less like negative emotions. A few people point out that it's essentially the same thing as loot, but then say they got in on the act anyway. Those that saw it tried to explain it through kind of lust and wrath, but these could work both ways. Lust could be actually love, and wrath could be a justified wrath. And then just those that saw loot, they could talk about horror, disgust, and shame, but it didn't always stop them from doing it, is what's important here. Okay, that's me, right? All good. Thank you very much.
So we'll have a Q&A with all three speakers. So please also come in front. Oh, many questions already. Please, Mr. Tang De Jong, would you also come upstairs with the translator maybe together? Would be good. Yeah, and I've seen there are already questions. Okay, so Mr. Klein and then Hugo second.
Start?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I've been kindly handed the microphone. I want to thank all speakers for their really fascinating papers. I learned an awful lot, and I think I want to probe everyone for details in private. But I wanted to make a short commentary on Lewis's paper, if that's okay. And it's in a way a very simple one, but it concerns a problem that I've also grappled with when I prepared my talk. There's a passage there that I didn't read that says it was very important who wrote what at what time. And I completely agree with what you said, that some people reacted to things that were already out there. So there's a good case by a German war correspondent called Rudolf Zabel, who writes a chapter on all kinds of atrocities, including loot, and he's responding to the release of soldiers' letters from China in the German press. So he's actively responding and in a way defending the looting because that's already been out in the media. So there's a clear case there. And I think in a way the way of dealing with this is really to look at, I mean, you're at the start of your project, really to look at what is, in the British Library, in the office records, in terms of contemporary engagement with the topic. It might be that then what happens is it might be very much on the military side. There might be a possibility to get hold of other unpublished texts. Some of the texts that we generally quote, like Paula von Rostons, for example, were not necessarily intended for publication, but it might give you a somewhat better picture where people write more closely to the events rather than, I mean, Mary Hooker, for example, that's, I think, 10 years after the war that this gets published. Norman Stewart is 8 years after the war. So I absolutely agree with, you're aware of the issue. I was just wondering whether looking at unpublished records, in the military records, that might be a way forward to deal with that.
Yeah, the short answer, yeah, definitely. I mean, another frustrating angle to that is that I'm not getting the voices of those that are being described of having lust for loot, really. It's much easier to get the voice of the second-hand ones. But yeah, no, I need to... I didn't actually know that there was going to be stuff in the British Library in the office, so that's really, really helpful. And it's one of those things I've been grappling with in terms of time, in that some of these suggest that like they're letters or diaries that have been worked on at the time, but I mean, it's very problematic. So I'm just trying to maneuver around that with this kind of performativity of the emotions, but I do want to probe more kind of performativity of emotions at the time and how maybe that's closer to how people felt. Yeah, definitely.
Many thanks. Yes, they were very diverse and interesting talks. I wanted to just, on your long list, I just was missing the good old-fashioned greed. Isn't there something in there too? And coming with that is corruption. I don't know, maybe an odd use of corruption, but isn't there also an element that people were basically abusing their position of power, of being in the army, and therefore thinking, I'm going to just abuse this access and take. But really what I'm missing, also Mr. Leverentz's talk, was the sort of sense that there was mention of the French officers either permitting or not permitting loot, sending items back to France, but did they do that out of some great patriotism? Oh, I'm going to show what a noble person I am or help the country, and then they were rejected in France. But there must have been some instruction. I'm missing somehow sort of the level above. We know from Kaiser Wilhelm that he said to his soldiers, show no pardon, do, be harsh on the Chinese so they never forget us in a bad way, but this instruction from above is what I'm somehow missing in all this sort of understanding better what was granted, and that would influence hugely the emotions. If my emperor says, hey, it's okay to, it's only barbarians, it's only people far away. There was this also racism involved, and that's what I'm just sort of missing a bit, is the official instructions, or maybe the Hague Convention, but where does that come in to then influence both the actions and the emotions involved in all the doing? And probably the different nations were different. The Germans and the British and the Americans all might have behaved quite differently on the basis of what they sort of took with them on their trip.
Yeah, so I think, greed is definitely one of those things that I Googled, is greed an emotion? Just, you feel so stupid Googling every single word. I think, it's used both ways. One is to describe why people plundered, just kind of base greed. And then the other one is, I think it's more, we can read between the lines of this jealousy of people taking it, is that they're actually quite greedy people. But they don't want to talk about being greedy. In terms of, top down, I'm not getting a sense of, I think in Britain, I get a sense that by the late 19th century, loot is well established, like a dirty word. So no one's been talking to bring this home. I have problems with this idea of an imperial trophy, and this idea that the state is, by the late 19th century, actively encouraging imperial trophies. Even the loot from Benin it has like a week in the press as being trophies, and then quickly it's an art object in the museum, ripped of all that kind of pride. Now you might go and feel pride when you see it, but I don't think the soldiers are acting for the nation in that sense. They get a more kind of a sense of more selfish emotions. Now, they might then go sell it to the British Museum or take it and justify it through patriotism. But I'm struggling actually to find many cases of this imperial pride. It's more like imperial rage and, which I guess can be linked to all this pride too. You felt you had your pride attacked. But it's interesting because the instance of Kaiser Wilhelm makes me think like the comparison then of like, it's sort of a free-for-all for the Brits. Like, they all know they've done this before. And many of them say, like, I know what happened in the Opium Wars, like, we'll just continue what we always do. But I don't see, like, how it's linked, really, to, like, a coordinated thing. Do you want to do the... I'll get out of the way.
concerning the French, there was nothing like the German Hunnenrede. The French Minister of the Navy, de Lanessan, he said, "You are in China to defend the civilized countries. You are there you are the good guys." The General Frey, he had a completely different mindset. He sent the artifacts back to France and he instructed the receiver to build a Hall of Fame to show the glorious entrance of the French troops to Peking and to defend civilization in a way, but he thought he was doing good by looting and sending it back. And he had in the fights in Paris, it's quite an interesting exchange of letters where General Frey does not get what de Lanessan says and the other way around. It's probably a conflict between civilians and militarians, but it was obvious that de Lanessan was enraged about what happened. And also the French press was enraged. They did totally object to the lootings and what was going on there. So actually, from the French government side, I think there was a quite friendly and positive, civilized mindset, which was on the ground in Beijing, not really followed. Unfortunately for the French politics, of course, yes.
Okay, we have a third question already.
And here's also one.
She was first.
Yeah, just
Thank you very much for a very dense and interesting panel this morning. My first question would go to Tang Jung. I have the impression, after some years of dealing with this topic, that it would be a good time to have a conference just on the Ziguangguo issues. Has there been some planning like this, or will this happen someday? I have the impression that this is really a very, very central topic. My second question would go to Mr. Leverens. I find this issue of the customs so interesting. Many endeavors to send things back to Europe or to America was inhibited by the customs. What is this? In the US, I think for 30 years, the jade plates stayed in the customs locked and not going to the personal property and not going back to China. Now you say this. So is there anything more to say about this customs issue? And the third issue on the emotions, of course, this is something which rides you when you read these texts the whole time. And I have come across these German private diaries by soldiers. Everybody probably read it. There's one from Göttingen. You can see the development of the emotion of the soldiers caught between the Han speech, telling them to kill everybody, and then going to China and seeing that, for example, the fields are straight. There is some civilization when they request, they go to the countryside and rob, food. And while they rob food, they see that these people have civilized agriculture, clearer fields than in Westphalia, that they have sort of civilized. So the emotions run against this discovery of the human on the other side. And I find this is very interesting also, to see this development of the emotions, and then when they go back they did nothing and have only souvenirs, which is also very telling. So thank you very
much. 刚才我听这位老师说关于这个死光阁哈，死光阁是这样，我们在中国。死光阁这个问题，因为现在它属于中南海，在中南海里面，我们是进不去的，所以说我们现在对死光阁的了解，都是看档案啊，清代的档案上记载的啊。我们刚才用的照片也是第一张照片就是那个义和团之后，他那个当时的一些西方人拍的啊。第二张照片是。大概是上个世纪89年代我们拍的，我们现在就进不去的。我们现在要做死光阁的研究啊，我们也知道中南就是三海啊，中海、南海、北海这3个地方，因为在清代它的地位非常重要啊，当时啊存的是大量的这个文物，但是呢，就是在这个义和团运动期间，大量的文物都流失了，后来呢就是。相关的档案部门专门出了一部，就是清代中南海档案啊，他把当时能搜集到的清代的，就是三海的陈设的这个文物啊，它都有一个那个专门有其中的2本就是专门记录这个的 但是呢，这个档案出了之后啊，在很长的时间，大家这个利用的比较少啊。这2年逐步的在增加在增多。有一个人是专门是研究中南海的啊，就是说他对这块是逐步在增多。以后希望这一块越来越好，也希望我们的这个博物馆，尤其是咱们欧洲这边的博物馆，就是有关这方面的文物也好，档案也好，其他的这个影像资料也好，我们以后可以建立联系，加强这方面的研究啊。好，谢谢。
That is a very good question. The research on the Hall of Purple Splendor is very important for us. However, we face a very fundamental problem. That is, it is now located in the Central and South Seas, which is the presidential residence of China. So we cannot enter it and do direct research. We can only use the current available archives about this building. And just as I showed you the picture, the earliest picture of the Hall of Purple Splendor was taken right after the Boxer War. And secondly is that the artifacts of the Three Seas, they are a very important collection of the Qing court. And many of them were looted during the Boxer War. There has been a special archive recording the collections housed in the Three Seas area. In the previous period, it was it was seldom used by the researchers, but during the recent years, it has gained more usage. However, and there is also one very important scholar who is specialized in the research of the Central and Southern Seas artifacts collections. In the future, I hope that especially the museums and particularly those institutions in Europe, we can share more of our archives, our documents, and also images about the related artifacts of the Three Seas, so that we can pool our resources and to try to gain more insights, understanding of these artifacts. Thank you.
Go for it. Just a quick remark for the customs. In this case, the French customs were alarmed. It was known that there were 31 crates coming in from General Frey, and it was already the order, stop them. We have to still think about it, but stop them. A couple of other crates came privately for General Frey, and there was also a question, can we also stop these, or can we only stop the official 31 crates? And it's not entirely clear, but I think in the end, these other crates came through customs. But if he had to pay for it, I don't know. I have no idea how it worked with the customs with goods shipped from China. I don't know.
Yeah, first of all, that last question, Ricardo's going to speak tomorrow about the V&A. Maybe then you can undermine all of what I've said about there was no imperial pride, so just hang on till tomorrow for that. About the change in emotions, it's a really interesting question. And you mentioned the German soldiers. I'd have to combine that with what I've said about looking at the British soldiers and reading how their emotions change over time. But on that idea of, seeing civilization and this conflicting with them, I think what you find is that most of the people had been in China, and then it was the severity of the Boxer uprising, which they talk about, to justify anything they did. So it's like they're actually portraying it as not that civilized to help make it, to vindicate what they did. But on emotions changing over time, I would just draw your attention to, there's this book like Indiscreet Letters from Beijing. It's by Putnam Neal, which is his pseudonym. And it's actually, it's like fabricated essentially. They're not real letters, but even then you still see this performance of emotions and how they change over time. And he goes from disgust to, what can you do? I'll just buy all this loot. This apathy, there's nothing we can do. So yeah, that is a really important point on how one person's emotions can change and you sort of get worn down. I think with the I hate the sound of loot, that's from, days of being talked about. So yeah, the fatigue around it. But yeah, no, I need to look at, pay more attention to the kind of soldiers and those that hadn't been to China before, basically, to see what they thought. They read in the press about the kind of the violence, but they would make their own minds up while they're there. So yeah, thanks for that.
So we have one last question from the audience.
I also wanted to thank all three speakers. My question is for Mr. Ryder about the emotions. Things like shame, right? They imply a wrongdoing, and a wrongdoing also implies a wronged party. Who was the wronged party? So would that have been the ruling dynasty, the Chinese people, civilization in general? Who was being offended against?
Yeah, I think that people that are ashamed by the looting are ashamed of their own people for looting. That's where the shame comes from, is this, that these values that Britain's meant to hold up have been undermined. But then you get the ones that want to humiliate China because they see them as the wrongful party. So there's kind of two different things going on here. But yeah, there's the shamelessness is that we don't feel any shame in doing this because we can do what we want now after what's happened. So they don't feel like they're the guilty party. And it's mainly those that feel shame haven't actually looted or may have bought at an auction but don't feel shame. But yeah, they still see the ones that commentate and criticise it, the wrong party is the British. No matter what the Boxers did, that doesn't mean the British can do what they want, which contrasts with that other view of we can just have this vengeance and it's justified. Okay?
So we could say that we are as yet far away from a recognition that the Chinese people were harmed or the Chinese culture. That's not yet a factor in the shame or the guilt.
Yeah, I think it's sort of tied to that. We're ashamed of what we've done because we have what we've done to China. But yeah, you get the also distinction between like what we're doing to the emperor and what we're doing to the people, and that's why I think the examples of particular episodes against civilians is more shameful. Yeah, if that I don't know if that quite answers it, but we can. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I think we all got the impression that the Boxerloot was actually very messy. My personal takeaway is that everybody blamed the others for being the bad ones. And that it's very complicated to negotiate the looting taking place because there have been so many different actors involved and different feelings involved. And I would be also interested to know, are there any documents speaking about the emotions of the Chinese people at the same time? So, because this is very important. And also the different levels that we have on newspaper articles, published personal reports, and then undocumented or non-published personal reports. I think, yeah, in my head there's a lot of confusion, and I'm very thankful for the inspiring talks, and I'm looking forward to learn more and talk more about it. We now have a nearly 1.5 hour lunch break. We're going to meet again at 2:30 here. I really ask you to be punctual. Please come, don't jump into the room at 2:30, but please take the time to come 10 minutes earlier. Get placed again, make some final small talk before we really concentrate again and can start again punctual at 2:30. And please all enjoy your lunch.
Okay, so good afternoon. I would like to start. I hope you had a nice lunch and some time to rest and to talk. And I hope you're ready for our second panel on the topic of acquiring loot. So my name is Silvia Gaetti. I'm part of the group. And it's my great pleasure to moderate this panel. During the last years, actually since we started with our joint project, the question about acquisition practices was for me, and I think for most of us, one of the most burning and urgent topics, where most objects reached the collection as acquisition or donation with a mostly indirect relation also to the Boxer War. And this panel looks at objects moving with the different collection in countries which were directly or indirectly involved in the Boxer War. We will hear a presentation on London and the acquisition policy, or not policy, of the Victoria and Albert Museum, a joint paper about the position of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and specifically the Austrian and Slovenian perspective, and the Maritime Museum of Piran, as well as the challenges of tracing Boxer objects in countries that were not directly involved in the Boxer War, like the Netherlands. And we start with a paper by Ricarda Brosch. She's assistant curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum's Asia Department, East Asian section, and specializes in Chinese art and design. Prior to joining the V&A, she was a curatorial trainee at the Museum für Asiatische Kunst in Berlin. And she studied East Asian art history and China studies at the Freie Universität in Berlin, Beijing University in Beijing, and the Cortland Institute of Art in London. And she's currently pursuing a part-time PhD on architecture, art, and material culture of the Western Qing Tomb. The floor is yours. Yes.
Oh, gosh, I'm so tall. Thank you. Maybe I don't have to stand on this.
It would be better in order to get
to
the
okay.
camera.
Okay. So I'll move this back. Great. Okay, well, thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me here today. I've set myself the difficult task of combing through the archives of the V&A, desperate to find practices and policies, so guidelines, basically, from the early 20th century that specifically tell you how the museum dealt with looted objects. I'm afraid to say, just as a spoiler alert, there were no such policies. And so therefore the change in title, Practice as Policy. People followed certain practices, and that seems to have been the order of the day. But anyways, I'll still go through the few, handful examples that I've found. I think it's important to set out a little bit, the V&A as a 19th century institution that was born out of, the Great Exhibitions, and is a fine art and design museum which right from the outset acquired East Asian art, based very much on its founding principles to inspire local craftspeople. And so the arts of East Asia were, of course, an incredibly important source of inspiration. And so a lot of these early acquisitions really were export art. These were produced at places such as Guangdong and mostly sold through the regular trade. But nevertheless, the museum, the V&A, is of course a museum that is deeply connected to imperialism, and therefore, in and amongst the objects that were acquired harmlessly, there are other examples of objects collected in ways we deem totally unacceptable today. For Britain, this includes objects that are related to the looting and subsequent burning of the Summer Palace, Yuanmingyuan, and I shall use those two words interchangeably, in 1860 by British and French forces, which is an incredibly important topic for us at the V&A, and we've already done a lot of work, provenance research. The information is available online. And of course, the Boxer War, which has kind of started to has received a little less attention than 1860, but is nevertheless incredibly important. And I've kind of set myself the task, as I said, to comb through the V&A archives in order to find examples related to the Boxer War. As of now, we only have a handful or so identified objects, but we suspect that there were many more related to the Boxer. This is ongoing research, however, and we are, of course, keen to make all of our everything that we find essentially available, both on the database, but then also through signing in the galleries. And on this note, I should also say that the V&A archives are relatively complete and they are open to the public, so anybody can come and see and comb through the archives and look at our acquisition files in the way that I tried to do. Of course, methodologically, as we've already heard this morning, it's really difficult to identify Boxer loot because the art historical lens through which we can assess an object's provenance, i.e. if it is of an imperial quality, for example, and came into the museum through a particular person or at a particular point in time, that allows us to make a reasonable assumption that it was possibly looted. But because the foreign allies ravaged across all of northern China, not just in imperial precincts, but in villages, in private homes, in temples, in shops, as we've already heard this morning, it's a lot harder to kind of associate these objects with one another. There were essentially more mundane or more everyday objects in and amongst the imperial looting, which receives a lot of the focus. And so another point for the V&A is that the provenance of objects is often obscured through circuitous routes of ownership. So the V&A did not have a person on the ground in the way that the Ethnological Museum in Berlin did. We already heard of Friedrich Müller, who was specifically sent to Beijing to acquire pieces for the museum. The V&A did not have such a person, and so often these objects came in totally unrelated ways through collectors who acquired pieces on the markets in London and Paris when the objects had already changed hands several times. But still, we've got a few cases, and I'm going to present some of those. They are kind of interesting anecdotal evidence, if you like, and they do give you an insight into the V&A's workings, which I'll reflect upon a little bit at the end. So the first example is, funnily enough, also related to the Summer Palace, to Yuanmingyuan and the Boxer War, and thus highlights a story less well known about the occupation and loot of Yuanmingyuan around 1900. So Nicholas was saying the pictures of the interior of Shouhuangdian with Western soldiers around 1900 are the most extraordinary examples. I'll raise you to these pictures of the interior of Yuanmingyuan around 1900. Also really extraordinary, because whilst the story of the 1860 burning and looting of the Summer Palace is that everything was razed to the ground, as we saw in the picture before, what actually is confusingly called Yuanmingyuan are, of course, 3 huge garden complexes, and only one of them was primarily targeted in 1860, which means that there were other gardens and palaces still left that the imperial family traveled to later on as well in the second half of the 19th century. And so in 1900, the Yuanmingyuan became the target of occupation and loot again. After the imperial family had escaped Beijing and fled to Xi'an, the British would task the soldier Noel du Boulay with guarding the Summer Palace, which they were to hand back to the imperial family afterwards. Apart from the personal papers of Noel du Boulay, from where this photograph comes, and they are still with the family, the National Archives in Kew also give a sense of what the situation was like at the Summer Palace around 1900. He speaks of the difficulty of guarding the entire complex, of doors being broken open, and of the huge number of visitors wanting to see the palace and possibly loot some of its contents. Fearful of this potential looting, Noel asked for the palace's contents to be assembled in one particular place and produced an inventory, of which you see an example on the right here. And this inventory became really very influential in the study specifically of Chinese art in Britain, so it had a huge impact. But when Noel du Boulay was pressed by General Gazellet to report back on supposed looting, which had been reported by British and French press as at the outset, really, of the Boxer War, he responded to the general, recounting merely one example. On Christmas Eve, December 24, 1900, Noel writes, "In only one instance have I acquiesced in any article of value being taken out of the Summer Palace. That was in the case of Count Waldersee, Roi de Sy. He asked for a souvenir and pointed out a small jade bowl and 2 pieces of broken red lacquer. I told him that I had no power to give permission, but that if he, as the commander-in-chief, thought that he had a right to take them, I did not see how I could prevent him." This was in the presence of his staff. He thought a moment and then said he would take them. This letter is significant for several reasons. First, because it describes how Graf von Waldersee removed objects from the Summer Palace in 1900, even in the presence of his staff, thereby setting a problematic precedent. If Germany's highest military commander could walk into the famous Summer Palace and take jades and lacquer objects as he pleased, what signal would that send to his subordinates who were also present? And then I think it's also interesting to note how Noel says he can only think of one example of objects articles of value being taken, which seems to imply that other articles of lesser or no value were more frequently removed. And so here's this painting by Rochol of Waldersee in the so-called Winter Palace at Beihai, so also the region of the Sanhai, which we've already heard a lot about in the morning. 3 days later, Noel recounts other instances of looting. He acknowledges further instances and concedes that it was very difficult to guard the whole summer palace, which is why he then gave orders to have its contents collected as best as possible in one place. The next day, however, he found a back door had been opened, and even after nailing it up, there were still many ways for people to get in and out. He goes on to say, there were a good many instances in which people wished to take things, but were prevented. Then Noel remembers yet another incident of German looting. Quote, our native police outside the gate drew my attention to a cart belonging to German civilians, who had to disgorge about a dozen pieces of jade. They said they had bought it, so the jades, but they would not say from whom. So it's very possible, again, that these were from the summer palace. Now, all these instances gave Noel du Boulay a sense of insecurity until he had all the contents assembled in one place. With an added note, can you see my mouse? Yeah. With an added note here, especially as one could not know the minds of the Italians. Ultimately, Noel concludes his letter by admitting, it is probable that some things were taken, but if it is so, it was done surreptitiously, and I have no idea by whom, and I feel confident that only very little was taken. So evidently, the summer palace was targeted again during the Boxer War, and looting did take place. What with examples from the highest military commanders, such as Waldersee, all the way to the kind of ordinary rank and file, trying their luck in obtaining imperial art from the palace, as recorded in these writings of du Boulay. And back in Britain, to bring this around, the V&A accepted a gift of several dozens of porcelains in 1909 from somebody called Andrew Berman. About this Kangxi Mark and period large dish, Andrew Berman said in a letter, quote, the plates were part of the loot from Peking after the Boxer troubles. And Noel du Boulay's inventory of the summer palace also mentions large plates of the very same design. So it is very probable that the dishes now at the V&A were in fact part of the summer palace. Berman then goes on to say that out of the same lot of loot came those yellow bowls which Mr. Galland also gave to the V&A. So presumably Berman meant a bowl such as this one, which is classified as official ware or guanyao. So from Berman's comments, then, we can infer that this object may also be associated with the Boxer War kind of more generally, and possibly even with the summer palace. Nevertheless, Berman in his letter continues to explain that both Galland and he had obtained the bowls from somebody else, from Mr. Davies. And he was yet another important collector of Chinese ceramics at the turn of the century. So this is a rare example, then, where the object's association with the Boxer War continued to be passed down even when the objects had already passed through several hands, from Davies to Berman or Galland, and then eventually to the V&A. Now, clearly, the V&A saw no harm in accepting Berman's or Galland's gift at the beginning of the 20th century, despite their association with the Boxer troubles. It is, however, very rare to find these references, and the way in which I've conducted this research is essentially to go through various V&A archives of collections that came in around that period, and this is, of course, cumbersome and takes a lot of time. But one of the reasons why provenance was so poorly documented, or there was little interest in it, I think, has to do with the way in which collecting practices, were established at the time. So here's an example of the V&A, everything was classified by material, and this goes back to this art and design approach. And so the interest was less in kind of contextual history and more in material and making. And so this, I think, had an impact. Now, I'm going to skip forward a little bit, but the next example of an object I believe to be associated with the Boxer War is the pictures of ancient playthings, or guwantu, a very famous hand scroll from the Yongjong period. which came into the museum. I'm going to see if this works. It's supposed to scroll through the scroll, but looks very static to me. Okay, never mind. So this famous painting came into the museum through a soldier called a captain called Rivet Kanak, and he was part of the 16th Bengal Lancers, which are one of the Indian troops that were slightly more famous of the British Army. So there's this famous photograph of them occupying the Temple of Heaven in the south of the city. The painting was sold to the V&A in 1910. And Rivet Kanak, whom you see on the left here, was sent to Beijing in 1900. And according to him, the scroll in question was presented to me in China 1900 by the officers of a German column, to which I was attached for duty as a memento of our services. Sorry, okay, never mind. I'll read the quote again. The scroll in question was presented to me in China 1900 by officers of a German column, to which I was attached for duty, as a memento of our service together. And the reason I bring this up, I've presented part of this research already in March, but the really interesting bit of research in the archives about this scroll is essentially that the museum had a back and forth with the Treasury because it needed to seek sanction, that is to say, it needed permission from the Treasury to spend public money in order to pay a soldier. And so these are really interesting cases. But what the museum didn't understand was whether the Treasury also needed to know how the soldier obtained the object. And so in this instance, they were wondering, does the Treasury need to know that the scroll was possibly looted by the Germans? Will they potentially deny sanction if they find out about the provenance? So there's all this back and forth in the V&A archives, which is very revealing. The Treasury ultimately leaves the responsibility with the museum. So the museums have to self-regulate in the early 20th century and decide themselves whether or not something is looted or whether somebody holds so-called good title, which is the opposite of loot. And the way in which the museum argued for the acquisition in 1910 was essentially that they said, the scroll was given to Rivet Kanak by the Germans, and we have nothing to do with the regulations of Germans looting. So I guess to bring this to a close, I'm aware of time, it's essentially what I found in all these, there are just a handful of cases, but what's really interesting is that through this chain of different owners who passed on these objects from one to the other. It kind of goes back to the keynote about secondary kind of looting. Through this chain of command, acquisition was justified. As long as the immediate person who gave the object to the museum wasn't directly involved in the loot, it was fine. And I think this is really interesting because it's, of course, contradictory to our due diligence processes. And, I've just given some of the guidelines and examples here, Spectrum for the UK. If you want to be an accredited institution and receive public funds in the UK, you have to follow all these guidelines. And, there are all these due diligence processes. And that's in stark contrast to the early 20th century. But I think it's still interesting that today on gallery labels, we only ever mention one previous person, when actually what we're interested in are the many kind of chains that come before it, all the way to the place of origin. And this is what we're trying to disentangle here. So there's a stark contrast, I think. And anyways, I shall leave you with that. These are my contact details, and I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, and I really think it really brings in the core of this question of provenance chains that we face all the time when we do provenance research. So I'll introduce the second paper. It's a joint paper with the title Souvenirs of a Forgotten War, the Austro-Hungarian Participation in the Boxer War. And we have three presenters working together, which I think is really special and really interesting to have a collective approach also, or this exchange in different countries. So presenters are Alexandra Nachescu, is a doctoral student at the University of Vienna in Austria, Her research interests include the art and archaeology of Chinese tombs, Chinese export porcelain, and the history of collecting Chinese art in Europe. And she has worked as a university assistant at the University of Vienna. Was also employed for 2 years as a provenance researcher for Chinese and Indian objects in the collection of the MK in Vienna. And she's currently researching the collecting of Chinese art to the Austro-Hungarian consulates in China. Second presenter is Bogdana Marinac. She's a graduate ethnologist and sociologist of culture and a museum curator at the Maritime Museum in Pirano in Slovenia. She has been carrying out research in the heritage of seafarers and travels, having contacts with foreign culture. And on this topic, she has prepared a series of permanent and special exhibitions in the museum. And among other extensive works on the topic, she made an exhibition and a book with the title Across the Seas to the Unknown Far East, about the contacts of Austro-Hungarian seafarers with East Asia. Natasha Vampeli-Swadolnik is a professor at the Department of Asian Studies, Faculty of Arts at the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia as well. And the research areas include East Asian material culture and collecting history in Slovenia, traditional and modern Chinese art, Chinese funerary art, and Chinese Buddhist art. She currently leads the national project Orphaned Objects, examining East Asian objects outside organized collecting practices in Slovenia. And prior to that, she led the national project East Asian Collection in Slovenia, through which there was a website and a database of East Asian objects in Slovenia were collected. She's the initiator, co-founder, and first president of the European Association of East Asian Art and Archaeology. So the floor is yours. And here is often
Okay, where is our presentation?
No, it was there. Yeah. You just have to, let me see. Oh no, now it's gone.
Oh no.
We'll be back. Okay, next one.
Mm. Oh, I see. It's in the same.
there, no?
It's, okay.
Here.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. Right. Fantastic. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Excellent. So, the presence. Oops. There we go. The presence of Austro-Hungarian troops in the Boxer War was a landmark moment for the Imperial Navy and the Austro-Hungarian presence in East Asia. It had a strong impact on private and public collections of Chinese art in Central Europe. Research on this topic, however, has been limited in the past due to several factors. The relatively modest Austro-Hungarian land troops have long been treated disparagingly in both the English and German language historiography of the Boxer War. Furthermore, the dispersal of archival material and museum collections among the successor states of the Austro-Hungarian Empire has complicated research on the multinational Austro-Hungarian Navy, whose personnel came from all over the former empire, with a significant number of personnel coming from Slovenia and Croatia. Finally, the provenance of many objects obtained in the aftermath of the Boxer War has been hidden by their purchase from the art market years after the end of the conflicts, as we have seen in other cases today. My colleagues and I have been working to overcome these obstacles in researching objects collected during the Boxer War through the Austro-Hungarian Navy. By bringing together the results of individual provenance research projects, we are allowing the Austrian and Slovenian Boxer War narratives to come into dialogue. In this presentation, we will first present the accounts of and collecting practices of the Austrian consular staff and naval officers. Then, Bogdana Marinac will present new research on the Slovenian sailors that participated in the Boxer War. Finally, Natasha Vampel-Suhadolnik will talk about how the objects looted during the Boxer Rebellion were acquired by Slovene collectors through the art market. Yes, should have shown that earlier. I would like to start by giving the quickest possible overview of the Austro-Hungarian participation in the Boxer War that is humanly possible. At the outbreak of the Boxer War, the Austro-Hungarian presence in China in 1900 consisted of businessmen, missionaries, and consular staff, including Arthur and Paula Rawsthorn, who we've already met in some of the earlier talks. The military presence in the war consisted of 4 ships listed above, with a total crew number of about 1,500 men, of which, according to an official report from September 1900, around 494 were dispatched as part of land troops. Many mariners never joined the landed detachments and stayed aboard the ships in the coastal areas. While the headcount of the Austro-Hungarian troops was relatively small, they were active in all stages of the conflict, as you can see on the slide. The crew of the first ship, the SMS Zenta, arrived in China in June 1900 and participated in the sieges of Beijing and Tianjin. Hang on, do I need to? They were involved together with the land detachments brought by the following boats: the Maria Theresia, the SMS Kaiserin Elizabeth, and the SMS Aspen, in the aftermath of the siege of Shanghai Guan and in the punitive expeditions in northern China of late 1900 and 1901. Freight Captain Theodor Ritter von Winterhalder, who was present throughout the siege of Beijing and even commanded the Beijing detachment for a while, condemned the looting and emphasized, "We Austro-Hungarians have touched absolutely nothing," which is a story we've heard before today, claiming that the only things seized by the Austrian army were cash, provisions, means of transport, and weapons that had previously served the enemy war effort and which constituted legal seizures under the Hague Convention of 1899. The official list of confiscated objects brought aboard the Zenta and Kaiserin Elizabeth includes primarily sea cables, mine igniters, batteries, and other military equipment, consistent with these claims. However, this list tells us only a small part of the story. Winterhalter's claim can be contrasted with the eyewitness account of his own co-national, the Austro-Hungarian legation secretary Arthur Rawsthorn, who was present in Beijing at the same time as Winterhalter. In his unpublished memoirs dated to 1941, Rawsthorn recalls how he witnessed the newly arrived troops led by Victor Weckerhauser looting the villa of Chongli, the former Beijing Metropolitan Head of Police, which had been requisitioned as the provisional headquarters for the legation and for the Austro-Hungarian army after the end of the siege. If the requisitioning of the house was done on legitimate grounds, and even with the oral agreement of the owner, who was a prior acquaintance of Rawsthorn, it was followed by subsequent looting. Rawsthorn highlights how many of the objects made their way to Vienna, where the objects were legitimized through their exhibition in museums. While the objects from the Chong Villa have not yet been traced, the prospective object list for a much later exhibition from 1922 at the Museum of Art and Industry, which is the current day MAC, provides us with another suspect. So one object listed is a bronze incense burner with 4 dragon-handed handles labeled as Chinese from the Summer Palace, Yuan period, which was listed as a potential loan from the collection of Rudolf Montecuccoli, the admiral who had served as head commander of the Austro-Hungarian troops in China from the 7th of September 1900 onwards. Rawsthorn, one of the organizers of the exhibition, approved the presence of these objects, which were likely to have been acquired during Montecuccoli's tenure in China. The most visible objects to be brought back by the Austro-Hungarian troops were 3 objects in the collection of the Weltmuseum, researched by Burgel Bauständer, a red lacquer screen, a large bronze urn, and a gilded bronze Buddha. And they were removed by Lieutenant Heinrich Seitz-Treffen, who's originally Slovenian, named Seitz, and it comes from Celje. So he and his troops removed these objects from the Nanheitze Palace in October 1900 and passed them on to Captain Sambucchi and Admiral Montecuccoli under the pretense of protecting them from bandits. The objects were taken to the Navy Museum in Pola, where they were presented to Emperor Franz Josef. This in turn led to their relocation to the Imperial Natural History Museum in Vienna in 1902, and are currently housed in the collections of the Weltmuseum. Rostrand himself proudly brought back a silver globe from China, to whom he attributed an imperial provenance. Later sources, based on Rostrand's own oral accounts, state he acquired the globe from an antiquities dealer in Beijing after it had originally come from an imperial palace. While the catalogue of its donations to the Museum of Art and Industry, the current MAC, refers to it as being a project of the Imperial Jesuit Workshop. A provenance research project at the MAC between 2021 and 2022 has established that the globe does not bear any of the hallmarks of imperial production or match the models in use at the Qing court. It did not date, as previously assumed, from the Qianlong period, but was likely a mid to late 19th century product. Technical investigation of the globe showed impact and fire damage, consistent with the hypothesis that the globe was looted in the chaos of the siege of Beijing. If Rostrand had indeed purchased the globe from a shop, he was sold a very likely looted, historically important, but non-imperial piece as an imperial trophy. And stories of the objects collected by Austrian consular staff and high officers in China, and those who have made their way to Vienna, show the different ways in which loot was excused through requisition, protection from the enemy, as well as the mechanisms of the art market and museum acquisition. We will now hear about what Slovene officers and sailors thought about all this from my colleague Bogdana Maginac.
Although the number of mariners from Slovenian ethnic territory in China during the Boxer Rebellion was almost insignificant, some of their diaries, letters and postcard publications in magazines and newspapers, as well as various objects they brought with them, have been preserved. For these sources, we can conclude that looting was also committed by Austro-Hungarian mariners, but not all mariners took part in it. They had different view on the role of the Austro-Hungarian Navy in the war. While Henry Zeitz, as we heard, was very active in looting, Lieutenant Commander Alois Shushtorsic, who was a leader of the detachment that captured the Peichang fortress, reported with satisfaction that despite the great desire of the member of his unit, there was not a single robbery. While some officers, such as Franz Wilfan, were convinced that the Navy should be more involved in the combats, which would enhance its prestige, many officers, as Wilfan wrote in his letters, were convinced that the fighting on the other side of the world was absurd. This opinion was also held by many members of the detachment who were not prepared to risk their lives for foreign interest. This letter included Seaman Mattia Domian. He belonged to the 30-member detachment of the ship Zenta, which was formed to protect the embassy in Beijing. In his diary, he mentions the looting by the Chinese in the legation quarter, but not the looting by foreigners. As Mattia was defending the embassy during the fighting, he had no opportunity to take active part in the looting, at least at this time. The assumption that the members of this detachment did not loot is also consistent with Winterhalter's statement. But Franz Wilfan brought home a rather rich collection of objects from China in Japan. He was the leader of the detachment that was to take part in the capture of Shanghai Fortress. As they only reached the fortress after it has already been occupied by the British, they couldn't capture the pagoda on the coast and the searchlight. However, he wrote that he was very disappointed because he couldn't prove himself in the battles. In Wilfan's collection, the object from Japan was mostly export art. while the objects from China were mostly made for locals, which was quite characteristic in most collections of Austro-Hungarian mariners in our country. The collection is dominated by smaller objects. Although Franz Wilfang could have been involved in the looting, there is no hints about it even in his letters, but certainly bought the object. However, it should not be forgotten that the incense burner donated by the Imperial Navy to the Imperial National History Museum in Vienna came from Shanghai Fort. In addition of objects from Japan and Korea, Grand Admiral Anton Haus also had some objects from China in his flat in Vienna. He also brought some objects from East Asia for his relatives, as we can see from the photos kept by his relatives in Slovenia with this photo too. As he did not approve of looting, we can assume that he bought these items, but we are not sure. On 20 May 1901, he sailed to East Asia on board the corvette Donau. There he was appointed commander of the Austro-Hungarian armored cruiser Kaiser und Königin Maria Theresia and commander of the Austro-Hungarian East Asia Squadron. As he wrote in his diary, he was appalled that all the Austro-Hungarian ships were practically stuffed with objects plundered by mariners in China, and that the officers spoke shamelessly about these misdeeds. He did not want to dirty his head with such things. He wrote that the items were worth a good 1,000 guldens. Some of them were chosen by the previous commander of the squadron, Rudolf Montecuccoli. Some were given to the commander of the navy, and a large bronze statue was intended for the naval casino at the main Austro-Hungarian naval base in Pula. The previous commander of the ships was also very active in looting and took more than 10 crashes of valuables to another ship. Only a small number of officers were in hand. On the 5th October 1901, mariners in Pula unloaded numerous objects from China. The large bronze statue mentioned by Anton Haus is most likely the large incense burning which was placed near the former Naval Museum in Pula in Arsenal. Several other objects from China were exhibited in the Naval Museum. For a short time, there was also a throne screen which is currently held in the Welt Museum in Vienna. But now there are no objects from the Naval Museum in Pula anymore. A few of them were taken to Vienna, including the large incense burner, while the rest were transported to Italy during and after the First World War, while Pula was part of Italy. I give the word now to Natasha.
So I've tried to be brief. It looks like I only have 3 minutes to finalize our talk. So yes, in the last part of our presentation, I will just briefly present one case study to show or to discuss how the objects looted during the Boxer War ended up on the Beijing art market. So this textile piece that you see on the screen comes from the Slovene Ethnographic Museum in Slovenia, and it probably hung in the Chusio Palace of Gadget Elegance in the Forbidden City, which is located in the groups of living quarters known as the 6 Western Palaces. So you would ask me, how do we know that this piece might be linked to this palace? This is actually revealed through an ink inscription on the back, but as you can see, it is covered in black ink. But if you look at a certain angle, you can still see the inscription reads Chusio Palace, Chusio Gungdong Zijian, so Chusio Palace, East Second Room. So this textile piece was purchased in Beijing along with many other Chinese objects by the Austro-Hungarian naval officer Ivan Skušek, who spent almost 6 years in Beijing due to political circumstances. He arrived in Beijing in 1940 as an intendant on the Austro-Hungarian cruiser SMS Kaiserin Elisabeth. Namely, after Japan declared war on Germany and Austria in 1914, the ship was anchored in Qingdao, where it helped to defend the German concession against the Japanese attack. After the Japanese victory, the captured soldiers were taken to Japanese war camps, while officers and some others were taken to Beijing and most likely remained in the internment camp. So Ivan Skušek thus landed up in Beijing in 1914 and remained there until 1920. And during this period, he also started to collect Chinese objects with the intention of setting up a museum upon his return. But the possible connection between this textile piece and the looting during the Boxer War can be also understood through Skušek's narrative, which is revealed through the memoirs of his brother, Francis Skušek. His brother spent almost every day with Ivan for 4 years after his return from China in 1920. So they opened many boxes together, and he would tell him many details about his life in Beijing and so on. But in this memoir, we can read, as you can see, the following. That I will just start it somewhere in the middle. The Boxers retreated and entered the Forbidden City, where they looted and plundered many palaces, temples, pavilions, and so on. They hid furniture, statues, and other heavier objects in the cellars of acquaintances so they could be sold later. His brother further recalls, what I remember the best, is how he told me how he bought an emperor's coat with embroidered dragons that only had 5 fingers or claws. The Boxer got the coat when they attacked the Forbidden City. So, of course, this is the secondary source. These memoirs cannot be regarded as the most reliable account, but in a way it shows the narratives most probably widespread among foreigners in the Legation Quarter in Beijing 15 years later. So something that we have been listening this morning all the time. It's not our fault, of course, it's somebody else's fault. And also, as my colleague just said, no, we were so proud that nothing was taken away, but of course the ships were full of looted objects. So, but what is actually interesting to know that while many art dealers in early 20th century Beijing falsely claimed that their objects belonged to imperial collections in order to achieve higher prices, in this case, its imperial provenance was actually concealed by a black stripe over the inscription. So it could or might indicate that could be also plundered by the locals themselves, who then disguise its origin immediately after the looting. So to summarize our talk today, objects such as this textile piece are important evidence of how the loot was altered before it entered Beijing art market and later ended up in European collections. In the case of Austro-Hungarian involvement, we can see very complex attitudes with different opinions, as of course in many other examples. So there was much condemnation among senior officers and consular staff, but it seems that the practice of plundering was apparently also acceptable. Anton Haus, who took command of the cruiser, Kaiserin Königin Maria Theresia, was very negatively surprised when he realized that, in fact, all the ships, including his own, are carrying many looted items worth several thousand guilders, and that discussions about this are taking place without any reservations. The looted objects first landed in Pula, which is present-day Croatia, and some of them were initially exhibited in the Naval Museum in Pula, but before the collapse of Austria-Hungary, some of them were taken to Vienna. Later on, in the interwar period, this part of territory belonged to Italians, so some of the objects were also taken by Italians. And also what we have to say that in the case of smaller objects that were shown by my colleagues here, brought back by individuals and later inherited by descendants, it's also very difficult to determine the provenance and, of the objects. So challenges in research, of course, here, this is one of the example of our case, so that, you know, a kind of international group of scholars is necessary to be able to follow the circulation of the objects, namely Austria-Hungary disintegrated in several nation states, and of course we are, the biggest research challenge is this methodological nationalism, which means that we are primarily analyzed objects and things within the current borders. So we have to go beyond that. We have to commute and discuss. And in this case, when we were collaborating, we already find some very interesting and new research findings related to Austro-Hungarian participation. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for speeding up. You were very good in time. And thank you also for the very exciting presentation and this very rich and very intense. I think there's a lot of new material that no one has seen before. So we go to our third and last paper for this panel. The paper is about bringing home a slice of home, collecting at the Dutch legation in Beijing. So the paper will be presented by Carwin Chong. He's a senior provenance researcher in the research project Pressing Matter, a 4-year international research program about colonial heritage and its legacies, financed by the Dutch National Science Agenda and coordinated by the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. His current research focuses on a transnational circulation of Asian art and material culture during the late 19th and early 20th century, including the Second World War. He previously worked as an assistant curator for the East Asian collection of the National Museum in Scotland and as a researcher of the East Asian Department of the National Museum of World Culture in the Netherlands. Yeah. The floor is yours.
This. That doesn't work. No. Let's see. Good afternoon, everyone. So the talk I'm giving today is based on research done in the past year on the collections of the Wereldmuseum Leiden, formerly known as the National Museum of Ethnology. So with a history spanning back to the 1830s, it is one of the oldest ethnographic museums in Europe, and it holds a large and important portion of Chinese objects in the Dutch national collections. So as we know, the Kingdom of the Netherlands was not part of the Eight-Nation Alliance during the Boxer War. As a result, there are few objects in the collections that have a direct paper trail to the looting occurring in Beijing during the Boxer War. Nevertheless, Nevertheless, in the years following the Boxer War, we do find some objects entering the collection that were quite likely Boxerloot. Take, for example, this yellow silk wrapping cloth decorated with a 5-clawed dragon in the center and flowering peonies in the 4 corners. The museum had acquired this object in 1908 from the German firm Sanger in Hamburg, and on the invoice it is described as a silk cloth from the Imperial Library in Beijing. No further details are given on the provenance of this object in the correspondence with Sanger, but considering the object, its description, and the location of the firm, it is quite possible that this object was taken from the Library of Hanlin Academy, which was burned down during the Boxer War, or one of the other locations in Beijing where books and scrolls from the imperial collections were stored. Similar wrapping cloths are found in other European and North American museums, invariably with similar descriptions. So we do find some pieces of Boxerloot that entered the museum's collection through the art market. The art market is, of course, a fairly well-known trajectory for such objects. A much less known trajectory, which will be the topic for the remainder of my talk, is found in this porcelain ritual vessel. This vessel of the Tang type is decorated with polychrome patterns of dragons and clouds on a yellow ground. It's a fairly small piece, about 30 centimeters in height, and based on the Jiaqing mark on the inside of the vessel, it was made sometime between 1796 and 1820. The vessel was bought by the museum at an Amsterdam auction in 1972, but the museum's collection database did not contain any further information on the object's provenance. There does, however, exist a photograph showing this exact object in situ in Beijing in the early 20th century. So this is the photograph in question, and we see the porcelain vessel is standing here on the far left of the photo. I'm not sure if you can, yes, you can see my mouse. Displayed between dozens of other pieces strewn out over cases, the walls, and the floor. In addition, we see various pieces of Chinese furniture, a hanging scroll, as well as a photograph of the Dutch Queen Wilhelmina. As you might guess from that last detail, this is not the interior of a Chinese building, but it is in fact one of the living quarters in the Dutch legation in Beijing in the early 20th century. A second fact we might glean from this photo, which is confirmed through further archival research, is that the officials stationed at the Dutch legation were enthusiastic collectors of Chinese objects, and through this route brought a considerable amount of Chinese objects back to the Netherlands. So here we see a photo of the Dutch legation, probably taken from the top of the inner city wall of Beijing, which marked the southern side of the legation. And I say the Dutch legation, but it might be more proper to call it a legation compound. This was quite probably the most luxurious and grandest diplomatic housing of the Dutch state in the early 20th century, and probably in its entire history. Built on a block of 90 by 85 meters and consisting of several buildings built in Dutch architectural styles. Moreover, the creation of this compound was a direct result of the Boxer War. So I would like to spend a few minutes to briefly discuss the history of the Dutch legation, and it is also intimately tied to the collectors stationed there and their collections. So on this old map of Beijing, we see the area which is today known as the legation quarter. And this was located on the south side of the inner city of Beijing, bordering the inner city wall on the south and the Chengyangmen city gate on the west. And after the conclusion of the Second Opium War in 1860, this neighborhood was opened up to the installation of various Western embassies. The Dutch were a relatively late arrival in the legation quarter, and it was not until 1880 that a Dutch diplomatic representative moved to Beijing, as the Dutch had preferred to station its representative in one of the treaty ports. The representative at the time, J.H. Ferguson, made his residence in a building on the southeast corner of the legation quarter, around here, where it was neighbored by a shrine and a guest house for foreign diplomatic missions. This situation, however, would not last for very long, because in 1900, during the Boxer War, the Dutch legation was heavily damaged during the 55-day siege of the legation quarter. The end of the Boxer War and the Boxer Protocol would have several implications for the legation quarter and the Dutch. So as I mentioned, the Netherlands did not take part in the Eight-Nation Alliance, but due to the destruction of the Dutch legation and the dispatching of warships, the country did become party to the Boxer Protocol. Thus, the Dutch state received a small part of the Boxer indemnity, to be exact, a share of 0.17%, which against the exchange rate of the time was 1.4 million Dutch guilders. As for the legation quarter, Article 7 of the Boxer Protocol had also given the signatory states the exclusive use of the legation quarter. All Chinese-owned buildings were cleared from this area, and the Dutch were given the entire city block around here. The Boxer indemnity funds received by the Dutch were immediately put to use to construct new legation buildings. Whereas the old Dutch legation had been a single building on the street side, the new legation was to become a much grander affair. Initially, the assignment had been given to the English architects Adams and Knowles in Tianjin, who were sent by Dutch officials a long list of characteristics of Dutch architecture, such as pointed gables at the end of saddle roofs. This already betrays some lack of confidence in the English firm's ability to design Dutch architecture. And indeed, much to the chagrin of Adams and Knowles, their plans were deemed unsatisfactory by the Dutch officials. Next to try his hand was the Dutch architect Pierre Cuypers, today famous for his work on the Amsterdam Rijksmuseum and Amsterdam Central Station. His designs did satisfy the demand for Dutchness, but with extravagant elements such as bell towers filled in another stereotypical Dutch demand, namely costs. Work on the legation was eventually completed by the government-employed architect Johann Gottfried Robbers, who managed to stay in budget through extensive use of local materials. Nevertheless, even these eventually scaled-down plans were more luxurious than any other Dutch diplomatic housing at the time. On the south side of the compound were barracks and stables for the legation guard. 2 large residences were built, one in the northwest corner for the secretary and commander of the legation guard, and one in the northeast corner for the ambassador. Flower gardens were planted across the compound, and exercise was taken care of with a tennis court in the middle. In effect, a slice of the Netherlands was built in the city center of Beijing, and I should, for emphasis, repeat that this was done with funds and land derived from the Boxer Protocol, so it would not be outrageous to consider the legation itself a piece of Boxerloot. Now to get back to the interior photograph, who was the person who inhabited these living spaces? The story of this collector was tied with the Boxer War as well. These were the living quarters of Haro van Hemert tot Dingshof, a Dutch nobleman and military officer who in 1913 was sent to Beijing to take charge of the Dutch legation guard, which was about 30 soldiers strong. Article 7 of the Boxer Protocol had also given signatory states, besides the exclusive use of the legation quarter, also the right to permanently station troops in Beijing to defend their legations. Van Hemert tot Dingshof stands here on the right, amongst his colleagues, on this 1914 photograph of the various commanders of the legation guards in Beijing. Van Hemert tot Dingshof would spend 7 years in Beijing as commander. His tenure was far from worryless. In July 1917, the royalist warlord Jiang Xun attempted a royalist restoration. Although this Manchu restoration only lasted 2 weeks before ending in failure, after which Jiang Xun took refuge at the Dutch legation. More worries as well were brought in by the First World War, as the Dutch neutral troops were put in charge of guarding the Austrian and German legations, after the Republic of China joined the war. Despite all these political upheavals, Van Hemert tot Dingshof must have found ample time to put together his collection of Chinese objects. And we see here the same room, but from another angle, showing some of the other pieces in his collection. You can see here the ritual vessel pointed out earlier. And as might be observed from these 2 photographs, Van Hemert tot Dingshof managed to put together a large and impressive collection. But these photos are far away from showing everything that was in his collection. 2 major auctions of Van Hemert tot Dingshof's collections were held in the Netherlands. And the 2 auction catalogs show that his collection was in fact much larger than we see on the photograph. Curiously, the first auction was held very shortly after his return to the Netherlands in 1920 by the firm Kleikamp in The Hague, a well-known art dealer at the time. This auction counted 496 lots. The second auction was held after his passing in 1972 by the Amsterdam auction house Mak van Wij, and this second auction counted 286 lots. In addition, not all pieces in his collections were auctioned at these 2 auctions, as new pieces continued to enter the art market in the years after 1972. That is the case with this particular Yuan Dynasty jar, which is probably the most well-known object from Van Hemert tot Dingshof's collection. In 2005, this jar was sold at Christie's in London for £15.6 million, a number that almost sounds quaint by today's art market standards, but in 2005 was the most expensive Asian work of art ever sold at auction. This and the other in the pieces in the collection of the Wereldmuseum Leiden show that Van Hemert tot Dingshof was a discerning collector who managed to acquire high-quality pieces. But how did the Dutch commander put together his collection? Van Hemert tot Dingshof did not leave us with an inventory of his collection, and although he did write a manuscript for a memoir of his time in Beijing, there's not a single mention of Chinese porcelain found therein. There are, however, second-hand accounts of Van Hemert tot Dingshof as a collector. In the preface to the 1920 auction catalogue, Jan Julius Lodewijk Duivendak, a colleague of Van Hemert tot Dingshof at the legation, and later professor in sinology in Leiden, writes, quote, During his 7-year stay in Beijing, Mr. von Hemert had the excellent opportunity to collect with care and at his own pace. There was not a single antique shop in Beijing of which he did not know their inventories through and through. For months, sometimes years, he would keep an eye on certain objects until he managed to finally buy it." End quote. There was, of course, a darker side to this collecting, which interestingly Duivendak touches upon elsewhere in his preface. And he remarks how the political conditions of the time facilitated von Hemert tot Dingshoff's collection. These uneasy times experienced by Beijing in the last few years, during which plunder and arson were never far away, were cause for many old families to sell their heirlooms in order to invest their fortunes in more secure holdings. And in that manner, many a connoisseur was able to acquire good pieces. On that note, let's return for a moment to the pieces that ended up at the Wereldmuseum Leiden. The museum holds 7 objects from von Hemert tot Dingshoff's collection. And in addition to this, the museum also has 103 objects from other officials stationed at the Dutch legation, but which I won't cover now for reasons of time. There are 6 works of ceramics, which include the aforementioned ritual vessel, as well as a 5-piece set of ritual altar pieces, a wukong. All of these were bought at the 1972 auction in Amsterdam at Mak van Wij. The single painting amongst them depicts a group of immortals playing the board game Go, and this work has an apocryphal signature of the 18th century Yangzhou painter Gao Qipei. This painting was actually not bought at either of the 2 auctions, but at an art dealer in The Hague in 1950 without any provenance attached to it, and has only recently been identified as an object from von Hemert tot Dingshoff collection on the basis of the 2 photographs of his Beijing home. All of these objects are in fact found on the photographs of his room. I've already pointed out the ritual vessel here, but we can also see the 5-part set here on the table. What might we learn from the objects themselves then? Here we see the incense holder in the 5-piece set, which is finely decorated in underglazed red and marked with a Jiaqing rain mark. There's no indication on this piece of any numbering or labeling system that von Hemert tot Dingshoff might have used. And although of evidently high quality, such pieces are essentially anonymous, as there's no specific single temple at which this piece might have been used. Matters are however different with this ritual vessel shown before. In the case of this object, we have quite a good idea when and where it came from, reason being that everything about this vessel, its size, its shape, its decoration, its material, its use, was precisely prescribed in ritual manuals produced by the Qing imperial court in the middle of the 18th century. We see here the illustration in the Huangzhou Liqi Tushi, the illustrated regulations for ceremonial paraphernalia of the imperial court, and the caption on the right of the image identifies it as a Tang vessel for use in a Taimiao, the imperial ancestral shrine. Okay. Well, I'll quickly wrap up. So you can see the Taimiao is located here on the southeast side of the Forbidden City, where public rituals for ancestral worship for the imperial family were held. And this illustration from the legal statutes of the Qing shows a model arrangement of an offering table at the Taimiao. And marked in purple are the polychrome decorated tang. Was the commander aware of the ritual functioning of the vessel? The manner in which the vessel has been placed in his room, rather ad hoc, placed between other objects, strewn about this interior, suggests he didn't. Von Hemert tot Dingshoff never wrote about his collection, nor was he involved in connoisseurial circles after returning to the Netherlands. What we can conclude, however, from this is that his collection demonstrates the intersections of imperial history, architectural history, and provenance research. After all, the Boxer War had paid for the architectural assemblage of the Dutch legation, necessitated the dispatch of the Dutch commander, and was the source of many articles he bought on the Beijing art market. Thank you.
You can stay here. And I would invite all the presenters to come up, and we can take questions if there are already any for all three presentations. And yeah, we're good in time. So and if there is no urgent question, I would just start. So with you, I have a question concerning your. If you did you find out of any structure of selling of objects in Beijing itself? I mean, you have been mentioning this art market, and that Arofan Dingshoff was also using these shops. And the question is, do you know of any direct connection, for example, to Boxer or auctions, or was he only buying from art market? Or did you find out of any direct connection to this Boxer structure that were in Beijing at the time?
So he was stationed there So von Hemer tot Dingshoff was stationed there from 1914 to 1920.
I think
so
the nearer for the zoomer.
The zoomer? What?
You'll be feeling, you know.
So these were probably objects that had already been circulating on the art market in Beijing for some time. So there is not a direct paper trail, but I think in the case of this particular object, there's only a very small amount of possibilities how such a particular object that was for use in a imperial shrine could have left that location, which is quite most likely probably during the Boxer War or in the aftermath.
Actually, I have, and you have a question for Carmen as well, but what I wanted to point out about that is that
you can come to, to the front.
From the Austro-Hungarian side, we have accounts of merchants coming directly to the consular compounds because they knew if there was some. So, for example, Paula Rostron, who has been quoted and who was the wife of Arthur Rostron, she collected a lot. She went on extensive shopping trips, but then she was known by the Chinese dealers as someone who was very interested, so they would come to the legation compound if they had something. So I didn't mention this about the globe, but one of the outcomes of the research project about the globe was we think that Paula could have also possibly purchased it because she was the one who was interested in buying antiques. And I was also wondering if you've also come across examples of this, of merchants coming directly to talk to to the consulates and people in the legation quarters. Yep.
So from the very short account we have from Duivendak, he does mention that intermediaries who were responsible for mediating for sales between private individuals and collectors did know van Hemer tot Dingshoff, but that's basically just a single line in his account, so we don't really know with much detail. But yes, it does seem the case that this was that they came to the Dutch legation specifically to mediate sales.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw there is a question.
Yeah, thank you very much again for a very interesting panel. I find it really interesting to understand that the parties involved, the nations involved in the Boxer War, is clear. You can find looted objects, and you can directly prove that things were looted in these nations' museums. Then the second category apparently is parties like the Netherlands, which, if I understood right, did not declare a national participation in the war, but was part from these parties which were diplomatically or whatever interested and had a legation in Beijing. So this is also the countries where we can look for looted goods very apparently. And of course, Netherlands had colonies elsewhere. They knew what colonial loot was. And then what I find really interesting is, if I understood it right, and my knowledge about Slovenia, sorry, is too poor. If I understood it right, there were in the Austro-Hungary had no colonies. They only wanted colonies. They never managed apparently to have their own colonies. And in the service of the Austro-Hungarian country, who is same category as Netherlands, had their interests in China, there were Slovenian soldiers in their service who had an own attitude to the Boxer War and did declare themselves that they would not loot. Did I understand this right? This would be the first question. The second is, if I understood it right, then temporarily, for the time Slovenia was occupied or part of the Hungarian, of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, the looted goods were in the museum in Slovenia, and when Italy took over, Italy took that to Italy. Is this what I understood right?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Or did I miss something?
And then you can, So Austria-Hungary, of course, covers very geographically big territory. Slovenia and Croatia as well at that time were part of Austria-Hungary. So Slovenians, sailors and everyone was part of the Austro-Hungarian Navy, and they went, of course, this was actually the first direct contacts for Slovenians as well, because on board of these ships they traveled to East Asia. And according to some of the diaries, of course, Slovenian sailors then also wrote diaries, memoirs, published their accounts in the newspapers and so on. And some of them were, as my colleague Bogdana was explaining, were against, of course, and did not, they were happy, that were very proud of it, that nothing was taken and so on. But then you can still see, for example, the one who was very active in looting this very beautiful red lacquer screen was actually from the present-day Slovenia territory. So this is a very complex situations in this region. So that is why it's really, and yes. And you said first all the objects arrived to Pula harbor. This was the main harbor of Austria-Hungary at that time, and they were also exhibited in the Naval Museum in Pula for a certain period. But before Austro-Hungary this collapse, some of the objects were taken to Vienna, which are now also different parts, some of them in Weltmuseum, some in different, but here we have also a curator from Weltmuseum who can say something more. But yes, after later on in the interwar period, this territory belonged, at least part of this territory, belonged to Italians, and they also took objects to Italy. So, nowadays it is a very complex situation because at that time there was not so strict inventory list. So we're trying to trace the circulation of the objects, and it's hard to confirm and everything else. So this is, for Italian part, we even do not know where did they go, in which museum, where, in which part. So it is, it's a big challenge currently, still trying to solve it. Yeah, thank you.
But Pula is now part of
Croatia.
Not Slovenia.
So Pula is part of Croatia.
Yes. Sorry. I've got one comment and then two questions. The comment is that I think what really came up very nicely is the hypocrisy of some of the authors, right? Waldersee, and I like the phrase, we didn't touch anything, but our ships were laden with objects. And I think that's true of a lot of the people who write about the looting. There are a number of exceptions. There are people who are very clear about that. Basically, fellow nationals looted, and they use that as an argument to say our accounts are more truthful than those of the ones that basically deny their nationals did it, right? Rudolf Zabel, the German war correspondent, is one example. The American General Daggett, who wrote a whole account of the American expedition, is another. They're quite open that, our own people looted as well. It was the comment. The questions I have, one is really to do with the Rostons and the fact that we know that Paula was an avid collector even before 1900. And I think that to me kind of raises a methodological question. Namely, how do we distinguish between objects that may have been acquired in good faith before 1900 and those that were acquired under much more problematic circumstances in 1900 and after? Is there a way that we can kind of, I mean, as you showed with the example of the globe, there may be difficulties. How do you deal with those difficulties? And the other question I have is really about the Italians. Why were they so keen on? I mean, do we have any idea on why they were so keen to get their hands on the objects from China, from the Boxer War, and transport them to Italy?
Should I answer the first question?
So I can answer about the Roston situation, and in the MAC there are a couple of objects from Arthur and Paula Roston, I should say. They were donated in his name, but for example, a lot of them are things like embroidered handkerchiefs and small incense burners, things that Paula Roston specifies of having bought herself, and then were donated in his name. So that's another methodological issue, that the female collectors are often obscured behind their husband's name who end up donating things. I think with the Ralston collection, it's very clear when you look at the textual sources, but also this is where we art historians are useful because when you look at something like the globe, and it comes with a lot of labeling and a whole mythology about how it was brought from the imperial palace, and then you can look and say, oh right, this is not an imperial object, but you can kind of place it in a certain time, in a certain place, and that's where the conservators are also useful. So the interesting thing about the silver globe that I showed in my presentation is that it shows, first of all, physical damages having been bounced about, and also the enamel is melted, consistent with it having been into a fire. This is something that looks like it could have been looted. So the answer is that you need to approach the problem from several different angles: conservation, documentary history, art history, provenance relating to specifically the archives, but also background history, and also looking at different, different countries and the archives in different countries, and bringing those things together. So that is the result of our experience.
Yeah. So there was a question there. And then
what about the Italy? Do you have anyone who wants to talk about it?
You want to skip that, Sylvia? Question, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay.
So I cannot answer your questions, but we're starting a working group on provenance research in Italy, and I'm coordinating different museums with collection of objects coming from outside of Europe, and among those also a museum with Asian objects. So I'm hopeful, hopefully we will find those answers. And unfortunately, in Italy, there's with slowing, very slowing approaching this topic, but this is happening, and. It's important, I think, Natasha, you mentioned this, to really create a network that goes across the borders of different regions. This is crucial. So hopefully, and maybe next occasion, we will, museums in Italy, will also be able to provide some more pieces of information, because it's a puzzle that needs to be finished.
You can go to the microphone.
At that time, at Pula was Museum of Austro-Hungarian Navy. In there, as just a small time of object from Asia, minimal, just some of them. But after the First World War, when this is a part of Italy, they from this museum they brought in Italy and in Vienna all the objects, not only this from Asia. So now there is nothing from this museum. Why did they do? I don't know. But probably they thought this is there, because in Austro-Hungarian Navy were also Italians. Because Pula and Trieste and this part of Istria is part of Slovenia and Croatian ethnic territory, but also Italian lives for a century there. Because in the cities was probably Italians, but in villages around them lived Croatians and in Slovenia. Most of that. So
we can start from now. Maybe we can sit together and start collecting all the information that you have. So we start from today.
Okay. So we would take 3 more questions, and I'm not sure anymore. There was someone at that side. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 we can do. Be quick.
Okay. My question concerns collectors like Helmut Dingshoff, who, if I understood correctly, collected in the time 1914 to 1920, right after that. At that time, there would have been a second source of objects from imperial collections. If we are to believe the autobiography of Mr. Puyi, the last emperor of China, and also the account Twilight in the Forbidden City by his former teacher Fleming Johnson, objects were sold and pawned by the court, especially after 1911, to meet expenses, and also there were court officials who ran their own antique shops. So how can we distinguish between those objects sold in later years, and how does that complicate matters?
I think the answer is simply yes. It complicates matters, and especially lacking any inventory of von Helmut himself, it's very difficult to disentangle those two. I think these particular pieces, these ritual altar pieces, they were never very wanted on the collector's market, for Chinese collectors at least. So I think that would point toward the fact that it was probably looted earlier rather than sold for money. But that's just conjecture.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. It's not a question, but it's a commentary on the Pula harbor problem. I think 4 years ago I have introduced the screen, the lacquer screen here in this meetings, and I just want to make sure. So, end of 91. The ships arrived in Pula, bringing back the objects we just have heard, and after that to the Marine Museum, and after that the whomever, I think the admiral or whatever, invited the Austrian Hungarian emperor to come to Pula to visit what they had brought back from the Boxer War. And they suggested directly to the emperor, please take that and that, for instance, the throne screen and the Buddha and the other pieces back to your to Vienna. So they ended up in 1902 in the ethnographic anthropological department of the Natural History Museum, which is now Weltmuseum Wien. So they are from 1902 on given as a gift to the emperor, and then went into his imperial museums. Just to make that clear.
Thank you. Yeah. Ines.
Okay, thank you very much for these really wonderful presentations. I've got a question for Ricarda. Ricarda, you were talking about you were showing this picture from the Yuan in 1900, and I was wondering. I mean, of course, it was like the Yuan, the Changchun Yuan, and the Qingyi Yuan all together. And Cixi actually, after 1870, built her own Yihe Yuan, which actually also comprised of one part. So, is it when they are talking in the V&A about the Yuan, are they meaning the Yuan, or has it become synonymous for these three gardens?
So I should clarify that the archives that I showed by Noel Duboulay, they're not at the V&A. They are at the National Archives in Kew Gardens,
okay,
and some of them are still with the family, with the Duboulay family. And so the way I understand it, in 1900, it's already Yuan already stands for all three gardens.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's, and that's very confusing today as well, right? We always summarize everything under Summer Palace / Yuan, but actually we should be disentangling these different gardens and palaces. And not just that, within each garden you had several different palaces, and you know, so that just complicates matters a lot. But yes, basically the point is that they were already summarizing a huge complex of separate not separate, but you know, individual gardens and palaces under the compound. Sometimes in English there's the differentiation between the old summer palace and the new summer palace, but unfortunately only very rarely.
That's what I mean, basically, because I've also found like some things that are described stemming from the Yuan, actually some sites described from 1860 that actually are in the Yuan today. So they also didn't know exactly that these were three gardens together. And I was always wondering to what extent these actually, how far they actually went. Okay, yeah, because like here in Germany, like in the art trade in the 1910s and 20s, you would use like the provenance as from the Yuan as sort of giving value, added value to the objects, of course. So okay, thank you.
So last question, and the rest of questions you have to discuss in the coffee break.
Okay, I try to be quick. Also, like, it's more. Hello, it's thank you very much for your wonderful panel, and yeah, I think it's more a commentary dazu and a question that follows. I find it quite fascinating that we're talking about acquisition, and in that sense, that things are quite deeply associated in. Also like different layers of property rights, that they are somehow already laundered many times. And I quite appreciate how Ricarda approached it by formulating policies, like using that concept as a keyword, and also mentioning, like in the case of Victoria and Albert, that they used precedence as the de facto policy at the time. I find that quite inspiring. And that brings me to the question of like standing between now and then, like what would be, you know, like say, is there any, that's a question to all of you, especially to Katwin, that what are the current day institutional interest or like in kind of like re-evaluating the policies?
A big question.
But, sorry,
is there an interest at all, for example?
Re-evaluating policies with regards to acquisition or de-acquisition, or?
I think it's about this acquisition policy now in museum regarding provenance.
Yeah, precisely. Because, like, for example, like I want to, sorry, like just one more picture. Like I saw it in one of the slides. You know, there was like the non-existing policies back then, and we have a very, like articulated different policies right now that come from very different times. And yeah, I wonder, you know, like say when we have a, I don't know what adjective to put there, that we have a formulated kind of moral, ethical, I mean, policy now. Like how do we approach the policies back then, and how do we want to deal with that material to present to our public right now? That's my question.
With regards to how museums in the Netherlands are dealing with their former policies, well, last year the Dutch state did implement a independent committee that judges on restitution requests from from other countries, which is so there are two different sets of criteria used in that policy based on whether or not the country making the request is a former colony of the Netherlands or not. But there is a national policy that allows for requests with regards to restitution of cultural properties in the Netherlands.
I can talk about the Austrian side of this. So I mentioned the provenance research project at the MAC, and I think which was funded by the Commission for Provenance Research in the Austrian Ministry of Culture. And this is part of a series of projects which are funded in looking at art acquired in the colonial period, by Austro-Hungarian museum institutions, and which looks to critically examine all the objects acquired, and especially objects which were not previously questioned, under the idea that there was this long historiographic idea that Austria-Hungary never had colonies, it was never involved in all of this, and now we are looking at things in a much broader way in terms of informal empire. And I will direct you to Bettina Zorn at the Weltmuseum, who is also involved in these projects and can tell you more directly about what's going on. I'm no longer working for the MAC, but Dr. Zorn can tell you more.
Yeah, if I may just quickly speak to that as well, because today, of course, I touched on this very briefly at the end, we're following very rigorous guidelines and procedures, and it sometimes can feel somewhat overwhelming when we at the V&A at least try to acquire an object because of all the long procedures and due diligence processes that we have to follow. We're guided by Spectrum, which is something that, an example that doesn't exist for German public institutions, for example, but I think is a great guideline that sets out policies and procedures. And then at the V&A, we make our own policies, essentially, that are very rigorous and that follow, of course, for example, UNESCO Convention, which Great Britain signed in the 1970s, and or the ICOM Red List, for examples. So there are all these guidelines today. But your question is, comes to the heart of the problem. Can we apply our own standards today to the past? Can we say our due diligence processes today don't match those of the past, and so therefore, what do we do with those objects, right? I mean, this really goes to the heart of the whole, I guess, discussion, the reason why we're here today. Legally, in the UK, because of the 1983 National Heritage Act, we're prevented from restituting objects. But what we have, and at the V&A, we're trying to, Tristram Hunt, our director, has caused a debate in the House of Lords in order to change this law. He was saying in 2023 that it's come up for 40 years anniversary. Maybe it's time to rethink this. But the current government in the UK was very firm, and it was debated in the House of Lords, and they said, we are not changing this policy. So objects cannot be restituted legally. And so what we've decided at the V&A, together with the work of Jacques Schumacher, our provenance researcher, is rather than wait for government to change the legal circumstances, we've created this project, essentially, which is called renewed cultural partnerships. And in this way, we've been able to give back objects, such as head of Eros restituted to Turkey, for example, which was part of a larger object, and has now been given back. And together with that, we also create collaborations with our partners. And so that is potentially a way forward. This is the museum, the V&A, saying, look, we're bound by the legal strictures of our country, but as an institution, we don't want to sit around idly waiting for governments to change the law. And instead, we've kind of created a new renewed cultural partnership that allows us to not just return objects, but also create meaningful long-term partnerships with the places where these objects end up in. Yeah.
So, thank you very much to all of you for the presentation and the insight and for the question. I invite you to, I want to remind you that there are all these questions outside, so all the thoughts that you have now you can add, write down and pin. And otherwise, invite you to continue the discussion for the coffee break. We can do half an hour coffee break, I heard. So we'll meet again at 4:40 here. Yeah, Yeah. And yeah, enjoy your break. Thank you.
Okay, welcome again after a hopefully refreshing coffee break, re-energizing coffee break. We are now at our special panel. It's we call it Research Practice Detecting Loot. The presentations of this sections are an outcome of our joint project that you already heard about, Traces of Boxer War in German Museum Collections, a joint approach. Since November 2021, 7 German museums, together with first the Shanghai University, and I'm very happy that also a colleague from our first period or phase of this cooperation is also here today. Thanks for coming, Jianshu. So first with the Shanghai University, and since fall 2022, the Palace Museum in Beijing are jointly researching the provenance and selected objects in the museum collections. The objects were jointly chosen based on a list of objects from each collection which, due to the previous owner involved in the suppression of the Boxer War in Beijing around 1900, the obvious provenance, imperial or related to the Boxer itself, or its date of entrance into the collection shortly after 1900, are suspected to be looted. In digital meetings, I already mentioned before, it's really now the first time that we met in person, so we had many digital meetings before, and in these meetings we jointly launched research questions and we defined the next steps. The first objects that were chosen mainly have an imperial background, either commissioned by the emperor or made for him or having been part of his collection. We are still at the beginning of our research process. You will not be presented with completed research. Rather, we hope that we will find new impetus with you and through your expertise. In this panel, several Chinese-German tandems from our joint project will present research results. It's always the German curator who will give a short introduction into the object and the date and circumstances of entering into the museum collection. And then the Chinese colleague will present first insights into the research conducted in China since autumn last year. I sadly have to mention that 2 of our German colleagues, 2 curators, can't be here today due to very severe or some cold sicknesses, but more severe ones. All the best to them. But we will try to cover that, so I will jump into a new role after this introduction, and then Kerstin later on. So we hope to cover that. The goal of this special panel, with part 1 today and part 2 tomorrow morning, is it to present the outcome of our joint provenance research so far, and also to discuss with you the challenges, gaps, and future of research in this field. To foster the discussion and to give you all a comparable frame for our later discussion, we prepared 3 impulse questions. Oh no, where are they? After where? Oh no. It's in. Can you please bring them up? So 3 questions that you now should note. And if no, we had, but it's, I will just call them. We had a slide with 3 questions. And they are not there anymore? At the end, okay. Okay. Good. No. Don't mind. Can you just give me the first slide again? So, listen well, because there is no slide with the questions on the wall. It was the second one, so it's not there anymore. Don't mind. Thank you, Joe. Please keep them all in mind. The first one is, they are not so complicated. What are the challenges of provenance research in this field? The second one is, what are the gaps in our knowledge of Boxerloot? And the third one is, what do we need for cooperative research to be successful? So first, challenges, second, gaps, and third, what we need for a good cooperative research to be successful. So this is what you should keep in mind, and whatever you listen to, just try to answer these questions, make notes so that we can have a very vivid discussion after the presentations today and also tomorrow. And of course, you're also very welcome to contribute your own questions and your own comments, etc. We now start with our first tandem, talking not only about one object, but a series, as Zhang Do-yong already mentioned earlier in his talk in panel 1. It's about the officer portraits commissioned by Emperor Qianlong. And we have, we do not have Birgitta Augustin talking about it, but she's the one who wrote the contribution, so I will read it in her name. Birgitta Augustin is curator of Chinese art at the Museum für asiatische Kunst at the Staatliche Museen zu Berlin, where she is in charge of the arts from China from the Neolithic period to the end of the Qing dynasty. And as the tandem partner, we will hear Nia Hui. She is a research fellow at the Department of Paintings and Calligraphy at the Palace Museum. Nia graduated from the Department of Art History and Theory at Central Academy of Fine Arts in 1995 and started working for the Department of Paintings and Calligraphy at the Palace Museum upon graduation. And she organized major exhibitions at the Palace Museum and is editor-in-chief of catalogs such as Picture Dictionary of Qing History. Yeah, so it's not in a good order? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. So, in the absence of our colleague, Dr. Birgitta Augustin, curator in charge of Chinese art at the Museum für asiatische Kunst, who unfortunately is unable to join us here in Munich, it is my pleasure to delve into the topic of the paper of our esteemed colleague, Ms. Nia Hui, research fellow at the Department of Painting and Calligraphy at the Palace Museum, which concerns the history of portraits of meritorious officers. The Museum für asiatische Kunst, Museum for Asian Art, owns 4 portraits of this kind mounted as hanging scrolls. The mountings include the paintings done in ink and color on silk and additional pieces of silk with texts on top, with songs of praise written in Manchu on the left and Chinese on the right side. For example, the text on the first portrait from the left, dated to 1760, praises the garrison commander Baninga, particularly for his bravery. It says that at the Battle of Burachi, he courageously threw himself into the fight and finally fell in the midst of the bandits. These portraits entered the museum collection in 1957 via personal estates and 1964, respectively. Research on this material was done extensively by Dr. Herbert Boots, formerly curator and deputy director at the museum, which was shared in exhibitions and published in his catalogue, Pictures for the Hall of Purple Splendor, an image of which you see on the lower right side of the current slide. Another opportunity to study portraiture in general in Berlin, but also portraits of the Qianlong Emperor's meritorious officers, was a special exhibition on portraiture of the Ming and Qing dynasties, which the Museum für asiatische Kunst organized in 2017, and to which the Palace Museum in Beijing was one of the most important lenders, without whose support this exhibition would not have been possible. That exhibition, which took place at the Kulturforum in Berlin, and of which you see a gallery view on the slide now, also produced a catalogue titled Faces of China, in which an essay by Dr. Annette Bügner, already mentioned this morning, details the role the European Jesuit missionaries played at the Chinese court and in the production of those portraits by employing European painting techniques a topic that is also discussed in the new gallery of Chinese court arts of the Museum für asiatische Kunst, now located in the Humboldt Forum. In this gallery, one portrait is shown at a time together with a black and white image printed on a dibboned panel of a painting formerly in the Berlin collection, which was removed from Berlin in 1945 after World War II and brought as war booty to Russia, where they still remain. The main story of these paintings in the gallery are, however, one that tells how these paintings were likely unlawfully removed from the Hall of Purple Splendor, or Ziguangge, during the suppression of the Boxer movement around 1900, and brought from Beijing to Germany, where they finally also turned up in Berlin. It is now a great honor to have the unique opportunity to have Ms. Hui among us and to learn more about these portraits from her presentation, which is titled Glimpses of History Through the Portraits of Meritorious Generals. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Hui. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nie Hui, come from Beijing, the Palace Museum. 接下来我就说中文了。
Now I will speak Chinese instead.
我今天讲的题目呢是历史的画像与画像的历史，打算分3个部分来做这个报告。第一部分是陈设党中关于工程像的记载，第二部分是工程像的绘制流程，第3部分是中国古代肖像画的一个脉络梳理。
So today my topic would be the portraits of history and history of the portraits. It will be divided into 3 parts. The first part is about the documentation of the officer portraits in the Imperial Display Archives. The second part is the pattern, the processes of the painting of these portraits. And third is about the development of portrait paintings in ancient China.
乾隆皇帝在庆宫设宴，会在紫禁城西边的西院的紫光阁，同时呢，他用画像来表彰功臣。这种做法呢，也是他遵循了一个先朝前代的一个先例。设宴的地点也是在这个紫光阁，之后紫光阁被乾隆皇帝打造成了一处军事纪念馆，重大战役中重要将领的画像都收储在紫光阁，累计有数百张，合称为紫光阁功臣像。
After the victories of wars and campaigns, it is a traditional practice for the Qianlong Emperor to set up banquets in the Western Garden of Beijing, the Imperial Garden, and he would also commission the portraits of the meritorious commanders in these campaigns to be painted. And they were collected in the Hall of Purple Splendor in the Western Garden, or Xiyuan. It also serves as a military memorial for the emperor. And all those paintings are collected here. They are collectively known as the officer portraits of the Hall of Purple Splendor.
下面这几张呢，都是紫光阁陈设党的一些内容，我们可以先看一下。是有关摘录的部分，都是有关这个工程像的。
On these, you can see pictures of the Imperial Display Archives, the contents inside the archives concerning the officer portraits collected at the Hall of Purple Splendor.
我把它们整理成了一个现代人比较适合看的一个表格。
I have coordinated the information inside the archives into this table.
可以从这个表格呢看到，然后这个紫光阁工程像，它其实是分成3种类型。有一部分是这个油画的半身像，还有一部分是做的手卷，还有一部分就是立轴的这个画像。分别都储藏在不同的形制的这个有楠木匣、 雕漆匣，还有楠木箱。这是因为不同的东西它的尺寸和形制不同。
Here you can see that these officer portraits can be divided into 3 categories. The first is half-body portrait, which are oil paintings. And the second type is the hand scroll. The third type is the hanging scroll. The hand scroll is a horizontal form and the hanging scroll is a vertical form. And they are stored in different cages, in different cases. The oil paintings are stored in nanmu wood cases, and the hand scrolls in the lacquered boxes, and then the hanging scrolls are in the nanmu wood crates.
那么通过这些也能够看到，它们的数量都是加在一起有相当的多。
And at the bottom you can see the total number of all these scrolls and paintings.
这部分陈设档，我放回到前面。这部分陈设档是同治元年的，也就是公元1862年。在这个陈设档呢，是在宫廷紫光阁有关工程项最完整的记录，是我们现在已知道的一个时间节点。在这之后，它就散佚了，然后在宫中就没有再更多的记载了。
The part of the archives you see here are from the 1862, the first year of the Tongzhi Emperor's reign in the Qing dynasty. This is the latest and most complete part of the archives about the collections at the Hall of Purple Splendor we can see now. And from this point, many of the collections here are lost. And there are no such complete documentation of those paintings.
结合现在现有的实物留存呢，是半身画像的油画像和立轴存储的是比较多见的。然后手卷只有部分的残余，已经没有完整的手卷了。它的装裱形式现在也已经不是手卷，而是被切成了一部分，就是每一段一段的。
And based on these archives and the remains of the collections that we have, most of the remaining collection are the half-body portraits, oil paintings, and the hanging scrolls. There are no complete hand scrolls that remain, and for those that are still remaining, they are cut into different sections.
清宫工程像它的创作涉及了多次战争，分批分次，创作规模、作品数量都是巨大的。它的绘制流程有一定的规律性。我讲呢，以这个平定回部，就是第一次这个战役作为一个讨论的重点，这也是清宫工程像创作的开端。后续的几次都是沿用了这个先例。
And the officer portraits of the Hall of Purple Splendor, they are created for different wars and campaigns, and created in a large scale. So a very large amount were painted, and the creation has a set pattern. So here I would like to take the first campaign against the Hui tribes as an example, because it is the earliest of these paintings.
根据宫廷档案中的记载，我们大致可以还原出一个这个工程像绘制的流程。首先，乾隆皇帝派西洋的传教士以写生的画法，用油画去画了这些功臣的脸像。之后呢，再绘制成手卷，就是每个手卷上就有50位功臣了，是合成一卷，并且为每个人物题写赞语。之后再分别为每个绘制成立轴形式的单人肖像。
From the documentation in the imperial archives, we can know the general pattern of how these portraits are created. First of all, the emperor would ask the missionaries working at the court to paint the portraits of each single of these officers. So that is the creation of these of the oil paintings, and then based on these oil paintings. They would make a hand scroll. So this hand scroll would be, on one hand scroll, there would be like 50 of these officers. They are painted on one single hand scroll. And the emperor would write a eulogy for these officers. And then finally, for each of the officers, they would create another hanging scroll.
对应这个创作的流程呢，我寻找这些现在现存的作品，这是一个痛并快乐的过程。快乐是因为我找到了一个，痛是因为我只找到了一个。
So based on this pattern, I tried to find the corresponding works from the collections. It is both difficult. It is both a difficult and happy process. It is happy in that I found one in the collection, but it's difficult and makes me feel sad because I only found this one.
我想大家看到这个图就很明显的可以看到这个绘制的流程。首先是绘制了这个肖像，这是他当时工程像里面的第22位，叫高天喜。他的这个最那边是他的这个油画肖像，之后又画了这个手卷上的这一部分的小的像，之后又把它放大成了一个立轴的像。
So from this slide, you can easily see how these portraits are developed. On the left, it is the portrait of the General Gao Tianxi, and then he was turned into one of the figures on the hand scroll, which is seen in the middle. And then on the right, the figure on the hand scroll is enlarged to be on a single hanging scroll.
这个绘制的这个流程呢，体现了一个自上而下的君主意志的贯彻，这也是宫廷绘画的特殊属性决定的。
The development of these portraits, they demonstrate the development of a top-down process of the implementation of the will of the emperor. So this is a rule inside the imperial court.
油画肖像呢是现场写生，快速、准确、直接。那么，然后再进行这个创作呢，是结合了皇帝的这个赞语，变成了全身的这么一个动态的形象。
The painting of the portrait of the oil painting is drawn by the missionaries on site, so through direct observation, and then it would be adapted based on the will of the emperor, and also added with the eulogy.
从这个半身像到变成这个全身的肖像呢，我们能够看到，它是画家的创作是结合了肖像和中国传统人物画的一些特征，甚至有这个民间美术的一些特色。
And from the half-body portraits to the full-body hand scroll, we can see that the painter would add the traditions of of the Chinese figure painting into their creation, and we can even see some features of folk art when painting these figures.
这个人物动态的造型呢，让我可以联想起我们这个明代的时候版画《水浒叶子》，是明代的画家陈洪寿，他根据《水浒》中的人物不同性格，创造了这种带有一点变形又带一点幽默的这种形象。
So the full body posture of the officer reminds me of the wood print leaves painted by the Ming Dynasty painter Chen Hongshou for the Chinese classical water margin. And in the wood print leaves, they would create the very flexible and humorous role of the classical.
这个高天喜的人物动作呢，还有点像戏剧舞台上武生的亮相。
And the posture of the General Gao Tianxi is also like the presentation of the martial role in the traditional Chinese opera.
然后这个人物形象增加了动态，让结合这个功臣他本身的战功事迹，然后最后画制成立轴，是一种最高规格的纪念，赋予被画像者特殊的一种功勋荣耀。
So this dynamic presentation of the figure, and which combines of the documentation of the victory of war, and then the memorization in the form of a hanging scroll. This is the highest form of tribute to these officers.
这个绘制流程也在最大程度上利用了绘画语言的丰富性，形成了一个完整的纪念体系。
And it holistically utilizes the diversified language in the painting to develop system of memorization.
在以往的研究中呢，对工程项的功能属性讨论比较多，对绘制人员结合实物的档案都取得了丰富的成果。但是我觉得它作为一种人物化的绘画类型，还有继续讨论的空间。
In the past, the researches mainly focus on the artistic functions of these paintings. However, as a specific genre of the figure painting in traditional China, I think that there is still very large room for future research.
接下来看到的一些图片呢，是中国画中大家可能都会感到熟悉的，也是故宫非常重要的一些人物画藏品。
Now we can see many different pictures on the slides. They are the important collections inside the Palace Museum and major figure painting masterpieces of traditional China.
从这些作品中，我们可以看到中国的人物画其实更多的会突出一些故事性。从单纯的肖像画的传统并不是很久远。
From these examples, we can see that the traditional Chinese figure painting mainly focus on presenting a history of the antagonists. But there is only a short history for painting these portraits of a single person.
肖像画的特点呢，是它首先描绘的都是现实中真实存在的人物，所以它的形似是第一要务。
The most prominent feature of portrait is that it depicts the real figure in the history. Therefore, to faithfully document the features of the person is the most important role.
但在形似的同时呢，神似是它要更达到的一个更高的审美阶段。
And based on the requirement of documenting the real feature, it still has to document the essence, the spirit of the person.
现在看到的这几个人物是一张我们的故宫的明代的《明宣宗行乐图》上的其他的几个配角人物。
Here we can see several figures, which is on the painting, the entertainment of the Xuanzong Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, and these are not the major figures. These are just the accompanying figures.
这几个人，我们能够看到他完全不同的相貌，透过这些相貌，也能感受到完全不同的性格。
You can see they each have different facial expressions and appearances, and you can feel through these appearances their different characters.
这是明代的两个少数民族将领的画像。
And these are the portraits of two generals of the Ming Dynasty from minority people.
这几个呢是当时画的应该也是明清时期画的一些武将的画像。
These are also portraits of the generals of the Ming and Qing dynasties.
紫光阁工程像呢，作为清代宫廷绘画，它有两方面的属性，一个是它的历史属性，画像中的人物就是历史的组成部分，也是清代历史的纪实。
So there are two essential roles for the officer paintings of the Hall of Purple Splendor. The first is its historical role, because it depicts real figure in history, so it's a documentation of the Qing dynasty's history.
第二呢，就是它的绘画属性，工程像是中国古代绘画的代表作品的一部分。
And the second is its artistic role, because it is a representative pieces for this specific genre.
在清代的呢，它的特征就是吸收了一些这个传教士画家的西洋技法。我们现在看到的这个呢是另外两个，当然跟工程像没关系，也是同时代的这个清代的肖像画。
And these paintings on the slide are also the contemporary portraits of the Qing dynasty. And you can see that on these, they are not just completely the result of Western style painting. They combine the Western style and the Chinese style.
紫光宫工程像突出了对武将的表彰纪念，是具有清代统治特色的，是满清民族对武力的一种怀念和崇尚。
The officer portraits of the Hall of Purple Splendor are the recognition of the generals, so it is unique of the Qing dynasty. It demonstrates their admiration for the martial power.
绘制的过程融合了中西的绘画技法，丰富了艺术语言的表达。
The process of the creation of these paintings combine the techniques of both China and the Western countries, and it enriches the expressions of this art.
这种融合呢，更为紫光阁工程像在纪念和纪实的历史内涵上叠加了中西文化艺术融合的意义。
So with this fusion, these paintings not only documents the history, but also combines the arts of both the East and the West.
最后，我想说的是，不论是中国技法还是西洋技法，对形神兼备的艺术追求是一致的。他们绘制了历史的肖像，也创造了画像的历史。
In the end, I want to say that both the Chinese paintings and the Western paintings, they always pursue the combination of the surface appearance, the faithful documentation of the surface appearance, and also the essence. So these portraits, they are the documentation of the history and also records the history of the portraits. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
So the next object we're going to be hearing about is also part of a group of objects. Here? Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. The next object is a tomb model, so it's an architectural model that we're going to be hearing more about. And we're going to be hearing about it from also a team of two people together. The first one who's going to speak is Emma Shu-Hui Lin, who is an art historian with a regional focus on East Asia. She was previously trained as a curator at the Asian Art Museum in Berlin, and for the last 2 years, and we've been working very closely together on the project as well. And she is currently the curator of East and North Asia in the Ethnological Museum in Berlin, in the period that the other curator is on a sabbatical leave. So we're very glad to have her there. The second part of the talk about this model is going to be Zhang Jie, who is an associate research fellow at the Department of Heritage Architecture at the Palace Museum. She's long been engaged in the conservation and research on heritage buildings in the Forbidden City. As head of the Palace Museum Storehouse of Architectural Heritage, she's now in charge of the ongoing renovation of the East Storehouse of the Imperial Procession Guard Force in the Forbidden City. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing both of their talks.
Do I need to stand up? It's quite. It's quite tall.
Ja, wir machen es darüber und gucken, dass du ins Mikro. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction and good afternoon. Let's look at this architectural model, which is currently kept in the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. As you can see, it was made completed out of paper. It was made in the late Qing dynasty to prepare for the construction of an emperor's tomb. Apart from the wooden base, the entire model is made of paper, and this kind of paper architectural model is called Tang Yang in Chinese. Tang means ironing, and Yang stands for design model. So together, Tang Yang means a model that is ironed during the production procedure.
And this mound is connected to a two-story red building with a golden yellow roof called Minglou. And imperial tombs are usually guarded by tall buildings like this one. And in the center of its internal chamber stands a spirit tablet dedicated to the emperor. However, in this case, we are not entirely sure which emperor this model was made for. There are two theories. It's either for Tongzhi or for Guangxu. And both emperors live in a turbulent era of China, which was shaped by foreign invasions. Although the museum's inventory card states Guangxu, this is also likely a model of Tongzhi mausoleum. So, but although they built in different tomb complexes, their mausoleums look almost identical. They were built under the supervision of either Lei Tingchang or Lei Xiancai, respectively. Both were the head of the architectural design department of the palace at their time, and they are the 7th and 8th generation of their family to hold this position. For more than 200 years, the Lei family designed most of the imperial architecture, such as the Forbidden City, the Yuanmingyuan, and the Temple of Heaven, just to name a few. As you can see, the finished tomb here, Chonglin, it looks almost exactly the same as the model. But this model doesn't only illustrate the exterior, but also the internal structure through layering. So you can see this model can be taken apart and put together. If you open the top layer, you can see that it's assembled from 61 individual parts, like a construction kit. Each part is painted with colors and pasted with small yellow sheets of paper. These yellow labels are marked with the name, material, number, function, or dimensions of the components. You can also see that the ceiling of the Minglou is elaborately painted. It's just like the real one. And if you lift the ceiling, you can see this spirit tablet of the emperor, but it's unwritten. And over the past 2 years, our museum has been collaborating with the Tsinghua University in Beijing and the Technical University of Berlin to research the historical models scientifically through material studies. Also, students performed 3D scanning photography and 3D printing to replicate the model and analyze its layering. At this point, are you wondering, as I was, how such a delicately crafted model of Chinese imperial tomb could have ended up in Germany? It seems very unlikely that it was given away or sold by the imperial house. But luckily, all the correspondence about this acquisition can be found in the Zentralarchiv in Berlin. In 1927, the bookseller Otto Rose, who had lived in Qingdao, the German colony, offered this model for sale to a professor of Chinese architecture in Berlin, who then wrote to Müller. He was the director of the East Asia department at the Völkerkunde Museum, today the Ethnological Museum. He persuaded Müller to purchase it. In response to the museum's inquiry for information on its provenance and previous owner, Otto Rose wrote that it might have been stolen from the palace by French soldiers in 1900, and then sold to a merchant named Thema, who also lived in Qingdao. 8 years later, his widow, Anna Thema, sold it to Otto Rose. But we can't really confirm whether Otto Rose's statement was true. But no matter what, clearly such provenance information was acceptable at that time, just like already mentioned in previous presentations. And indeed, the museum's inquiry into the model's provenance was less to clarify its legitimacy than to confirm its authenticity and value. After all, despite learning that this model might be a loot, the museum still purchased it in 1929. And that's all I could find from the German documents. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Zhang Jie. 张老师请。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Zhang Jie from the Palace Museum, and I'm very glad to share my topic with you, ancient Chinese architectural models, the Tangyang. The Tangyang is an architectural model created based on the dimensions and the designs of a building and scaled down proportionately. The primary materials used for these models are various types of paper, millet, straw, and wood, with animal glue as an adhesive. Their name derives from the process that involves airing parts of the mold during the fabrication. Well, the materials for the constructing architectural models are not precious. They vividly express the design and planning concepts of the traditional Chinese architecture and are considered valuable cultural relics. Figures 1 and 2 showcase the architecture mode of the Dianmen before and after removing the roof, using colors and text to illustrate various architectural details. Figure 3 displays some scattered components of architecture model. The production of architecture models was overseen by the Imperial Household Department's construction bureau's workshop during the Qing Dynasty. Over 2 centuries, from the Kangxi to Guangxu reign, 7 generations of the Lei family served in the workshop, earning the moniker Style Lei due to their involvement in several reconstruction projects of the Forbidden City and leadership roles in planning and designing numerous royal architectural projects, such as the Forbidden City, the Imperial Tombs, and the Old Summer Palace. The architectural models Tangyang can be classified into individual building models and complex building models. These models vary in scale, including 5-minute models, include models, inch models, 2-inch models. The subjects of these models primarily include the Forbidden City, the Old Summer Palace, the Eastern Qing Tombs, the Summer Palace, the Western Gardens, and so on. Imagine display the architectural models of Changchun Palace in the Forbidden City, Kuoran Dagong Palace in the Old Summer Palace, Dingdong Tomb, Ancient Theater in the Summer Palace, and Jingxinzhai in the Western Gardens. Germany, Ethnological Museum in Berlin has 4. China, the Palace Museum has 82. The National Museum of China has 1, and Tsinghua University has 1. The collection of models at the Palace Museum includes some remnants from the Qing Dynasty's Imperial Workshop. Others were acquired by the National Library and the Sino-French University from the descendants of the Lei family before being transferred to the Palace Museum. Among the models studied in this project, there are 6 mausoleum-type architecture models in China. With a long history of feudal dynasties, emperors and their consorts were entombed in mausoleums upon their deaths. After thousands of years of development, the site selection and construction of mausoleums had harmonized with the terrain and water system. Especially during the Qing Dynasty, the last feudal dynasty, great emphasis was placed on the construction of mausoleums, often starting with the emperor's ascension to the throne. The Qing Dynasty built 9 imperial and 7 emperors' mausoleums, located at the Eastern Qing tombs and the Western Qing tombs. Chinese ancient architecture observed a strict hierarchical system, which was particularly invented in the underground palaces of mausoleums, varying between empress, and concubine burials. The largest and most luxurious of these was the emperor's tombs and the ground palace, consisting of 9 arches and 4 doors, formed by 9 vaulted sections and 4 stone gates. The empress mausoleums and ground palaces were notably smaller than those of the emperors, featuring 5 arches and 2 doors. These 4 models can be pieced together to form a complete one. The individual underground palace architecture models of Dingdong Tomb, which can be divided into 19 components with 142 yellow labels. In the 1970s, facing financial hardship, Lei descendants began selling their family's collection in June 1930. The National Beiping Library purchased a significant number of architecture models recorded in the National Beiping Library Journal in 1933. The full mausoleum architecture models of Putuoyu and Puxiangyu at the Eastern tombs. Interior mausoleum architecture model components. In 1951, the National Library of China transferred the architecture models to the Palace Museum, where they have been preserved to today. This provides a clean lineage of the Palace Museum's collection of mausoleum architecture molds, having been sold by Lei dynasts to the National Library and then stored by the Palace Museum. Tsinghua University collection holds 1 mausoleum architecture mold and individual underground palace mode divisible into 31 components with 124 red and yellow labels. Tsinghua University's underground palace architecture mode also have a well-documented provenance According to the Chinese Society of Architecture historian bulletin in 1935, a lay descendant sold an underground palace architecture mode. It was jointly purchased by Wang Shen and Liu Nance, who then donated it to the Chinese Society of Architectural Historians. Following the Society's dissolution, Tsinghua University acquired the mode, where it remains today. Combining Qing Dynasty repair project, archives, lay style, diagram, along with architecture remains and old photographs, we conduct more in-depth research. During the Qing Dynasty, construction of palace, gardens, and mausoleums fell under royal projects. From their inception, appointment of officials, set service, material procurement, to completion and use, extensive written records have survived, providing precious historical insights into the chronology of repairs and maintenance. Upon receiving the project, the Lei family crafted numerous drawings, not only themselves, but also involving other workshop members. These drawings often paired with architecture models. Along with detailed construction methods and work diaries, facilitate a comprehensive interpretation of the content represented on the architecture models. Previous research has revealed that many architecture models depicted unimplemented projects. For instance, the Yanxi Palace architecture mode should date back to the Tongzhi period, but significantly differs from the existing ruins. Comparisons between architecture remains and architecture models also play a crucial role in determining the period when the architecture modes were made. Many ancient buildings no longer exist, but valuable old photographs remain, playing an important role in pairing architecture models with the actual structures. Based on the archival materials and regulations of the Qing Dynasty mausoleums, we can ascertain that the mausoleum architecture models held by the Palace Museum and Tsinghua University belonged to the empresses of empires Jianfeng, namely Ci'an and Cixi, also referred to as the Qing Eastern tombs. Judging from photos of underground place mode in the Ethnological Museum in Berlin and considering mausoleum regulation, is inferred that this is currently the only known emperor's mausoleum underground palace architecture mode in existence, presumed to be for either Emperor Tongzhi or Guangxu, and thus extremely valuable. As mentioned in Mr. Liu Dunzhen's History of Tongzhi's reconstruction of the old summer palace, the Lei collection of architecture models were partially acquired by the National Beiping Library and the Sino-French University Library at that time. Additionally, some were scattered or purchased by Chinese and foreign individuals, amounting to considerable number. It's speculated that this particular model was among those acquired by foreigners. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this insight. You have to help me. The next one, is it here? So we have the last case study coming now. It's a musical instrument in the holdings of the Museum am Roten Baum, Kunst und Kulturen der Welt in Hamburg, the former ethnological museum, or still an ethnological museum, but under a new name. And we have initially Susanne Knödel, but who unfortunately can't be here, the curator for Asian art there, presenting some insights into, or presenting the object and the circumstances, how it came into the collection of the Mark. Kerstin Panhorst will take that over, and after that, Liu Guoliang will give an insight into the research on the Chinese side. Liu Guoliang is an associate research fellow at Department of Court History of the Palace Museum, an executive member of the Musical Instrument Committee of the Chinese Association of Museums, Deputy Secretary General of the Guqin Art Committee of China Craft Artist Association, and member of China Kun Opera and Guqin Research Institute, so a real expert in the field, and I'm really looking forward to the presentation. Kerstin, you start. Thank you.
So I'm replacing Susanne Knödel today, who unfortunately fell ill before she could prepare her presentation. So the presentation today is one that she gave in the project a while ago. So it may not be her current state of research. So I'm going to keep it very short to give Liu Guoliang, who's the actual expert on this instrument, more time. But I still wanted to give some of the points that Susanne usually emphasizes when talking about this instrument. So this is a historic instrument in the collections of the Museum am Roten Baum in Hamburg. And the museum's access book says that it was purchased from one Ernst Bochnik in 1904. We actually have no personal information on who this person was, and cannot actually say for sure at least who he was and whether he was in China himself. However, what makes this instrument suspicious in terms of trying to find out whether it was Boxerloot or not, we're quite sure, but we'll hear more about that later. One, it came to the museum in 1904, so right after the Boxer War. The second, and this is the most obvious point, so I'm pretty sure that we are speaking about Boxerloot, because there is an old catalog card in the archive of the museum that states, and this is a translation to English, there are 7 of these instruments. The others were turned into firewood. So this is something that was mentioned in some of the earlier talks. There was not just looting on a very large scale, but there was also destruction on a maybe even larger scale. And, artworks were either burned for firewood, but sometimes also just to make a point. And some artworks were thrown into the water or destroyed in other fashions as well. So this instrument is one of surviving a group of 7. This is very obviously an act of vandalism during which this guqin and this box were taken. And to also say this guqin and this box are dated quite differently, so they do not actually belong together. So they were also put together by someone who did not really know what they were doing and was maybe in a hurry. Next. These are just some close-ups, and there's an inscription under the instrument that gives a date, and there's an inscription in the box that gives a date. And like I said, they're very different boxes. And so the box is from the Xianlong era, and oh no, sorry. Okay, maybe Liu Guoliang later can say more about this. I'm not quite sure what the inscriptions say because I do not have information on this at the moment. But the thing is that they're dated differently and they're made in a different style, so they do not belong together. This is one thing that's sure. And can also see some close-ups of the inscriptions here. And the questions that come from this are, these are Susanne's questions, so I'm just citing her questions. Can the 7 guqins that maybe, as researchers shown, were actually 9 at the start, be placed in a concrete historical setting? Maybe is there an imperial commission for their production? How does the box relate at all to this instrument? And it also says, should the instrument be in this box? But we found out by now it should not. So I want to give the floor to Liu Guoliang because he can say a lot more about this. And I want to say again, just in case Susanne is listening from her sickbed, then I'm very sorry you can't be here today, but we're very glad to have your research here nonetheless. So, well,
我要想指到哪里呢？这个鼠标就可以，就这样手。这个鼠标，这个滑板可以。是，好的。哎。尊敬的各位学者，大家好，我是刘国良，很高兴与大家进行学术交流。我分享的题目是八国联军侵华时期流失德国的古琴文物研究，以德国博物馆藏品中的八国联军侵华战争踪迹项目所提供的藏品为例。
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Liu Guoliang from the Palace Museum. It is my pleasure to have these scholarly exchanges with all of you. Today my topic is research on the Guqin zithers lost to Germany during the Boxer War. Case study based on the project object list.
这次项目很重要，它给我们提供了1张古琴和1件琴箱，就是刚才苏珊老师展示给我们的。但是在研究的过程中，苏珊老师又给我们提供了1张古琴和1件琴囊，它们分别是乾隆54年正月定的头等黑漆中尼式的琴，还有乾隆6年定的头等9号大声银音琴的琴箱，和乾隆10年制朱漆的蓬莱仙籁琴，还有蓬莱仙籁琴的琴囊。
So originally on the project list of objects, we have 1 zither and 1 case. During the process of research, the head of research department, Dr. Susan, provided another zither and another case. So they are respectively the first grade Zhongni style black lacquer zither made identified during the 1789, the 54th year of the Qianlong Emperor, and the 9th first grade remnant sound of the great stage Dasheng Yiying zither case, graded in 1741, the 6th year of the Qianlong Emperor. The red lacquer Yingpeng Xianlai zither made in 1745, the 10th year of the Qianlong Emperor, and also the zither case of Yingpeng Xianlai zither.
今天的分享，我从2个方面给大家来介绍这4件文物的基本情况和研究情况。
I will approach the basic facts and the researches of these 4 objects from 2 aspects.
这是第1件文物，就是刚才苏珊老师展示给大家的，是乾隆54年定的1张仲尼式的琴。
This is the first zither in the research, which was already presented by Dr. Susan. It was the black lacquer Zhongni style zither, graded in the 54th year of the Qianlong Emperor.
这张琴是由梧桐木做成的，它便于发声，在梧桐木的上边漆了一层鹿角霜的胎来保护它，跟空气进行隔离，使它传得更久。胎上呢绣了黑漆，所以我们看到它是一张黑漆琴。 漆面上没有什么断纹，说明这个漆是乾隆年间重新漆过的。
This zither is made of tone wood, so it has very good acoustic effect. And over the wood is a coating of deer antler coating, which insulates it from the air to preserve it longer. And above the coating is a layer of black lacquer. We can find there are only very few parallel cracks on the lacquer, so we can infer that it was reapplied with lacquer during the Qianlong era.
这张琴的徽位，就是它的泛音的位置的这些白点呢，是由蚌制成的，蚌壳制成的。它的枕足拴弦的这一部分是由青玉制成的，然后它的足燕足也是青玉制成的。它的七根弦是由丝制成的，琴穗是明黄色的，乾隆50多年的时候给它配上的。
So for this specific zither, its insignia for playing the music on the body of the zither are made of mother of pearl, and the tuning keys and the end of these tuning keys are all made of green jade. It has 7 strings made of white silk, bright yellow tassels which were added during the Qianlong era.
琴背上面有2个出音孔，这是大的出音孔，叫做龙池。龙池里边贴了2个纸条，这里写的3个字是头等琴，这里写的是54年正月。
On the back of the zither, there are 2 holes for making the sounds. This hole is called the dragon pool, and inside the dragon pool there are 2 labels. This one label on this, it has 3 characters. It says the first grade zither.
清代宫廷的古琴鉴藏体系，经过档案的梳理，我们发现它分为初等琴、头等琴、2等琴、5等琴4类。这张琴是头等琴，所以它非常的珍贵。
After sorting through the archives of the Qing court, we find that there is a system for grading the zithers collected in the palace, which are the exceptional grade, the first grade, second grade, third grade, and non-graded. So this one belongs to the first grade, therefore it's very precious.
这张琴叫做龙门风雨，是故宫现藏的一张琴，上面也有一个纸条，写的是2等琴。
On this picture, we can see a zither named 龙门风雨, which means wind and rain at the Dragon Gate. It says that it's a second grade zither.
这是一条档案，当然大家可能看不太懂，但是这条档案上写的是这几张这个初等琴、头等琴、2等琴、3等琴，出自的一个档案，就是他们这些是我们在这里找到的，是从雍正年间开始就有记载了。
So on this, I posted the original text of the Imperial Archives, where I found about how they divided these zithers into the different grades I introduced. And it is actually started from the Yongzheng era, which is even before the Qianlong Emperor.
这是第2件文物，是以大圣一音的琴箱。这件琴箱上，左边是刻的琴的名字。他认为是一张唐琴，叫大圣一音，是大清乾隆辛酉元制，就是大清乾隆6年做的这个琴箱。里边呢是一篇乾隆皇帝亲自写的御制的铭文。
Here is the second object, which is the zither case for a zither named 大圣一音, or remnant sound of the great sage. And on the left, we can see their inscription. It says that they believe it is a zither from the Tang Dynasty, and the inscriptions from the 6th year of the Qianlong Emperor.
从乾隆4年，也就是1726年开始，雍正皇帝开始为宫中所藏的琴制香平等，到乾隆6年的时候告一段落。在这个过程中，初等的琴要配红漆的琴箱， 有等次的琴配黑退光器的琴箱。刚才这个琴箱是头等9号琴箱，所以是黑器的琴箱。
Based on the archive records, starting from the 4th year of the Yongzheng Emperor, which was 1726, the Qing court started to grade all the zither collection, and this process only ended by the 6th year of the Qianlong Emperor. And during this process, they developed a rule that is the exceptional grade, which is the topmost grade, would have a red lacquered zither case, and the rest of the grades would be accompanied with a black matte lacquered case.
目前故宫博物院还藏有一个头等23号的琴箱，与刚才我们看到的大圣遗音的琴箱是一致的，是同时期的作品。
The case that we just mentioned was the one for the first grade, number 9. So it was black lacquered. And now in the Palace Museum collection, we have a case for the number 23 of the first grade. It is also in the same style.
在这张图中，左边是乾隆初年所撰的《乾隆御题琴谱册》，也就是这个。左边这个图里边，这个册子里边记载了这个琴箱里边应该装的大圣遗音琴的详细的情况，也就是这一张琴大圣遗音琴的相关情况。据此所知呢，这个琴箱里装的这个头等的黑漆琴，并非为一套。
And just now on the slide, we can see a book, which is the album for the zither collection with the imperial poem from the Qianlong Emperor. And it introduces the zither, which should actually be housed in this case. And from this information, we can know that this case and the black lacquer Zhongni style zither, they do not belong to the same match.
大圣遗音琴，故宫还收藏有一张，这张琴就是故宫藏的大圣遗音琴，也不是这张琴匣应该装的大圣遗音琴，所以说明大圣遗音琴有几张。
And there is actually another 大圣遗音 zither in the Palace Museum collection. But after research, we found that this also do not match with the case that we just mentioned. Therefore, we can know that there are several of these 大圣遗音 zithers.
大圣遗音琴它之所以重要，是因为在故宫现存的4张琴里边，只有它是故宫的清宫旧藏琴，而且呢，它是唐代中期的一张琴，能够用它来作为标准器。
The reason why the 大圣遗音 zither is important is that among the 4 zithers in the Palace Museum collection, it is the only original collection of the Qing court, and it was from the Mid-Tang dynasty and could be used as a standardized object for making the zithers.
这是第3件藏品，叫做彭营仙籁琴。这张琴呢，是乾隆10年的时候，乾隆皇帝的书房前的一棵梧桐树被雷劈死了，做了4张琴里的一张。
And this is the 3rd object, which is named the Heavenly Sound of Yinpeng, or Yinpeng Xianlai. It was made of the wood of a tree which grew in front of the study of the Qianlong Emperor. After it was struck by lightning, it was made into 4 zithers.
这张琴是现有的清宫藏琴里边档案最丰富的一张琴。
It has the most abundant archival records among all the zithers collected at the Palace Museum.
这个琴囊就是专门给他做的。
And this case was specially made for this specific zither.
那现在我们还有3分钟时间，就给大家说一下 这几张琴在清宫里边的流转情况。
So now I would like to briefly introduce the collection and transfer of these zithers in the Qing court.
这几张琴从乾隆年间定好之后，直到道光19年才有明确的成批藏琴存放地点的记载。
After being graded during the Qianlong era, it was only in the 19th year of the Daoguang Emperor, that was 1839, that we could find where these zithers were kept inside the Forbidden City.
这个记载说明它收藏在静宜轩，到道光绪2年的时候，同样还收藏在这里。
And the previous archival records in the Daoguang Emperor era, it states that they were kept in the Gallery of Tranquil East, Jing Yishuan, in the Forbidden City. And by the second year of the Guangxu Emperor, 1876, there are records that they are still at the same place.
一直到1884年，也就是光绪9年，仍然这批琴还存在静宜轩里边。这条档案就来自于刚才那个音朗豪钟琴。
And by 1884, there are still records that they are at the same place. The record is from the from a slip of paper inside the zither called 音朗豪钟。
就是这个位置，鼠标在的这个位置，静宜轩。
We can see the 静宜轩 is where the marker is on the screen.
另外一批的地点呢是在翠云馆。
And there is another place called 翠云馆 also used to house the zithers.
这个地方呢也是有道光19年和光绪2年的档案。
And there are also evidence from the Daoguang and Guangxu eras.
这是档案的具体情况。
These are the archival records referring to their storing inside the Forbidden City.
综上所述，通过梳理清宫内务府造办处的档案和文献记载，可以明确知道这2张古琴与琴箱、琴囊均出自紫禁城中，而且能够找到他们在紫禁城到光绪年间的流转情况。这时距八国联军侵华仅有10年左右的时间。
So in conclusion, after sorting through the records and documents of the Qing Imperial Court, we can know that both of these zithers and both of the cases are from the Forbidden City, and we can find archival evidence until 10 years before the Boxer War that they are kept in the Forbidden City.
根据德方提供的乾隆54年定的头等琴与大圣遗音琴匣1904年入藏汉堡民族学博物馆的档案，中国乾隆皇帝所藏，北京故宫本有7件，其余皆为柴火。与蓬莱仙籁琴的前持有者曾经参加过八国联军侵华活动的记载可以知道，八国联军侵华时期的紫禁城的古琴文物有相当一部分流失到德国，这为我们寻找散失的清代宫廷藏琴提供了新的方向。
So combining the above information and also the archival records from the Mark that they entered the museum in 1904, and there were a total of 7. The rest were used as fuel. And also the documentation that the original owner had participated in the Boxer War. We know that there were many such zithers from the Forbidden City which were lost to Germany. This provides a new clue for finding the lost zithers from the Qing Imperial Court.
希望大家能提供帮助，我们一起在德国的博物馆中寻找这批古琴的下落。谢谢大家。
I would welcome your help to find the other of the zithers from in the German museums. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot also for this last very intensive insight into the knowledge that we can gain out of Chinese expertise, archives, etc. Before I ask direct questions, I just want to go into the audience and ask you, do you have any immediate inspirations, things that you want to say, maybe, oh, I saw an instrument like this there, or some pieces of knowledge. There's always something coming up. Feel free to just jump into and say, yes.
If there's any questions or any comments.
It's just a question, no inspiration. Is it okay?
The question is fine.
Everything is fine.
I have a question to Nye Hui. Thank you for your interesting presentation. You mentioned that only of one officer all three versions still exist, and I thought you would say the name Ming Liang now, but you said the name Gao Tianqi. I think I've never seen this oil painting before. Could you say where it is and if there are more oil paintings or other officer paintings there?
就聂老师的问题是那个，对，您是说只有一件，就是只有一位这个工程，它是3种类型的都存在，他以为是高天喜，但是您说的应该是叫是另外一位。
哦，那也可能当时。我记得我说的高天喜。
哦，那他就想问，就是这个他的这个全身像，它是在哪里？
全身像是在
还有没有其他的这个类似的画像？
就是我现在找到的只有高天喜，它3个形制是全的，然后但是我不能保证我找的就一定很全面，我也很希望能够大家能够帮我把这个拼图拼得更完整一点。
Actually, it is Gao Tianxi that she found that there are all 3 of the forms, but she's not sure that.
This one, where is this?
这是在俄罗斯，这张在 Russia.
In Russia.
In Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, where in Russia?
在俄罗斯哪里？
我要再看一下。
She have to check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she's not sure. She's not sure that it is really complete. So maybe we can still find more. For more generals, there are all of these 3 forms.
Ming Liang also has all 3.
Ming Liang. 对。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a question for Zhang Jie about the architecture models. I was, so thank you for the presentation and for the insight. I was wondering if you have an idea about where the models were stored. I mean, you have a big collection in the Palace Museum, and I was wondering were they still there, or from where did the objects came, just to get an idea about the possible Boxer relation for the objects in Berlin, or where the objects stored at the time.
就是他想问，当时这些烫样在紫禁城当中应该是存在什么地方，然后他就想，不知道您有没有了解，他可能跟这个就义和团的这个八国联军侵华有这个关系。
这个烫样呢，就是一般是最后做成以后要呈给皇帝和皇后预览，之后呢，一般来讲的话是由这个内务府保存，然后尤其像这种是皇陵的肯定是更为重要。但是呢，皇家和这个样式雷家族，因为他们200多年都由这个家族来做这个皇家的工程，所以雷家和这个皇家它也是有一定的默契，所以呢，雷家也藏了一部分这个样式雷的烫样。然后您刚才说的这个义和团时期这个烫样这个流散问题是吧？
他就是想问这个您有没有就是在之前看到过相关资料，就是这件可能是从哪里来的，是不是可能跟这个相关？
我们现在觉得大部分的这个样式雷的烫样和它这个图纸，基本上都是雷家的后人因为这个迫于生计变卖出去的。 虽然不是这个直接掠夺的，但是呢，我认为这个像雷家，他200多年都是承办设计这个皇家的工程。那这个家族其实是一个非常富有的家族啊。那到1930年代的时候，这个家族既然都已经开始变卖这些烫样和图纸了的话，这样的一个大家族都已经这样，那说明当时的他这个生计和整个社会已经这个非常困苦了。所以我想这也是当时那个时代战争战乱给普通百姓甚至像雷家这种大的家族也带来很大的影响。
So after the Tangyang models were made, they will be presented to the emperor and empress for review, and then they would be kept by the imperial household department, especially for these models for the emperor's mausoleum. They are exceptionally important. However, over the 200-year history of making these models, the Lei family, they participated in the entire process, and they reached some sort of agreement with the royal, with the imperial family that they could also keep these models. Therefore, based on our research and experience, we know that most of these models and diagrams for these architectural models, they were sold by the Lei family. Because although the Lei family is a very large and wealthy family, through specializing in making these models for the imperial family, but by the 1930s, they already entered into such hardship that they had to sell these models, and we can see that this also reflect the hardship, reflect the society has imposed these hardships on the entire Chinese society, even for these large families.
I think we really good. No, sorry, my English at the end of the day is not very good. What I want to say is, I think what we saw this afternoon is how important it is to have this Chinese research, because it's only by the Chinese colleagues that we can find out when certain object groups, objects have been produced, for whom, where they hold, and then the German side, we can find out when did the objects come into the collections, and maybe also some information on the circulation here in Germany. I now would like to ask the initial questions we launched, maybe first to the Chinese colleagues and also to our German colleagues. At the moment it's only Emma and us replacing the others, but the question about what are currently the gaps in researching and what do we need to fill these gaps. So when you look at your objects and the question that for if we want to detect the provenance of the objects are maybe still open, what would you say? What are the open questions for you, and what do you need to answer these questions? For everyone.
那么现在想要回到一开始Christine 她提到的3个最重要的问题，主要就是对于我们现在的溯源研究当中还有哪些空白，研究的空白，那么还需要我们做什么来进行填补这样的空白？还有对于现在的研究，我们可以问哪一些这种开放式的这种问题来推动我们的研究？
And I can add something just to make it more difficult. What are the challenges in the research? Just also to take this question. Maybe it will give just one more hint to answer.
当然可以谈一谈，就是在接下来的溯源研究当中还面临什么样的挑战？就是也欢迎中方的发言人和德方共同来提这相关的问题。
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I ask in Chinese because the question is directed to the colleagues from the palace. And then I translate myself to save you from trouble. So, 我想问一下，就是从我们的这个研究视角来说，就是我们的有没有一个怎么说一个关怀和诉求？就是说文物流失这方面，我们的情感诉求，或者说我们有没有一个诉求？这是我的问题。So my question for the Palace Museum colleagues would be, what would be your what would be your orientation? What would be your gravitation? So what drives you? And is there something that drives you for your research? So I mean, not only for more knowledge, to complete the archive, so the Sachebene, but also, is there some drive?
I'm not a researcher, but for my work, I support this project. I act as kind of a project manager. I work with researchers on our team. I think this is a more general question concerning the project. So I would first give an initial answer, and later I will see if my colleagues has wanted to add anything, their feelings. First of all, from the perspective of the Palace Museum, I think we have two driving feelings for us to participate in this project. First of all, from a more grand perspective, every piece of object lost from China are part of the Chinese civilization, and they represent a story. And this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them, every piece, no matter what they are, to get to know them, to get to research into them, bring them to light, and bring their story to life after so many years staying in the storage room. And on a smaller perspective, from a smaller perspective for our researchers, they have been dealing with their respective areas for so many years, and these they are already very familiar with the existing materials. And these provide new materials for their research, and this is I think this is a very, very important for their professional interests. I don't know whether I have answered your question, and I will see if my colleagues have anything to add. 我就是回答了两方面的，他就是问我们做这个研究背后的是什么驱动我们来做这个研究。那么首先呢，我认为是从大的方面来说，就是从中国流失出去的任何一件文物都是中国文明的一部分。那么就是在流失这么多年，在博物馆里面的库房里面待了这么多年。之后呢，我们去研究它们。我们是希望能够把这些中华文明的这些碎片，能够就是把它们重新
他们的故事重新发掘出来，然后还原出来，然后恢复我们这个文明的这些部分。那么另外从小的方面说呢，就是我们的就是团队的每一个人，就是在做这个研究，做相关领域的研究已经很多年了，对你们这个领域的这个已知的信息已经非常熟悉了。但是这个项目呢会提供很多就是新的信息给我们做研究，对于专业的这种发展也是一个驱动力。我不知道大家还有什么要补充的？
我说一点啊。对我觉得对这个对我们博物馆的人来讲，尤其是对做我们故宫博物院的人来讲，因为在这个八国联军占领北京期间，大量的就是清代宫廷的文物流落到世界各地。我们今天做这个项目呢，非常重要的一个作用在哪里啊？就是说。我们这个所有的这些出去的文物，都是我们中国传统文化里面的重要的组成部分，并且呢，这些文物啊，很多就是在我们目前的宫廷里，数量也非常少。我们就是说，了解到世界各地博物馆现存的这些文物之后，我们结合着我们宫廷里现在存的文物。大家伙我们就会就是更深的认识这些文物，认识这些历史，认识这个与这些文物相关的人和事情，对我们认识这个就是这段历史有非常大的帮助。再一个呢，就是对我们认识清代的皇帝、清代宫廷人物也有非常重要的作用。对我们作为一个文物的工作者来讲，我觉得这个就是我们了解到这个世界各个博物馆有这些文物之后，我们其实是非常兴奋的因为我们觉着这个可以让我们对这段历史尤其是对清代的历史清代皇帝皇家还有中国传统文化它的这个脉络有一个更清晰的认识我觉得这个对我们的价值非常大，我们希望把这个事情能做得更好。
我想说两句，因为刚才。
So we know in this period of history, the war of the Boxer War, we know that many cultural artifacts were looted or lost from China, and all these objects, they are still the components of the traditional Chinese culture. And for many of these objects, even at the Palace Museum collection, we only have very few or even none of the similar objects. So therefore, getting to understand these objects and their history and the people and story behind them will also help us to get a better understanding of this period of history, and also help us to understand the emperor, the people at the court, and therefore, as practitioners in this field, when we find that there are so many these objects in the collection of the world museums, we really feel excited, and because they help us to understand better about our past, about the people and the object themselves, so that we can form a better understanding of this period of history.
我来说两句，因为刚才我讲了一个特别专业的或者说一个个性的问题，但是刚才主持人和这位这个老师呢提了一个比较大的一个问题，尤其是后来这个老师提到，他说大家有什么情感诉求，其实有点打动我。我还是用这个特别我这个个性的研究的话题，以我的观点来回答您这个问题。例如这一批琴从乾隆4年开始，他们进行鉴定装匣，到雍正4年，到乾隆6年才完成，用了20年的时间。它是兄弟23个一批的画，然后我把最后一批的拿出来了，兄弟第9个跑出来了， 这是一批兄弟，但是再也没有见过面，档案里边也再也没有过。原来的时候的研究者，我前边的有一个是一个大研究家，那是真正的专家，叫郑民忠先生，他是管明湖先生的弟子。他呢，原来研究的时候发现，雍正皇帝把这批琴120张集中到圆明园，他说大概是英法联军把他们毁掉了或者带走了。但这一次的时候，当我看到大圣殷勤还在，我其实特别高兴，我特别感谢德方给我这个机会，让我知道他还在这个世界上，虽然几百年没有回家了，他还在这个世界上，而且呢，他值得被研究，他没有被研究清楚，他还装了另一张琴在他的里边，但那张琴在文献里边的记载已经被烧掉了，所以他呢就补充了我的认识，所以让我觉得哦，德国能够给我们很多的这个我们理解之外的东西，但是在几百年前确实就在那里。我们虽然整天在故宫里，但是我们对于它的了解也是一个孔照过来，一个孔照过来，逐渐变亮的一个过程。然后在这个研究过程中，我竟然又发现了一张，就是那个朱漆的琴，是乾隆年间他做一棵树做了4张琴，故宫里1张也没有，竟然在这里它还有完整的琴囊，而且写得很清楚。原来的时候是一个文献记载的事儿，在这里我看到了它，我就像见到一个久别重逢的亲人一样，一个远离家乡多年的孩子一样，所以我一下就非常的感动。所以你就问我这个情感的这个诉求是什么，我就说应该是这个。刚才主持人问他说难点是什么？难点其实还是例如我对德国的藏品不了解，我昨天又来到这儿，又发现了一个明代王爷做的琴在这里，明代陆王琴就在这个博物馆。还有一张是这个9箫环佩先佩琴也在这里，更早一点的，大概是如果博物馆的记载正确的话，它是1840年到达这里的，也就是道光20年。然后他收来那个人是1818年到1825年在中国经商的，所以呢，也就是说德国还有很多这样的信息，可以让我们知道我们不知道的东西，当然本来应该是我们应该知道的东西。所以历史呢，可能被理解，但是不应该被遗忘。然后远离家乡的亲人呢，有机会还应该回家乡去看一看。谢谢大家。
I'll try to retell this moving story. Well, let's see where I should start. Where is it? So, just now, the speeches we shared are from the professional perspective. However, we were asked about a very specific and even somewhat emotional question. So I still want to answer it through my professional research. For example, we just as I introduced, all those zitters in the Forbidden City, they went through inventory check. Which went from the 4th year of the Yongzheng era and lasted until the 6th year of the Qianlong era. For example, for the first grade, there were a total of 23. They were like 23 brothers or sisters, and once they were together in the Forbidden City. But after those episodes in history, they were never able to meet each other again. However, through our research, we gradually came to find their background. Like before me, there was a very famous and grand scholar in China called Zheng Mingzhong. He was really a truly very important expert in this area, and in his scholarly work, he said that there were a total of 120 zithers which were assembled in the Qing court, and they might have been all stored at Yuanmingyuan. However, as the history develops, many of them were lost, but it was really excited that we can still find one of these related to the Da Shen Yiying. zither, which was very important for us. And we found that they are in the German collection. So after hundreds of years, although they cannot truly come back home, we can get to know them, to better understand them, and this is already very important. Actually, yesterday when we visited the collection of the Fünf Kontinente Museum, we actually found in their collection another 2 zithers, which were could be from the Forbidden City, or at least they were from China. And one was made by a prince of the Ming Dynasty, and the other was even earlier. So these are real evidence that they are still here. And we came here to really meet them, just like meeting a family member which were long lost to us. And just as I mentioned in my research, I came also to meet other important zithers and cases, like the red lacquered zither together with this case. So therefore, therefore, this tells us that there are still many other of these which are hidden, unknown in the collection of the German museums. And if we can come to understand them better, and we should, so this means that they should never have been forgotten by us, and we need to better know their story to get reconnected with them. Thank you.
I know that there are still open questions, but I see all of you and you're very tired, and I think you deserve a little drink and a chat. So I closed this part 1 of the research practice panel, and I thank the speakers again for the insights into their research. Before we dismiss you all to this already mentioned get-together in the hall, we would like to stimulate the networking activities here, and my colleagues from Washington, my close colleague from Washington knows what comes now, because we just did the same in Washington and it worked out well. We want to invite you just to engage with the neighbors around you. So turn please to someone around you that you don't know yet, and tell him or her what motivated you to come today. Great. Take the spirit and go downstairs, grab a glass of wine, continue the conversation with people you don't know, enjoy the evening, and be back tomorrow at 9. And bring your badges back, or if you don't want to bring them, leave them here and grab them again tomorrow morning. What? Oh. Yeah, and thanks to the translators for this first very heavy day. Thanks a lot.